Peace and love, everyone. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. I hope you guys have had a wonderful holiday with your families, celebrating the winter solstice, Christmas, however you want to call it. And today we're just going to have a little fun. I'm going to open up the panel in a little bit, and we're going to talk about some things that I heard earlier in these YouTube streets. I wanted to start out just showing you guys, I don't know if you'll be able to see a little bit of this, but I think it's always funny how people are saying certain people are very following the white people narrative, the Eurocentric narrative, or we're just doing what white supremacists want us to do or anything. So I wanted to reintroduce myself, tell you guys a little bit about me before we get into this open panel. I'll start dropping the link. So when I started here and going on the YouTube, I was very much in trying to find some alternative to teaching, not for teaching you guys in YouTube, but for teaching children, because I wanted to see as far as the curriculum, I knew we were being lied to about so many things. And I wanted to see, different alternatives as well, because when we're looking at children being raised up in the system is very Eurocentric. It's very much what white people say of what you should do with your children, how you should grow, what their milestones should be. So that's why I wanted to look to the alternative. So I just showed you a certificate from the Black Liberated Minds that I have in 2021, where I went through their homeschooling training. And I do want to talk about some things like unschooling and traveling or anything like that. But I was majorly into, we need to take these Eurocentric thoughts out of the way that we study, out of the way that we teach. We need to really figure out what is going on in history. So I think it's just funny when people say, oh, just because you're saying you're American or your people have always been here, that's what the white people say, that's what the Eurocentrics say. But if you go through the lens to actually see what was the Eurocentric side, what does it mean to be Eurocentric, what is happening when it comes to schooling for different people, you'll see that in no way, shape, or form are we repeating what they were repeating. It's clear the objectives they had. So we're going to go into a little bit of that today as well. Peace, everyone. So I want to go ahead and start y'all off with King Charles. Let me share my screen. And y'all let me know if y'all can hear it by putting a 1 in the chat.
How did King Charles Roman II deal with religious dissenters in England? How did King Charles Roman II manage the complex issue of religious dissenters in England? His reign was a time of significant tension and change in the religious landscape. After the monarchy was restored in 1660, King Charles Roman II faced the challenge of balancing the interests of various religious groups. One of the key elements of his approach was the Clarendon Code, a set of laws passed by the Cavalier Parliament. This code aimed to strengthen the Church of England's position and suppress dissenting groups. The Corporation Act of 1661 required local officials to pledge loyalty to the Church of England. This made it difficult for dissenters to hold public office. The Act of Uniformity in 1662 mandated the use of the Book of Common Prayer in all Church of England services. This law pushed many dissenters, including Puritans and Baptists, to the margins of society. The Conventicle Act of 1664 prohibited religious gatherings of more than 5 people outside the Church of England. This made it risky for dissenters to meet for worship. Additionally, the 5 Mile Act of 1665 forbade expelled non-conforming clergy from coming within 5 miles of their former parishes. This act further marginalized dissenters and limited their ability to practice their faith openly. Despite this strict enforcement, King Charles Roman II showed some willingness to allow limited toleration. In 1672, he issued the Royal Declaration of Indulgence. This declaration aimed to suspend laws against Catholics and Protestant dissenters, allowing them some freedom of worship. However, this move faced strong opposition from Parliament and was eventually retracted. Charles E's personal beliefs added another layer of complexity. While he publicly adhered to Anglicanism, there were suspicions about his Catholic sympathies. He converted to Catholicism on his deathbed, which reflected his complicated relationship with religion. His brother, the Duke of York, was openly Catholic, which heightened tensions during Charles's reign. Anti-Catholic legislation, such as the Test Act of 1673, required public officials to take Anglican communion. This law aimed to reinforce the Church of England's dominance and limit the influence of Catholics. In summary, King Charles E's approach to religious dissenters involved enforcing Anglican conformity through the Clarendon Code while occasionally allowing for limited toleration. His reign solidified the authority of the Church of England but also set the stage for ongoing religious debates and conflicts in England.
So I played that because y'all remember they're saying that they're coming over here because religious persecution. They're looking for some kind of freedom to practice their own religion, the Puritan, the Protestants. But we can see where King Charles is like really into the original Church of England. His own brother, the Duke of York, is one that is following Catholicism or a new wave of thinking. So there are even tensions between each other in family. What's up, Savage? Thank you for joining.
What's going on, Dulcie, in the archives right now?
Which archives are you in?
Nashville.
Okay. And peace, everyone, for coming through. 305 War Chief. Hype me up, Zay. Hey, Zay. Uh, First Gates, 6880. Derek. Peace, y'all. Peace to the beautiful Sugar Bear and Ariana Nicole. Peace, sisters. And Yodi, thank you for coming through. So, what I heard earlier is a lot of people talking about this Pan African movement and saying that we're listening to the people that came before us and said that they're African. Pan Africanism doesn't start in recent years. It's because even from the beginning in early times in newspapers in different documents or books, we see these people calling themselves African. What do you say to that, Savage, when they say in the original times in the early 17s or late 1600s, we see people referring to themselves as African?
That's a part of scientific racism to take the nigger off the land.
I think so too. I mean, you can't separate that from everything that the Royal Society was doing at the time when it comes to separating the races, doing it in a three. I think it starts off with three and then sometimes has up to five categories for human races, and just going in and being like, this one's African. You do see a lot of scientists in the beginning, they did separate American from African, but then you see that just being engulfed over time to just being one actual race. But definitely, this is all coming in as far as them. I was when someone was mentioning in their family, they have a record where it shows someone is Ethiopian or called themselves Ethiopian, and it's like the early 1900s. So I thought that was interesting if it actually was, because that's a major time of like the Noble Drew Ali and him combating the term Ethiopian, because Ethiopian is just seen as this like blanket classification for Black people. But yeah, it's just interesting in seeing where people's mindset were at the time. Do you think that was affecting the actual people, like people themselves calling themselves African, or if that was more like classification systems coming in with the science?
I would say classifications coming in with the Saints. You hear me, Dawson?
Yeah, I heard you. Sorry.
Oh,
I was getting something pulled up in the
no,
background.
you good.
Yeah, I feel you because yeah, definitely we see certain people saying it thus far, and we don't see other people saying it. So it's not a widespread. You're seeing it amongst records or anything like that. It's just like certain groups. The AME Church is the African Methodist Episcopal Church, and different things like that that are coming in and calling themselves African, the African Society, etc.
Yeah, I'm finna get ready to get up out this library in just a second.
Okay. I have another. I'm pulling up this other video because I want us to get into like who these Quakers are, who these English dissenters are, who's coming over here to America at this time. Trying to skip all the commercials. Now y'all should see it. Put a 1 if you can hear it, or a 2 if you can't. Let me know if you're having any issues.
Video is brought to you by Captivating History. In
And fair
1647,
use,
in
we
the
will
East
be
Midlands
talking
of
about
England,
this.
George Fox had become disillusioned with the Church of England. He alleged that he had been privy to religious visions and began preaching a message outside the official doctrine. He was eventually arrested for blasphemy. During his interrogation, he quoted scripture that advised his accusers to tremble and quake at the word of the Lord. He was ridiculed for these words and subsequently dubbed a Quaker. Fox was not deterred and adopted the name for himself and his followers, adding to their existing title, the Society of Friends. As the group's popularity grew, mainline Christians began to view them as a dangerous sect. And in 1662, British Parliament was pressured into passing the Quaker Act, which made Quaker religious practices unlawful. Feeling unwelcome in their home country, the Quakers found a new land to practice their beliefs. Quakers first arrived in America in the 1650s. In 1655, a woman called Elizabeth Harris left her family behind and arrived in the Chesapeake Bay area. Her mission was to evangelize the Puritans. The Puritans left England under much the same circumstances as the Quakers. Upon arriving in the New World, the Puritans quashed any other religions that differed from theirs. Elizabeth Harris must have had a convincing argument, as she successfully converted several high-profile Puritans to the Quaker way of life. Her persuasive nature put people on the alert. When, in 1656, Quakers Mary Fisher and Anne Austin arrived in Massachusetts, they did not get to preach for long. They were arrested and investigated for witchcraft before being quickly shipped off to Barbados. Mary Dyer was not so lucky and was executed on June 1st, 1660, for refusing to stop preaching. This action sent shockwaves to England, and King Charles II forbade anyone to hand out death penalties to those professing Quakerism. In 1661, George Fox wrote a peace testimony laying out the Quakers' peaceful intentions as pacifists, which calmed the apprehensions somewhat. Fox then toured the American colonies, setting sail on August 11, 1671, and returning at the end of the summer of 1673. He found the only real trouble with the plantation owners on Barbados, who accused him of rabble-rousing as he insisted on preaching to the enslaved and free people indiscriminately. Back in England in 1657, the 13-year-old son of Admiral Penn was about to have an epiphany. The admiral had just been released from the Tower of London, where Cromwell held him under suspicion of being in league with the ex-King Charles II. Upon returning to his family, he brought with him a Quaker friend named Thomas Lowe. Lowe preached to the Penn family, and William Penn learned of the Quaker belief that there is an inner light in everyone that connects you directly to the Creator. William had been taught that only the clergy could commune with God, and this revelation changed the course of his life. He attended his first Quaker meeting in 1667, knowing that anyone found at this meeting would be arrested, which is precisely what happened. William's father summoned him after his release from jail and was shocked at William's conversion to Quakerism. William told his father that as God did not recognize ranks, subsequently, neither would he. This must have come as a shock to the old admiral, who expected his son to enjoy the finer life afforded by his position. He expelled William from the family home. William embraced the Quaker life and was in and out of jail as a consequence. During a trial on September 1st, 1670, he challenged the court to name what law had been broken. When the court was unable to do so, 4 jurors refused to find the Quakers guilty. The prosecution was infuriated and held them due to unpaid fines and their refusal to remove their hats in court. Admiral Penn paid off the fines for William and the others, despite having been asked not to. William and his father reconciled just before the elder Penn passed away on September 16, 1670. In 1675, William was tasked with writing a constitution for the Quaker region of West Jersey. He called it the Concession and Agreements, and some argued that it was the forerunner of the United States Constitution. He promised civil liberties and religious freedoms. Soon, Penn started to gain land in the area, and on March 4, 1681, King Charles II granted Penn 46,000 square miles. William
Okay, so we're going to pause it right there. I want to get into that charter too, but I want to start where we are at the beginning of these Quakers, because this video is very much so giving a sad sob story. They're being persecuted. They're against slavery, and they just are looking for some place where they can practice in freedom. They come over to the Americas, and because slavery is already established, they're having a hard time with integrating because they're trying to preach to the slaves. It's giving very, oh, they care. They're very sympathetic people that really cared about their surroundings. What do you get so far, Savage? Are you seeing that they're really trying to set us up to feel sorry for the Quakers?
Yeah, I think that's what it's sounding like, though. They want us to feel sorry for their tragedies.
Yes, so I wanted to bring everyone here to this professor because then recently they've started talking about these origins of the Quakers and how the popular belief is that, oh, the Quakers came in to help all the the poor and the people that were not integrated into society or looked down upon. They're obviously the religious group, so they're a society that is coming to be friendshipped and preach to the people. But we can see here this history professor is saying that the early Quakers owned and traded slaves. So let's go into this a bit, because Quakers are often known as the abolitionists. But we can see, contrary to popular belief, the Quakers were amongst the most prominent slave owners and traders in colonial America, beginning in the 17th century, including in northeastern North Carolina. Dr. J. Timothy Allen told the Museum of Albemarle's History for Lunch program Wednesday that the denomination was also amongst the first to protest slavery, with encouraging its adherents to end their ownership of enslaved people starting in the mid to late 1700s until around 1800s. Were the Quakers against slavery? Not really, said Allen, a professor of humanities at the Strayer University, whose presentation entitled The Early Coastal North Carolina Quakers and Slavery. Quakers first started to settle in North Carolina in Snow Camp in the Alamance County in the mid 1700s, and eventually settled into the region that includes Pasquotank and Paraquemons counties. Quakers are known for their industrious work ethic and simple life, but they began to expand their business interests into farming, from farming into shipbuilding, ferry services, raising cattle and sheep, and shingle and brick manufacturing, among others. They were known to be people with multiple occupations and multiple businesses, Allen said. They were ever expanding their industry more and more. But Allen said those expanding Quaker owned industries required more and more workers. He said Quakers at the time said out loud to other people, I can't compete economically with a neighbor who's not a Quaker who has slaves. So slaves were brought into the Quaker community, not a lot, handful at a time, Allen said. They helped Quakers to continue to grow and continue to make money, continue to be prosperous, and that they led to a rise of influence and power among the Quakers. One of the earliest prominent Quakers to settle in the region was Henry Phelps, who arrived around 1665.
Yo, what's going on? My name is MC Nemesis. What is the topic on today's discussion?
I'm in here pulling up some stuff on the Quakers too.
Okay, go ahead, pull up. Peace, Derek. Peace, MC Nemesis.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. What is the topic? Is my mic working?
Yes, your mic is
Hello?
working. But
Okay.
before we get into
What
the
is
topic today, MC Nemesis, how are you doing today? I'm not familiar with you.
good?
I'm just gonna ask you a couple questions if that's cool, and then we
Okay,
can.
yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yes. So, where are you coming from? Do you have your own channel?
Why do people ask that? I don't understand. Where are you coming from? I don't.
Yeah. Do you have your own
Do you know why
content?
people ask that? Yes. Is that what it means? Like, I don't know what it means. Like, people ask me that. Where do you come from? And I'm like, are they asking my hometown?
I'm
Like
asking
what?
as far as YouTube. I'm asking about your content. I think most people are asking that as well. Like, do you have your own channel?
Okay.
What kind of things do
So
you talk about?
so you're wondering if I'm a content creator.
Yes.
That's what you're wondering. And why are you asking that question? Just out of curiosity?
I would
I'm
like to
trying to
know.
see I'm trying to see if you're is this some kind of screener questions or is just general curiosity?
It's greener questions and general curiosity. It's because you're new here.
Okay.
I haven't seen your name before. So it's just like, okay, before we get in this conversation, where you're coming from and different things like
So
that.
you're
And
not
I
going
like
to
to
tell me
set,
the topic. So you
yeah,
don't tell me the topic and allow me to engage in the conversation until I pass your screening questions.
sure, you can see it that way. I
Sure.
don't necessarily
Okay.
see it that way, but I just
And
want
I'm
to
not
know.
allowed to ask you, am I allowed to ask you any questions or are you just drilling me?
It depends on the questions. We'll talk about it as we go. As far, I'll let you
All
know
right.
the
Can you
conversation
hurry up
about.
and finish your questions?
No, I can't. MC Nemesis. Hold on.
All right. What's your
Now,
next
why
question?
I'm asked? You haven't answered the first. Hold on though. Why I'm
Yes,
asking
I am
is
a
because.
content creator.
Okay, thank you for finally answering the first. I would like you to go ahead and hold on a minute while I talk, okay? And don't cut me off.
Sure, sure.
Thank you. So why I'm asking as far as it, like I said, I don't know where you come from, and I know there's different parts of YouTube. So I was gonna get in the title of what we're talking about today, Quakers and different things like that, while we're having this conversation. But I wanted to make sure, you're not coming from like a beef kind of thing, or you coming to debate. That's really the basis of what the questions are, to really get to know who you are and why you were hitting the link, if you were just trying to join the conversation or not. Does that make sense, MC Nemesis?
I'm hitting the link because you're hosting an open panel for the public.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So we're talking about the Quakers today. Do you know anything about them as far as coming into America in the 1700s?
Not really. I mean, no. What's the purpose of it? Like, what is just something that you're interested in history or? Is this some kind of black thing, like where you're going to say the black people created stuff, or what?
This isn't a kind of black thing. It's more of an American thing. And yeah, we're talking about American history. Our interests are American history. And you'll see that most people around here, they're really knowledgeable when it comes to American history. So you may not be ready to actually have a full-blown conversation with not knowing about the Quakers. I don't know if you want to go ahead and do a quick Google
Well,
search on the
no,
side.
I don't really know a lot about the topic. Probably going to have to talk about a different topic if we're going to have a productive conversation. And I'm not really interested about the topic either. But I am interested in American politics, something similar. Are you?
What about American politics interests you?
Are you a Republican or a Democrat? I'm a libertarian.
I'm neither. None of those things.
Non-affiliated? You're not anything? You're not Republican, Democrat, Green Party, Libertarian, anything?
She just
Yeah,
told
not
you she was American.
political.
So you're what? Apolitical? You're
No, not
apolitical.
more so no political parties aligned with the
That's
part of
what it means.
politics in
It
America.
means apolitical. So you're
Apolitical,
apolitical.
you're not really interested in politics at all. But go ahead and go from there, MC Nemesis.
We
You
don't
say
need to
you're
argue about semantics.
yeah, exactly. You
Yeah,
said you're
that
libertarian,
is a
right?
waste of time. It's a waste of time to argue about semantics.
So let's go into you
So
being a libertarian. Talk a little bit
yeah,
about that. What's your political
I'm a
party
libertarian
affiliation?
because I hate fascism and communism. I hate those two, and I hope that every fascist and communist die. That would make our world better. You agree?
You know, I hear people say that word often about many different people. Like someone will say it about Trump, then the next one person said that about Kamala Harris. So it
I don't
seems
give a
like
fuck who it is.
everyone
I
is.
don't care who's
Yeah,
in the
I was gonna
office.
say, what is your judge of when someone is fascist? How do you tell? Okay, this person is a fascist. This person is
Well,
a
basically,
communist.
you have a government overreach. You have people going out into the streets, kidnapping people without any due process, and just shipping them off anywhere. They've done this with American citizens as well. I mean, I'm glad the illegal immigrants are gone, but it is a fascist regimen for the ICE to do that. And also, Donald Trump is some sort of sexual offender. And on the other side, in the communists, they want to just give stuff out until the country runs dry and let us be taken over by a foreign entity. So I hate the communists, I hate the Democrats, and I hate the Republicans. And when I say I hate them, I mean I want them to die. I'm not saying I'm going to kill them or threatening. I'm just saying I wish they were dead. All of them. That way the libertarians could rise to power.
I don't know if that's gonna happen,
I
but
think
you
he
said
trying to
something
get you swear.
interesting that you tied
And
Trump, what he's doing
how would
as far as
libertarians help the
taking out the
American?
foreigners, yeah, and freeing up Americans for Americans. You call that fascism. I wouldn't call that fascism at all. I think you're confusing what a fascist is.
They're Nazis and I fucking hate them. And on the other side, they're fucking Marxist communists that don't believe in bathing or anything. I hate
Yeah,
them
but
both.
Trump wouldn't be considered that as far as sending back foreigners. We have an American society full of American people. And when you have millions of people that are coming in as far as to uproot our society the way it's always been ran, that has nothing to do with fascism. So let's talk about
We have
fascism.
been
Far right
overran.
authoritative, exactly. So we're
I know what
overran.
fascism. I know what fascism is. You don't need to. Oh, is this for the audience? Sorry.
Yeah, it's for us to have this conversation. I mean, we are going to get back into
I
the
know what it is. Like,
conversation.
are you doing this for the audience or to
It's
try
for
to
the
teach me? Because
audience,
I know what it is.
MC
So, are you
Nemesis.
trying to
It's
say that
for
I
the
don't know what it
audience,
is? Okay.
MC
But it's
Nemesis.
not for me.
It's
This is
for
not
the
for me.
audience,
This is for
so
the
we can have.
audience. This is not for me because I know what
Okay, MC Nemesis. I'm sorry I had to mute you, but you're not listening and you're trying to talk over me, then you can't hear what I'm saying. So this is for the audience.
Because I
You
don't
made
need
a
a lecture of
claim.
what
I'm not lecturing you. You need to listen because this is for the audience so we can have a conversation going back and forth because this is content. You brought up a topic, which we will go back to the original topic, but the topic that you brought up, I found it interesting that you're talking about Trump and ICE sending back foreigners and saying that that is fascism. So now we're talking about that premise of is that really fascism or not? Because you posed the argument for us to talk about. So, fascism is a far right authoritarian political ideology marked by extreme nationalism, a powerful dictator, suppression of the opposition, and a belief in national unity, strength, often militarism, and economic control, prioritizing the state or race above the individual. It rejects liberalism and democracy and promotes a strong centralized government that uses force and control and sometimes violence to achieve its goals. Now, when you're comparing that to Trump, who actually listened to us, actual Americans that live here, have always lived here, who are people have always lived here, and said, hey, you guys are trying to overrun us with foreigners. You're not letting us actually go and qualify for anything that would be normally going to us, like food stamps, SNAP, any kind of assistance. It's all going to these recent foreigners that just came into the country. We definitely were asking for someone to come in and
Hold on,
take
let's
all these
focus on
foreigners
one
out.
topic at a time. You're gish galloping. Okay, so one topic at
We are doing one topic at a time, MC Nemesis. You're just gonna have to
okay,
wait,
let's
and then
do immigration.
I'm gonna allow you to speak after
Which one,
I'm
Nick?
done. Okay. So I was just speaking. I'll allow you to speak once I'm done, but what you're not going to do is get any kind of things pushed off the panel or anything like that. You're going to listen to me complete what I'm saying, and then we can talk about it. We can go back and forth. We are on one topic, and the topic is what you brought up. You brought up that you found Trump and what ICE is doing to be a fascist attempt, but I'm telling you that the Republic of the United States asked for this. So that's not a fascist attempt. That's not someone coming in as an authoritarian telling us what we're going to do. That was the people saying, hey, we want the person that is going to uplift American society and American people and not override us with foreigners like Joe Biden had been doing. Okay. Okay, so I guess we're over this topic. Derek, did you want to say something before we switch back?
Josie, this is very entertaining having lunch. No, but okay. I don't even know what's fascism. What is all these different things that come up with as topics behind politics when politics' core origin is money. They never talk about the money. Like, think about all the money that's taken away from Americans. I mean, we're talking billions of dollars and different aids that we found out is fraud. These are people in politics making these policies. How come we never talk about that?
Come back, OTK. Exactly. That's why I mean it was clear that that was a pale skin. But yeah, it's like when you're coming in here and being like, "Oh, let's talk about politics. Are you interested in politics?" Like, yeah, sure. Come on. We know about politics too. What is it? But yeah, everybody wants to talk about fascism and communism. And what do they even what? Like I don't really understand that either. I don't understand when if someone brings up politics, why the first thing that comes up is fascism or communism. I don't get it, but maybe someone can explain it to me.
And what the fuck is a libertarian?
Isn't that Ron? I don't remember his name or something, but the Libertarian, I'm a little familiar with their political party. It's basically a breakaway from Republicans, but it's a little bit more liberal. but they're basically moderates. Okay, so let me go back.
They ain't never helped us.
Ooh, I just found something on the Quakers.
What's that on the screen? I'll put you on the big screen.
I ain't really just
Hey,
looked at it.
what?
Got to look up. I got some
Oh,
signers.
OTK, you're like robotic right now. Try again.
Hey,
Try to talk.
Joseph,
Mm-hmm.
what's the difference between a Quaker and an Amish?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to get into with you as far as when you're bringing that up, because we're kind of getting in the basics of who the Quakers are in the beginning. But I think the Amish, they're just a different kind of group. They're called the Mennonites or anything. And I think they're just another basic that just separated on a way of life or how to live, as far as I know. That they just don't believe in electricity, they don't believe in cars, etc., etc.
Oh,
But I don't know which group they are. We will definitely look into it, because I don't know if they're the Puritans, the Protestants. I don't know what group they really broke apart from. Because Joseph Smith, he would be like a Protestant breakaway or Puritan, one of those, and that's the Mormons. Okay, there you go. So, what is that? What is the source that you're showing, Savage?
Oh. This is a semi. Hold on, let me go back to that one I was looking at.
The Virginia Gazette. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Where was the one I was at? I think it's right here. Hold on, I'm
Bang,
tripping.
bang, balance.
Bang bang.
Bang bang. Hey, absolutely. How you doing today?
I took a picture
Game
of it.
time. Game time hashtag.
Which
I did want to get into this Quaker
November 5th.
issue also.
No
Yeah,
video.
let's do it. I mean, let's start with you. And when they say that George Fox came and separated from what the Church of England, is George Fox a real person? Absolutely.
Well, I would say we would have to start in America with this whole Quaker story if, let's say, George Fox really did start this whole Quaker thing and he just started preaching out of nowhere because he didn't like the way things were going. So they wanted to make up their own sect of a religion within a religion, like they're doing with all the other religions. So if this was said to have started in 1647, I think you read something earlier, and you were saying that they got to America in 1660s.
Yes, that's where they say, I think 1667 or so. But I'm trying to see, because I think they say George Fox got to America too.
Okay, so when did George Fox start this Quakerism? Because it had to be started, and they got here, say, 20 years later. So it really started in America, really. Because how many members do you have if you just started? Say, let's just see when it started. I don't have my computer now, but Savage, what you got on the screen there? That may be some greatness.
This is I'm just reading it, but it's from 1738, the Virginia Gazette, and I was just reading it, trying to see what it was talking about. But I see it's got signers.
So
I wanted
Dosey.
to get into as well, kind of what's on. So let's bring this back because you see how it's saying "My gracious King George," or does it say?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like these are supposed to be the people that are discriminated against by the king. Am I understanding that correctly? Absolutely. When we're saying the Puritans and the Protestants and all this other stuff, they're supposed to be the people that are being persecuted by the King of England at this time, right?
Right, right. Absolutely. So you would call them indentured servants if they're coming here. And why would they go to Barbados first when they first come to America?
But it don't look. I mean, hold on. We pay our taxes for support of government. We trans.
Right, because it
No
does
law.
say so. I don't know if they're alluding to George Fox being in Jamaica, but they say, but I did see something that like he was traveling, but he might have just been traveling out there. But it says that he is the founder of Quakerism, and they arrived in the American colonies in 1672, landing first in Maryland after visiting the West Indies, Barbados, and Jamaica to strengthen the growing Friends movement, preaching widely in places like Long Island, New Jersey, Rhode Island, Virginia, and the Carolinas, and establishing an organizational system for Quakers before returning to England in 1673.
Now, I'm gonna say the guy didn't exist because of the things he had to do on a ship in that amount of times. Seeing that the origin of the Quakers is only 1647. Now, that's a lot to plan out and do. We can plan one
Oh, and
party
it says
around.
actually 1652. Let me show you that. Okay.
Okay, yeah, if
So
you can
he's
pull that
on.
back up.
Right, which I don't know if it's like it's saying he started preaching, and having separate ideas in 1647, but it's saying like he started the Quaker movement, Religious Society of Friends in England around 1652. So yeah, so 20 years.
Well, less than 20 years now, because now if he's starting something in England and he's already got a backing, now you got to have funding to say you're going to sell to Barbados, first off, to spread this such religion. So who's sending Guy Fawkes out? And now, what I'm trying to also say at the end of this researching on this whole Quaker thing, it sounds like they're actually in Barbados to begin with, and these are some indentured servants that are being, I would say, what would you call voted to the new voted to Massachusetts from Barbados with some black captains as the sea captains is what it's sounding like to me, because when we go back to the origin of it, Taino and Arawak are supposed to be dark skinned, copper colored people, right? So that would be the people
Right.
within the Barbados region to me, is what I'm saying. So I'm starting to think that this whole church ideology is what we're calling Black European, came from like Barbados, the Greater and Lesser Antilles. These people had this Spanish type building already going on down there, and they had indentured servants before us as well. Now, where were they transporting their indentured servants to also? So this Quakerism could be a form of indentured servitude coming from the islands first, because they were also involved in witchery as well, correct? The islands without the indentured servants. They call it voodoo or
Well,
hoodoo.
yeah, the Arawak, but yeah, that's just how they came to view it, I would say. But yeah, the Arawak is, I guess, associated with what people would say is the witches and voodoo and hoodoo religion.
And wasn't a lady from Barbados also involved in this whole witch Salem trials, which is where these first
Yep.
Quakers are
She
said
was
to
an
be going?
Arawak girl you're talking about. Yeah, the Salem witch trials. What's her name? It starts with a T. Hold on.
And I always have a problem with the name George back in the day, because that would have been Jorge. I've spoken to some people who changed their name to George that come from South America, but their name is really Jorge in South America.
Because you say it's not a just sound at the time.
Right, not in Spanish, not in that language, not in that
Well,
tongue
these
that they
are
would have
wait.
been
When
speaking.
you say Spanish, are you saying that England would have been speaking Spanish or Old English?
Let's talk about it. Now this is where this Quaker conversation goes, because why are they in Barbados? Wouldn't that be a Spanish speaking town?
That's true. And to answer your other question, that's Tatuba. But when is their first agreement, English and Spanish? Let's look up that.
Well, England wasn't supposed to be under the Pope when they decided to split up the earth between so-called Spain and Portugal. So England and France said, "Fuck it, we don't gotta listen to y'all Pope. That's y'all Pope. We ain't even under the Pope." So that's when England so-called tried to invade some of Spain's territory in the New World, and France decided to come do the same thing. So that's how you got so-called French over here and so-called English over here, because they are later babies to join the Takeover America party. It's so funny. The whole story is funny. Yeah, but again, so the English didn't have an agreement with the Spanish, so to speak, but they were trying to get in where the Spanish were. But then they found the 13 colonies to get away from the so-called Spanish and start their own empire.
Mm,
That's why
I
they
just
came.
brought up the Wikipedia for now. We can always get into it if we need to try to read the full text, but this is just what Wikipedia says about it. So this would be in 1670, 2 years prior to the Quakers' arrival, as they say. Absolutely. So the Treaty of Madrid, also known as the Dolphin Treaty, was the treaty between England and Spain that was agreed in July 1670 for a settlement of all disputes in America. The treaty officially ended the war that begun in 1654 in the Caribbean, in which England had conquered Jamaica. We can go to that as well if you want to. The Treaty of 1670, the Treaty of Madrid, was highly favorable to England, and as its adverse possession in the Caribbean Sea and the rest of the Americas was confirmed and made legal by Spain. Before 1670, Spain had inclusively regarded the Americas as Spanish territory, with the exception of Brazil, which Portuguese, according to the 1494 Treaty of
Or the
Tordesillas,
Salas.
that had confirmed Christopher Columbus' claim of the World for Spain since October 12, 1494.
So that's a lot going on you see here. So it's like England had to break into America through Spanish, knowing how to get to America and things of that nature. So they're piggybacking off of what they say they found in the New World. All of it is all a play being written. That's why I'm saying this is all modern written stories I guess, to collaborate all these different nations coming from Europe to America. But again, everything is happening in the islands first before it makes it to mainland, and that's dealing with the
Right.
Spanish and Portuguese.
And yeah, this is this Anglo and Spanish war. This is going on in to your point, the Caribbean. But I guess like I want to know, should we read it first? Because I want to know like who you think the
Yes.
parties are, or if you think the war just never happened.
No, no.
So
Let's read it first because this get real interesting. So it's just now saying that the English, and then let's before you go that far, can we just look up how many Spanish fleets or how many Spanish Europeans came to America by 1676, so we can actually see their numbers at the same time and how many. Well, you can't even say that. Let's just read it. Never mind.
we can
Yeah.
ask some questions. I can bring up ChatGPT too to see what they can dig in the archives to find the numbers and stuff. So, okay, the Anglo-Spanish War had begun in late 1654 as England joined France in its conflict with Spain. In Europe, the conflict ended with the Treaty of Pyrenees between France and Spain, and King Charles II of England restoration in 1660, but a treaty between England and Spain was never signed. The conflict in the Caribbean began with the with the English failed attempt on Hispaniola, followed by successful invasion of Jamaica. The region thus remained in a state of war, and the privateer raids were launched on the Spanish main led by buccaneers, notably Christopher Mings and Henry Morgan, under the behest of Jamaican Governor Thomas Modiford. As far as Modiford was concerned, Jamaica would never be secure until Spain had acknowledged English possession of Jamaica and the Cayman Islands and in a treaty. In 1667, the Treaty of Madrid was signed between England and Spain. Although favorable to the former in terms of trade, there was no mention of American colonies or the Caribbean as rightful possessions. Attacks therefore continued, notably Morgan's brutal attack and sackings of Portobello and Lake Ma- Maracaibo over the next 2 years. In 1669, Mariana, the Queen of Regent of Spain, in response ordered attacks on English shipping in the Caribbean. Charles II ordered Modiford to issue official letters of marque against the Spanish. Modiford commissioned Morgan once more to raid the Spanish Main. Spain was politically, economically, and militarily weak after years of war and political infighting. Charles saw an opportunity he could not miss and felt the time was right to negotiate a treaty with Spain since England had a great advantage. The only way Spain could be at an advantage to recapture Jamaica or France and Holland to join in the potential war, which Charles was seeking to avoid. Negotiations began in the autumn of 1669 between Spanish Representative Gaspar de Bacamonte, Count of Perenaronda, and William Godolphin, envoy extraordinary from England. The original language of the treaty was in Latin, and the complete English title, A Treaty of Composing of Differences, Restraining the Depredations and Establishing Peace in America between the crowns of Great Britain and Spain, concluded at Madrid the 18th day of the eighth month, July, or 818 day of July in the year of our Lord 1670. Did you want to add anything or just keep going? Absolutely.
No. What do you think about what you've just read so far?
So, okay, like what you were saying, I find it interesting that this war is going in the Americas. This is all starting in the Americas. But when it says as far as for Spain that this Modiford guy was saying them to attack the Spanish Main. Like I want to know like who is that army? What is he sending in? Is he saying like, oh, he's the one that's like controlling the Jamaicans at the time? So let's see when it says you said how many Spanish were there as far as soldiers in 1676 7
Yeah,
or
or you
how
can just
many
say how
Spanish
many
people?
Spanish Europeans had made it to America by 1670. Let's just see how many Spanish people are on count right now for being in America at that time to have a war with somebody else coming in on the ship at the same time. I'm just trying to see the count.
Okay, they have estimates of 250,000 Spaniards. Hold on, let me ask. Let's go to ChatGPT and ask like how many ships have come or how many documented ships they have to come to America for the Spanish.
Yeah, because mind you, the Spanish just got there like they say 1492, but really with the 1500s when they really say they set up colonies. So from the 1500s to the 1670s, they've conquered a lot in just 100 years. So to be able to have somebody say they're coming in to take over just Jamaica, which is hidden behind the Greater Antilles Island, it don't make sense for the England to know where Jamaica is. Coming from England, which is higher up than Iberian Peninsula, which is where Spain would have sat. So, and the wind currents would have taken them right by Spain. So, how are you going right by Spain to get in a war with Spain in a whole on a whole nother landmass, pretty much?
Right.
So, and this goes back to the Quaker situation as well too, because I'm saying that it's spawning actually in the Americas. This whole Quaker situation, it's something that was actually just made up in America.
In the Americas, like different parts, or in the America, like mainland?
Like mainland America, when they took them up to Massachusetts, that's when the Quakerism really starts up there in Massachusetts. And this guy is actually coming from Barbados in the story, really, and really not coming from England down to Barbados. Again, this is how you get this witch Salem trials. This is also the whole King James story retold again as well too, because you know King James went through the same thing with the witch trials when he was trying to get from Scotland to England one time. He said he saw a ghost or some shit, and from that point on, some woman stopped him and said something. And he felt like it was bad luck. So from that point on, he was out to get all the witches. So that's where the Book of Demonology comes from, that King James also wrote, so to speak, or supposedly dealing with the witches.
Right. Yep. Because, yeah, I think that's like right after or in the same year as the King James version of the Bible, Demonology comes out, I believe right after. So,
It actually comes out before. That would have been his first
maybe,
book. And then he
okay,
links up with
Demonology is
Shakespeare.
first.
He then links up with Shakespeare after the Book of Demonology, and him and Shakespeare link up and do plays. Which leads
But,
to
you
the
know, they question
1603.
who Shakespeare even is. Should I take the other Derek down, Derek? Oh, there you go.
Yeah, yeah, it dropped me for some reason.
Um, they don't say that Shakespeare or the guy Shakespeare is the same name. So is it someone else that they're saying is documented for working between these two? Because you know they say Shakespeare is a different person. There's the Francis Bacon theory, and then there's other that it's a woman. There's different theories of who Shakespeare even was.
I can't give the specific name, but even if you go back to
Hermides, whatever the fuck his name is.
what was that, Savage?
I'm just talking shit.
Oh no, you're all good. But
Ladies.
if you go back to the 13 colonies, I think it was Virginia, I was reading an article that was stating that they were also doing stage plays as well in the Virginia colonies. Like the actual Indians, they say in the story, were putting on stage plays. So that sounds kind of crazy.
That could explain why Shakespeare's work is in the Library of Congress.
I mean, there's a lot behind this whole biblical and religion suit that we're putting on, especially when we were kids. If you didn't know, you put on that religious suit. But what I'm saying is this whole Quaker thing still goes back to a religion tied to Barbados. And what I'm saying also is that they're saying that this whole Catholic and this whole Pope thing came from Europe and Italy. It's actually down in Barbados. Portugal would have been actually what we're calling like the Spanish. I mean, well,
What does the
actually
Quaker look
Portugal,
like today,
whatever they made them to be up in Massachuthos.
They
That
was
would have
though?
niggas.
been.
No, I'm
Quakers
saying
was
like what?
niggas.
No,
They was niggas.
this is a question that got to be answered to
They was
tie people.
niggas.
Okay, hold on.
Melanated
So
brothers.
hold up. So if Quakers was niggas,
Yep.
they're Quakers in the East Coast today. Who are those people?
Darvish.
Well, where did the actual Quakers come from? They would have came from
Darvish.
England, right?
Darvish descends from Quakers. They was black, fat, and ugly. That's how they was described.
Chat BT, Chat GBT is giving me a whole lot of nothing, absolutely, with your question. So it says what you're asking is for a single documented total of Spain to America's ship voyages from the first landfall to 1667. Unfortunately, doesn't exist as one universally cited number in the way people expect because Spain's American traffic includes multiple legal categories, fleet convoys, navios de restricto, single license ships, Canary Islands traffic, which hey, milestone, you came perfect timing. No, you're like the Canary Islands exponer and intercolonial legs, etc. The most used quantitative compilations are published as year by year tables, not as one handline grand total you can quote without doing the sum. The closest thing is a documented total, not full span, is the Huguet and Piers Canoes multiple volume statistical work. Seville et Atlantic is classic reference built to the AGI registros de Ida documentation and tablets ship movements from 1504 to 1650. If you truly want the documented total, the cleanest route is the sum canoes annual totals from 1500 or 1504 to 1660, then add 1661 to 1667 from the same archival register series. One public facing summary says between 1540 to 1650, nearly 11,000 ships embarked the Carrera de Indias. Do you want to go with that? 11,000?
Yeah, we'll go with 11,000. Now, again, they're only in the islands at this time. So we only got 11,000, so to speak, Spanish people coming from Spain in America, and they've been here since 1492. And you put in the time frame of 1670, correct?
Right, 1667, right at that basis of the treaty between when they're fighting the English
Uh,
and Spain, and they said they got the treaty.
all
So
right.
11,000 ships. What is that? What is the most? Because they say they're different ships, but I mean, when we're looking at convoys, we're looking at schooners, basically, right?
Right, that's what we're looking at coming from Spain. So now this is the last question before we dive into this whole Quaker story that is in Barbados for some odd reason. How many people lived in Spain year 1670? Let's just put that. How many people lived in Spain 1670? I'm just trying to get a population count. Now we got 11,000 ships that came to America. Let's see how many people actually lived in Spain in 1670, or you can say 1492, really, because that's when they say they started kicking people out. So their population should be different from 1492. They should have lost a lot of people if they say they kicked people out 1492 and they started coming to America also. So their population should have double dwindled down, like trickled down instead of up.
Okay, it's
So
giving 7.5 to 8 right now, but definitely I'll ask about the 1492, saying they're using fiscal records, parish registrars, and respective demographic reconstructions by historians. 8 million commonly cited by historical demographers for the mid to late 17th century of Spain. Some reconstructions dip slightly lower than 7.5 because of plague waves, immigration to the Americas, and economic contraction and conceal still.
Yeah, so the Quakers are they would be tied in with the Sephardic Jew William
right,
Moore's story.
Right.
you see where I'm
Oops.
going with this.
But the Sephardic Jew, they go with Spain too, right?
Right.
So Spain population peaked earlier. It's saying around 1590. Absolutely, their population peaked at 8.5 to 9 million, then declined, stagnated through the 1600s. By 1700, Spain is still below its 1590 peak. So for 1670, historians generally agree Spain had fewer people than a century earlier, but was not depopulated.
Now, one last thing. How much of Spain's land is actually livable? Let's just ask that last question here. How much of Spain's land is actually livable? So you're saying they have a population of New York or less right now, because New York has 8 million people.
Right. Okay.
Just giving an outlook on how they're saying 8 million people conquered the world, because they were the first ones to actually venture out. So I'm just getting a trace on. They're going through wars now in Spain because they're kicking people out and fighting off Christians or fighting Muslims still at the same time. It's in Spain. I should have said inhabitable.
Habitable.
Maybe.
Okay. Yeah.
How much of
Let's do it
Spain's
then.
land
Spain's
is actually inhabitable?
So they're saying 90% of Spain is inhabitable. Not
Okay, so now ask how
not
much of
ideal,
Spain's.
but not
Okay, go ahead.
overwhelmingly inhabitable. They say, and 10% effectively. Let's see why it says the 10% are high mountain terrain, the Pyrenees, the Cantabrian Mountains in Sierra Nevada, and very arid or semi-arid areas. I don't know what arid means. I have to look that up. Parts of Almeria, the Tabernas area, and then wetlands and salt flats. The Donona marshes, mostly protected but not empty. Even many of these areas still have villages, seasonal habitation, and historic use. What counts as inhabitable are the plateaus, highlands, the coastal zones, the river valleys, and highlands. Excluded are extreme alpine zones, protected marshland cores, and very steep and erosion prone terrain. Spain is more inhabitable than Scandinavia, Scotland, and much of the Middle East.
Now, this is the next question. I'll stop with this. Now, how much of Spain is actually lived on? What percentage of the population lives in what areas? Because Spain is only they're only using like 10% of Spain's land, even though they say 90% of it is inhabitable. Only 10% of it is being used, especially with only 8 million people living in Spain during this time or during any time almost. Again, 8 million is only the size of New York City's population in today's time. That's one of our little cities.
New York got more people than 8 million.
Yeah, you're probably right. So we're talking about all of Spain only had 8 million. So we're trying to see why is this big ass place only got so little count of people, but they're conquering the whole world. Maybe it's not going to give us a direct answer on.
You can't really give a direct answer on a story. The only facts that they have with
Just
all this
trying to give an
story,
illustration, but sometimes you gotta be like, what in your words? But we can still look at the illustration. But it says basically the land actively lived on is 35 to 40%, and where 60 to 65% is sparsely populated or near empty.
All right, so that's why it's such a little count of people in Spain. So for these guys again to be conquering the world and kicking people out of their homeland, there's a lot to be doing for only 8 million people.
that's why you know it's a story.
All right. So pretty much everybody lives on the coastal
How
plains.
How big is Spain? Is Spain bigger
Yeah, that's
than
why
Texas?
I'm trying to see what color coordination they're trying to do. But yep, that's what it's saying. Yeah, the coast basically is where the highest
It's
concentration, where the one inland place, Madrid and Toledo. But other than that, inland is basically not being lived on.
hey Dozy, is Spain bigger than Texas?
I don't think so. Hold on. So it says yes, Texas is. I asked, is Texas bigger than Spain? And it says yes, Texas is significantly bigger than Spain inland area. The Texas covering about 268,597 square miles compared to Spain's roughly 195,379 miles, making Texas about 34% larger than Spain.
So if one state in the United States is bigger than this country, how could we possibly feel that these people ever conquered anything?
Well,
And
okay,
Like
so now we gotta
the
ask,
story just don't add up.
because it's England and Spain are having this fight in Barbados.
That don't even say that. Okay, Barbados is still in America.
Right. All this is taking place in America. If
So
that's what
how
they're saying.
y'all? That's what I'm saying. Like how y'all? You two having a fight on another nigga property about some shit about his property? Come on, man. But where the motherfucker at that's actually owning the property? He ain't in this fight. So ain't no
No, the
niggas on
person,
Barbados like, hey, homie, y'all both tripping.
no, the people that they had come back with was the people already from here. That's how they got to move around in there. You gotta understand, like even when you go to Belize right now, right? On one side of Belize, they don't mix with Portuguese. On the other side of Belize, they mix with Portuguese and they consider a mestizo. You understand what I'm saying? So it's our people left, came back, kicked off a war, and you know what I'm saying, and brung other people with them. That's just basically what it is. And that's what they're not trying to let you understand, or most people don't want to understand.
So if that's the case, that would be the whole situation all the way around, right?
Yeah, yeah,
So everybody that came to the Americas is actually descendants of motherfuckers who actually descend from here.
yeah, yeah.
Okay,
In
so if
in a
everybody
whole,
that came here in the 1500s descended from people from here, how old is here? And who are the motherfucking people from here?
well, I ran across something that I put in the back for Dosey, you know what I'm saying, to get down on. We've been calling ourselves all these other things, but we was really actually everybody referred to us as the copper colored people. And when you type in the copper colored people, it describes who the copper colored people is with no cut, no chase to it. Except for they use a little couple of new age words like black. You know what I'm saying? That's about as far as it goes, but it's all cut and dry about who the copper colored people is. And can't nobody dispute it or go against it.
Right, and thank you. I got that pulled up too to see to for us to see it that, but I wanted to, go through the same levels of questioning for England because we're talking about the Anglo Spanish wars at this time taking place in Jamaica, Barbados region. And so they said 11,000 ships between
yeah,
the.
11,000 ships in between 1492 and 1670, I think you said.
We do an average 100 people a ship.
Yeah, about 100 people a ship. Because even with Christopher Columbus, 3 ships coming over here, that only averaged 144.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. And there's a lot of ships where it's like 20 people on board. So it says for
Right.
England, they're doing the 1585 Roanoke to 1667. So they have estimated total of English ships being 1,100 to 1,300. And they say England was able to basically break down the Spanish by 1667.
Right. You see where I'm going with this. So these numbers don't even add up. Now, how many people actually lived in England at the time of that departure? Because they said England had one of the greatest navies at that time, too. Now, where would have England wasn't building ships at that time, so they had to purchase it from the Portuguese. So this is where the Portuguese come in the picture. They were the only ones selling Cadillacs, so England ain't got no Cadillacs, so they got to buy it from somebody to become part of this whole navy to be able to sell the seeds.
And you right about that, because like I said, we if you really actually pay attention to history, we was the ones that was the crafters of a lot of things. Our people went to Cape Verde, and they was like I said, they mixed in, like some mixed in with the Portuguese and some didn't. Like you can tell the difference of the ones who didn't and the ones who didn't, because their phenotype and the features of their faces still have American features to them. You know what I'm saying? It don't have no type of a African feature where people try to say we look like an African, but you can tell the American feature. That's just like you can go to like Belize or Mexico or Grenada or even the
Honduras.
Bermuda Triangle. Yeah,
Where my guy
you can
from,
go
the
all the
Knickers?
places. Yeah, and you gonna see our face within their faces, because we are all a group of the same people. You
That's
understand
where
what
I'm
I'm
saying
saying?
these
So
black
it's
preachers came from, these Barbados Islands and things of that nature. They were down there preaching to those indentured servants first. And that's why they're saying they're coming up from Barbados first.
yeah, yeah, because it's undisputable how we all can look alike. Like you can go stand directly next to somebody from Belize or Jamaica or Haiti. You know what I'm saying? And they would directly look like you. You understand
That's
what
the
I'm
story
saying?
of the
Like,
Bible, right? Ain't that's the Bible story where somebody blends in with the other people because they look alike? Who was
no,
that in the
that would
Bible?
be that would be the African. That'll be the African.
Joseph. Didn't
That
Joseph
would,
or Jacob, one of the younger sons out of 12, blended in with somebody because the other brother sold him, but he was able to blend in with the Egyptians, remember? Or some story in the Bible?
yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
That's the same thing that
yeah, because he was
these islanders were doing to the mainlanders. They were able to blend in with us. They look like us. They look more like us
exactly
than the African because we are the same people. Our dialects are different. So the only thing that'll let us know that that's a black Spanish person is when he starts to talk.
right, right. Because I got a homeboy that's from Dominican Republic, right? And I never knew the whole time, like he was Dominican, until like one time me and him was around some of his homeboys, and they start speaking that language, you know what I'm saying? And it threw me off. Cause he just talked like a regular American and looked like a regular American. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it had threw me way off when he started speaking that language. I was
And
cracking up and everything, you know what I'm saying?
I went down to DR and spent like 2 weeks down there, and I did the tour and didn't even know that the tour was going to be held by some Taino Indians that look just like you and I, all the black people in America. And they were
Yeah,
adamant about saying that they are not from Africa. We've been here in America. We're not from Africa. And they were black people putting on this tour throughout their land. I mean, I heard it first from their mouth. There ain't no Christopher Columbus. They don't even got that story in their nature. They were telling me about their land. They took us on four-wheeler rides. We jumped in the cave below ground, fresh water. It had its own fresh water, blue, crystal blue. But this was their land on the Dominican
Yeah,
Republic. I mean, so yeah, man, I gotta say, man, from their mouth, they're saying they're not African down there. So the whole Christopher Columbus story has to be revisited anyway. But this is a great way to segue to it by going through the Quakers first.
yep,
It's a story that ain't true. Period.
yeah.
Right.
You got to look at it. It's people that's in it. It's other people that's interacting with us, trying to describe us and figure us out. That's what the whole story is about. They're trying to figure out how did these people over here been here, but they look like the people from the other side of the world. That's what the whole everything is about. How all the confusion of all of us supposed to be the same people is.
All right, now I see on the screen that you have the population of England. So you have 8 million people and 5 million people fighting in a land that ain't theirs. So you got 11,000 ships that the Spanish somehow came across to be able to build. But if you go back and try to find any of those ships, they're all going to say they're replicas and none of these ships have ever been seen before. They'll tell you that they have more information on ships that are like from the BC times than ships that are like just within this Atlantic slave trade. So that's very weird and astonishing also. But here you got 5 million people in England. So they would have had to leave from what dock to actually make it? They would have left from what dock in London?
I think mainly they always say Bristol,
Yeah, Bristol.
and I forgot the other one right now on the top of my head. But yeah, there's one more that they always say, but Bristol is like one of the top ones that they always say that they're leaving from.
All right, so now we can dive back into the war. So we got a population count of what's going on their islands. Now, when we were looking into Spain, they did mention all these plagues that were going on. And as we keep looking into this whole Barbados situation, they're going to tell you that we weren't the ones dying. It was actually them dying once they got here from the mosquito bites and things of that nature down in the Caribbeans. Because that's where they went to first. They went to the Caribbeans.
Fact.
So yeah, let's go to this war that Jamaica got bought out for. I mean, this is pretty interesting just to find out how they say they came here.
Also, we got a Bristol, Tennessee, and a Bristol, Virginia.
Right. So this is where I'm saying London was as well too. So we're trying to find out also where is London, because London is calling a lot of shots when it comes to the 13 colonies.
London would be New England. That'll be the Pequot Indians and the not Shoshone. It's something else that start with an S.
The Sioux,
That's
the Seneca,
huh?
the Seneca, or either the Sioux.
Seneca.
Now that's back up toward the Massachusetts way. I think that was the no, that had to be the King Philip's War was because of this whole so-called Quaker shit that had started also. So yeah, this goes into all of the actual real history that shows that they never went and got any Africans because they were being brought over here as indentures. So what was being moved around when they say on these boats, these are just the white people that were already being bought here as indentures. And not to mention that the Mayans or the Aztecs were going to Acapulco, the Manila Galleon trade is what I want to say. So that's another way of showing that there was another immigrant being brought here as well too, which would have been the Asian. So eventually, the Asian would have met the other white person also, which would have been they would have looked Asian too. The white people had some type of Asian look as well too, because Savage actually pulled up a book showing that the people from Iberia Peninsula, the indentures, they also looked Asian as well too.
Yeah, That's who make the New Mexican. The New Mexican is mixed with Filipino and Chinese. You know, that's why they also got a little bit of Arabic in them too. That's why you can put an Arabic, a Filipino, and a Chinese next to a Mexican, and they all look the same. The same thing with them Native Americans. They all look the same because they all have that Asian blood in them. Because majority of the Filipinos was coming over here at the time, like in the 1500s, during the Opium Wars. You know, like they was trading. America was trading the gunpowder with the Asians, and they was bringing the Opium Wars. Like if you look at them old cowboy movies and like certain movies, they always had them opium houses. Like the Asians always had the opium houses. What's that movie? Doc Holliday. When Doc Holliday went up in that little house and they was up in there smoking the opium, that's what they was bringing. That's what they was bringing over here to America
Nah,
during that time.
I think we was supplying them with opium, and I got
No,
records.
it came from over there.
No,
Opium came from up over there.
I got the record say we had the best dope in the world, and we supplied the world. And this was still in the 1800s, still to the 1800s.
Okay.
All right, so let's read what's on the screen here real quick.
That's actually what I was in the damn archives doing at first.
And then we're gonna get back to that opium because this all leads to all of that too. But I agree with Savage on the opium. That's some Tennessee stuff right there. And it could have been the whole Mississippian thing, really.
Yeah.
All right, so it says here the Anglo-Spanish War, 1585 through 1604. Damn, that's a long time to be in a war. That is a very long time to be in a war. That don't even sound like a war. Okay, let me keep going. It says the Anglo-Spanish War, 1585-1604, was an intermittent conflict between Habsburg, Spain, and the Kingdom of England that was never formally declared. It began with England's military expedition in 1585 to what was then the Spanish Netherlands, under the command of Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, in support of the Dutch rebellion against Spanish Habsburg rule. Can we just break that down first? That's a lot right there. So they be putting all this stuff together that didn't really make sense. Anybody want to give a breakdown on that first one? Because I'm sure this is going to lead us to some Quaker shit eventually.
Can you look up the Habsburg families that are in the Habsburg rule?
All right. Now, so I have looked that up also because this is supposed to be also, I'm clicking on Habsburg, Spain really quick here as well, too. So it says Habsburg, Spain refers to Spain and the Hispanic monarchy. Okay, so you know who the Hispanic monarchy is supposed to be, right? The Spanish Empire.
Right.
So Habsburg, Spain would have been New Spain, which would have been Mexico. So again, that's dealing with the islands as well too. When we go to the Hispanic monarchy, nobody's called Hispanic in Spain. I don't think. Are they labeled as Hispanics over there in Spain?
I thought so.
Right. I thought that was Latin America.
In Spain itself, I'm talking about the Iberian Peninsula. Are they labeled as Hispanics as well over there? Are they? What are they labeled as?
Of Spanish descent.
All right, we'll leave that there. So Habsburg is supposed to be refers to Spain and the Hispanic monarchy, also known as the Catholic monarchy. So the Hispanic monarchy is dealing with the Catholic Church. So Hispanic monarchy means the same thing as Catholic monarchy, which means the same thing as Spain, which means the same thing as Habsburg Spain. So all those things actually mean the same thing.
So that means they're the same people.
Right. So I'm gonna keep going here. It says in the period from 1516 to the 1700s, when it was ruled by kings from the House of Habsburg. So let's find out who the kings are from the House of Habsburg really quick here, just to see who's ruling shit on this Iberian Peninsula. Let's see here, because some of
The
the
idea
names.
of the House of Habsburg is not just Spain.
So it's not just
No,
Spain, the House of Habsburg.
No.
no, no, it's not. That's what I'm saying. They're all the same people.
Yes,
But
it
it's
is. We
different
doing
groups.
generic overviews until we can get into the different things because we're trying to now figure out who are the Quakers. I think that's a good question. Who are they actually as a people? So let's figure it
Well,
out.
but Dosey, you still ain't told me who the Quaker. What does a Quaker look like today?
How can we know if we don't know
A
who they were?
nigga, a nigga.
You hold on. So you saying niggas is Quakers?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I'm looking at you and me, can we consider ourselves Quakers?
Depending on where your bloodline come from.
Okay, so now in order to be a Quaker, that means you have to be some type of person from somewhere else who came here. Is that what you're saying? No matter what color
Huh?
you are you
What you
saying
say?
that a Quaker is a foreigner from somewhere else, no matter what color you are?
Yeah. Well,
Okay, so
That's a good
well, hold
question.
on. I can't say that. I can't say
30512.
that. I can't say that. I can't say that. But originally, they was a society set up by some trader Indians and some foreign niggas. That's what I would say.
Yeah. So 305 War Chief says, is it a bloodline or is it conversion? Is it just converts and not just a particular bloodline? What y'all?
No, because
A
Dosey,
little
to
bit of
me,
both.
all right, to me, you remember when Travis was talking about Yangeezis? How the Yankee became to be, how the
Yeah.
Yankee ain't nothing but a
Mhm.
real Indian that's
Oh yeah,
just been
Yankees. Yeah,
hostage, taken to
yeah.
England, educated, and brought back. So now that he's coming back to America saying that, all right, y'all need to do shit this way. And the motherfuckers who never left is looking at him like, oh, this all sellout ass nigga. So is that a Quaker?
Could be.
Because
Yeah.
to me, that's the only way a Quaker can be.
That's that's
Right. I
that's
think the Quakers would definitely be considered Yankees, right?
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So now we know what it, okay, this is what we've been told. We've been told the Yankee is a white man who was patriotic and the founder and foundation of this country. But we never was told that a Yankee is actually an American Indian who was hostage, taken to a foreign land, educated, then brought back here amongst the colonies
Hold on,
and
hold on,
told
hold
the
on,
people
hold on,
who
hold on.
never left
Hold on, that's an
what?
Right.
oxymoron. How you gonna be a
Why?
hostage? How you gonna be a hostage and go get educated?
No. You got to understand something. What makes this understandable is because you're a hostage, you are a person of value. You come from a lineage that has something. So somebody killed your people, took you as a child, brought you
Oh
over
hell
here.
no, hell no, hell no. That don't make sense.
Really,
That
it
don't
don't
make
make
sense,
sense.
bro. I don't know.
Why?
Hell no. We look at it
Why?
today. No,
No,
them
no.
niggas.
Well,
We
think
Hold
have
on,
about
hold
it
on.
this way.
hold
Hold on.
up,
Can I?
hold on.
Let me make it make
Okay.
sense.
Yeah. Well,
Make it
let's
make
have it
sense.
though. I'm gonna let you go, Derek, and then I want to say
Go ahead.
something in response.
Okay. All right. So what I want to say is, if we look at today, and view today as an American, leaving, going to another country to study, and coming back, that's the same thing. No, these people left from a royal family that had money, and they was explorers. The people off the coast of the islands was your pirates, was your Vikings, was your first explorers. So yes, these people went and explore other lands and set up colonies and law and order, and they came back with their ideology. And yes, you had some niggas like, nah, this ain't how it is and how it was. And you had some niggas like, nah, we don't care. This the new way. It worked over there. It's gonna work over here. But I don't think that was hostile. It don't make sense for somebody to kidnap somebody and then teach for him, and then he come back after he gets out. That don't sound like a hostage. It sounds like a scholarship. And I land on that.
Okay, Derek, what were you gonna say?
A hostage as a child, 3 to 7 years old. The only thing that he has is his bloodline and his inheritance to his bloodline here on this land. Now, if you take that child and educate him on something different somewhere else, and he comes back here as a 21-year-old man, he has a different ideology, a different thought pattern than the people that never left. Now, he's a great salesman for some kind of outside entity to get into an entity that's never been touched here before. But now he has a royal bloodline to these people. So these people are actually going to actually kind of give it a thought, like what he's talking about, because he still has a royal bloodline. But now a motherfucker can only be tricked for so many times. So after a while, these people that never left is like, okay, the people that leave and come back and talk like this, these is Yankees. These niggas look like us, but these are sellout thought patterns. Now, I could equate these to people today. Nigga, you can look at Jesse Jackson and nigga go, you was a sellout nigga. And only niggas can look Jesse Jackson in his eye and go, you's a sellout ass nigga to his face. Because you know what he did. You know you come from us, but you still roll with this bullshit to get us in the place we in today.
Okay, what I just wanted to add to this. Oh, sorry, Milestone. Go ahead, Milestone. I'll go after.
Oh no, you go ahead. I was just trying to be funny in your way.
No, you could do comic relief. Just jump in.
I was just about to say it's the same thing as these pan boys that come around and try to say what we is and what we ain't. You understand what I'm saying? You can look at it like that.
Yeah, I do. I do compare them. I think they are very Quaker-ish. But what I wanted to say is don't think of it as hostages. Let's use another word. Let's use the word orphans. And because we're talking about kids. Now we're talking about it in time, which this is why absolutely and me started going down this path, because they're saying these different foreign groups are all fighting on American soil. We're gonna put a pin in that for now. That foreigner groups are coming over here to fight. And let's just talk about war in general. If you have wars that are going on, wouldn't it be that children's parents are getting killed? Some, but more than before. So you would have an opening where you gotta take children somewhere. They gotta go get taught something, help, or even if they if their parents died on the watch, aren't they a ward of the state at that point where the state, or when I say state, the government, I just mean not just like a US state, but I mean like a ward of the government, that the government is entitled to work with them because their parents died fighting for that said government.
Correct. I get what you're saying. Or a nation or a
So
tribe.
it's like these people could be taken amongst for schooling and all this other stuff, and they're not even seen as hostages, right? They're seen as
No,
words of the government.
no,
Correct.
because at this point, none of these people have any access to this land.
What do you mean they
You got to
already
think
on the
about this.
land? The
There is
war is
no
fought. The war, if the war is,
outside organization. Listen, there is
that don't
no
make sense.
outside government. Okay, everybody here that's supposed to be at war, are they established here?
Yes. How else would you
How
be
are they
having war?
established?
How else would
How
you be
are
helping
they
fight a war
established?
here?
Okay,
Well,
tell me
that's what
how
we're
they are
talking about,
established.
Derek, that there has to be indigenous people that are fighting in these wars. They're saying it's Spanish versus England. They're saying it's this versus that. It's French versus this. But this all has to be some kind of internal fighting, even if foreigners are fighting on the side of the indigenous, right?
The only way an indigenous person would have a reason to fight in these wars is if you have to have something that they have. Think about okay, none of these people, the French, the Spaniards, none of these people have nothing that these people would want because they have everything.
What the hell? So you
Well,
saying
okay,
some foreigners came up here and started a war on our land against each other, and it didn't have nothing to do with us, and we just was just sitting there
are
and
you
letting
okay?
them
No,
fight and take over
you
land?
believe, hold on. First of
No,
all,
you
this is all a
believe,
story. No, this is all a story
made up in your head.
because you can't tell me that a people that are already organized and have a legitimate civilization from north to south are going to have
I ain't
a
fighting.
war with some people on their own land who are not established
What the fuck are
unless
you
these
reading
people.
then? What are you
What do
reading?
you
Do you not know about the
what
Indian
do you mean?
Wars? We had the longest. The Indian Wars is the longest war, continuous war for over 400 years.
Okay,
What are you talking about?
so now you telling me we have
The
an
North and the
Indian war
South,
for
the
three to
East
four.
and the West.
Listen,
These fighting's been going
listen.
on for thousands of years. What are you talking about?
Okay, okay. Now, if it's a war, as you call it, how come these people still today can't make you leave legally?
Yeah,
Gonna see Monday at 7 o'clock. I can't wait.
You have the ultimate authority here on this land, but you're telling me at some point in time a person came to fight for that, and they did not win.
what foreigner came over here and got permission to fight a war on? If we're so in order and indigenous as you say, and in peace and holiness, why in the fuck will we let some foreigners come over and have they battle on our land and we not a part of it? We just, what are we, the
I'm telling
mediators, we the
you
judge?
that no, that's a story. It never happened.
So you saying we never fought against each other?
Wait, so who
Who we?
taking hostages, Derek? Break down. Hold on, Savage. You'll come in right after. Derek, break down who is this that even is taking hostages to you?
The English.
The English, which they came in at what time?
What, late 1500s, early
Late
1600s,
1500s. Okay. And
and
these
that started off as a small process of changing people from to a Christian religion through baptism. That's how they
how,
got
if
people on the
they're
book.
just a small group or whatever, how are they even kidnapping people? If they have no, because you're saying they have no indigenous people working on their side, they're just coming in as a small group. How do they even have the means to kidnap the people and convert them?
It's not a hostage is on paper. Hostage is
Explain that.
literally changing. Okay, when you're baptized, there's a church record, and you become church property on record. You may not live like that, but on record, you are that.
Okay, so you're saying as soon as the baptism, as soon as there's a birth certificate, those people on the birth certificate, on the baptismal records are
A
hostages.
baptismal record, yes, it's a baptismal record because you done went from this religion to this religion. The history of our people is baptism and Christianity on this land today. That was our first source of transition or transformation.
So are you saying as far as when we look at 1665 and we're in Barbados
The
and
business
Jamaica,
was
the
the
war that
business was
happened is
transformation.
between, but you're saying the war that happened on that Caribbean soil is between England and the Spanish, not any indigenous people.
I don't believe any of that shit is for real because ain't no
Okay,
way
you said the
how
war that didn't
these
happen.
people. Okay, I can say that you can say that history was written as a story for us all to learn. But now, can it happen? Physically, it can't happen. You saying these 11,000 ships came from somewhere to somewhere else, and these other motherfuckers came from somewhere else, then rolled down from here, rolled down the heat. No, it don't happen like that today, and we're way more modernized.
So you're saying the English got here and they pretty much stayed here once they got here.
The English have, yes, built it up through business. Because the one thing you never tell me about is like, well, how much business is actually going on in America in the 1500s? Like what's going on? Like what kind of business? We know that these people coming here in boats, but now ain't nobody telling me what's leaving here in boats.
Now
What
the
are you
funny
Because later
story,
on in the 1800s, they tell you that the South fed the world. So you telling me they wasn't feeding the world in the 1600s?
But that's
You
where
just
it's
don't
hard.
grow that type of business over.
If you're saying they're feeding the world, they're all powerful, all this other stuff. Even if you say hostages is a paperwork play, get it's very hard. You guys saying the person in the non-powerful position can even do a paperwork play. They can't. Like let's try it. Let's start filing paperwork on white people today. It won't matter. Like our paperwork won't exceed the powerful positions paperwork. So that's where it's confusing. This whole line of being like, yeah, foreigners did come, but they held no power and they weren't able to do anything. Like it just
No,
doesn't
no,
make.
it's business. You can grow a business from selling one apple to selling apples nationwide. It just takes time.
You got to get the proper permissions and all this other stuff to build business. And
Okay.
then you're telling me if someone took my children hostage, you would never get those proper permissions ever if there's no war. You're telling me there's not a war. We're not going to war with these people. We're not fighting back. But I'm the all powerful position. So why would I continue to play games with the least powerful position? I'd be like, no, go back where you came
Okay.
from. So
First
that's
of
what we're trying
all,
to make sense here of like.
but this is what I'm saying. Like you're not looking at it as business. First of all, you got to grow your business and comply with what's going on in the industry that you're fucking with until you get to a point where you can make some moves. Now, when you get to a move point where you can make some moves and you make the right necessary moves and keep growing, now you can implement who needs to be in this industry and don't.
Right, but you're putting the American in that power
The
position that they
American is the
decide.
industry. They're all okay. Think about what's happening here in this
They're
country
also the
today.
people in charge,
Industry
right? Derek, hold on.
industries
They're
are
also the
regulated.
people, but they're also the regulators at this time. They're all if they're the industry,
Okay,
they're the regulators, they're the people in charge, they're the people that you have to get in touch with to start a business, etc., right?
okay. What's your point?
Okay, so
Because I'm just
if
trying to
that is
figure it
the
out.
case, if that is the case, then how I see it is a foreigner coming in, like the English one, from what you're saying, would have to be on their best behavior because if not, they would easily be cut out of the business. Like we're not doing business anymore with you, and then they're lost and destitute. It's us that are running and regulating the business, so you got to do whatever we say.
Right. And that's exactly what happened.
But no, that's not if you're saying that people are taken hostages by the lesser group.
Hold on. The hostage situation is of royal people for the first couple hundred years that led to another group of royal people done by hundreds of people in a couple of years. Then later on,
The
those same
royal.
royal people were done by the thousands
Let's start
and
off
then
with the
the
first
millions.
royal group so we can understand. When you say the very first royal group, this is England taking the American royals. This is England taking other England royals. This is American taking England royals.
Yes. Foreigners taking America.
That wasn't a yes or no question. I'm like, oh, foreigners. England taking American royalties. That's where
Yeah.
the first wave is.
Who are the 13 colonies? Are they different? Are they different kinds of English people? Or are they
No, that's what
different
we're trying to
religions
decide here. I'm
of
thinking
English people?
absolutely saying it's the Iroquois. Other people are saying it might have been some Caribbean people. That's what we're talking about here. That's what we're trying to figure out. Who is the colonies? So, but what I'm asking you that still says, that they're English and they're foreigners, but it seemed like you're trying to put them on a lesser status than, the Americans. I'm trying to understand how the English that are lesser even have access to the royals. But you're saying English royalty took American royalty. Are they related?
Yes. Yes. England, and think about, okay, what's crazy is if you think about this, what if the world started here and spread out? What if everything came from here that was good and great and spread out throughout the world? Because then they say all men come from Africa. What if all men came from America? What if
Whoa,
all
whoa.
knowledge came from here and spread out throughout the world? Why can't man start in America and take his knowledge throughout the world?
Oh, that's not what we're questioning. We're questioning how you're saying these English
Okay, so
non-powerful
now if
people
you think,
are coming and
I'm saying
taking the
if
American
you
royal
use,
kids. Hold on, Derek, because you hold on, listen,
go ahead.
because you're not
Hmm.
answering the question. You're
Yes.
supposed to be answering how the English lesser, even if they're royals, came in to
Hmm.
take American royalty that is more powerful as hostages. How did that come into play?
Because the English people who came here are descendants of these people who are here. So that's the only way they would even know who would be good to hostage.
What? What? Wait, hold on. I gotta wrap this around my head.
Or
Okay,
okay,
I
now if
understand.
All right, hold on. If I explain this shit the way y'all want me to learn it, okay, English people came here, foreigners, I don't give a fuck what color. Now, these people come here. Now, the people who are here, they don't know these people, and these people that are here don't know these people. But now, somehow, some way, the people from another place get a piece of land from the people who live here on business. And the business that these people get the land from is actually from a king on the other side of the pond who never actually came here. Am I correct? Is that's what history taught us?
Yes, basically, that's what history says.
Okay. So now, if the king from over there can do business with some people over here without even coming here, how in the fuck did the relationship between you two happen? So if a king is over there, shouldn't there be a king over here?
Wait, when did
Or is he
the
just doing, or is
this
he
is
just doing
way
business?
well
But
after Queen Anne, right? Queen Anne is going to be in the 1500s, right?
I'm saying this is the story in general.
Yeah,
A
but
king from
kind
over
of
there.
okay. Well, it's the 1700s or whatever. So Queen Anne, because I was like, because you have the Indian people visiting Europe, but that's after. So okay.
If the this dude called
Oh, you just became
now
underwater.
they
Can you hear him what he's saying, or is it just me?
uh,
Can
no, I'm
anybody
saying
hear?
Dosey.
Okay,
If
there
the
you go.
king is over there in England, can you hear me? I'm saying the king is over there in England. This royal person. This person is rich as fuck. He's living in them big ass old castles that they show us. Now he did a business deal with somebody over here on this side of the pond to get a piece of land that they call a colony. Okay, now I would like to know is this dude in the teepee, how does this dude in the teepee know this king over here? Because this is the picture you're
Well,
giving me. The
that's
people
not
over
what
here
we're
is them
doing. We're
teepees.
not combating, well, respectfully, Derek. We're not, no one's coming here saying it's Native American. So you're just deflecting
No,
by
no,
going
no,
all the
no.
way
I'm
back.
not deflecting.
Hold on.
I'm
Yes,
giving
yes, hold on, Derek. Let me talk. Let me talk. It's deflecting to go all the way back to teepees when we started at the Anglo-Spanish Wars that you're saying is fake. Expand on that. That part. Don't go all the way back to people in teepees that we know don't exist. We all know they don't exist on the panel. But what we're trying to figure out is who are the Quakers. So let's not get too far off of that because this conversation is still about who are the Quakers.
the Quaker are the foreigners who came here from the gate from the people that were already here. The people that were here are American Indians. So no one believes that the American Indian could actually be taken away from here and brought somewhere else, taught something different, and then brought back to teach their people amongst them. That story can't happen.
No, so you're saying they taught them, wait, they're teaching them the foreigner way of life or they're teaching them the domestic way of life?
No, the foreigners' way of life.
Okay. All right. So I believe the Quakers, and we'll see some remnants of the Quakers in the beginning taking people hostage physically, not just paperwork. But that's why I do believe that we see a long line of this. But going back originally, I don't know to say that those wars are not happening because to me, those wars are what is allowing this to happen because wars between
Mm-mm.
people what's making the society weak. Everyone knows this in a war because you have to be funding the war. People gotta be there to war with other people. So you're gonna get decrease of population, decrease of economy. Everything is gonna be weakened at the time of war.
Okay, so when was it? Okay, so you still haven't told me what and how is the American Indian living in the 1500s in the United States of America? before it was the United States of America?
It's their
What did
nation.
that look like? What was the landscape? No, I'm talking about what was the landscape? What did it look like? Because they told us what Europe looked like in the 1500s, and they show us these buildings. Okay, so did
What best
America
we
look the
know is
same
that
as
there's
Europe?
multiple different kingdoms, different that span
Okay,
between different states, regions, and territories. And those
okay. What
kingdoms
do
don't
these
necessarily.
kingdoms look like?
What do you mean? What do they look like?
Like, what do they
Expand.
look like?
No,
Like, how
expand on
are they?
what
Is that
portion of them do you want to? Do you want to know what the
okay?
politics look like? Do you want to know what the economy
No,
looks like? Do you want to know
no,
what
no,
the
no. I
people
want to
look
know
like?
the landscape. See, because I can show you what they show
The
us in
landscape is
Europe.
different depending on, are
Hold
they in
on.
marshlands? Are they in mountainous regions? Are they,
No,
that's the
okay,
landscape. So I'm
so
saying be specific on what
is
part do
the
you want us
Vatican?
to look at?
Okay,
Like,
let's be specific. The Vatican in the 1500s, is the Vatican the same as it is today?
I would say no.
No, you wouldn't say none of that you see as the Vatican that's built today was around in the
I didn't say
1500s.
none of it. You just said, would it be the same as today? I would say
I'm
no.
saying the
You asked the
historical
question.
buildings that they show as the Vatican.
Yes, some of the historical buildings I think were established in the 1500s. I don't know about all of them. And then I would say it still has been expanded to this day.
Okay, so the dome building that's the centerpiece of the Vatican. You would say that was around in the 1500s.
Right. Yes, yes. I would say that
Okay,
was in the
let's
1500s.
leave it right there. So now that landscape, if you can visualize being there in the 1500s, okay, can you visualize any of that type of structure here in the United States of America in the 1500s?
Yes, we know that there was structure way before the 1500s in America and in the
No, no, I mean those, I'm saying those dome buildings that dome building that is the centerpiece
oh,
of the
like those,
Vatican.
not the White House, but kind of like the other buildings that are surrounding the White House, the dome kind of structure, Coliseum like places. Right, Derek? That's what you're talking about?
That structure, yes.
Yeah, that structure
Like
is
all the
going to
Capitol
be,
buildings,
those
all the Capitol
structures are going
buildings
to
in the
be
United
here.
States
We
are the
don't know
same dome
what
pattern.
exact time, but yeah, those places are going to be here before 1776. Yes.
Okay, so now what I'm asking you is if that same architecture can be found here at the same time that it's over there, what does these kingdoms look like here? How vast and how modern and how up to date are these places here? Because 1500 is long before the United States was ever even created.
Yeah,
So
I
that
don't
would
think
mean
any of us
That the
currently.
United States was is an overlay of what America is. Because America
Mm,
was already a place, because all of these domes were in these places long before America, I mean the United States was established as states. The states are surrounding the dome
building
buildings.
though
The
doesn't
buildings aren't
mean
built throughout
that
the state.
the building alone doesn't mean that it's a completely just a over structure is the same. For instance, there could be a lodge, a Masonic lodge that is in a historic place that may even be for Masons, but they repurpose what even masonry was and how they utilize that place. So even if the place was there before the 1776 mark, it doesn't mean that once they start utilizing it after 1776, they just had the same practices and renamed them. You can have totally different practices. So, to the point of the buildings, the historic, and they might be political sites as well. Maybe, maybe not, who knows, so far. But it doesn't mean that it's the same kind of politics being run prior to 1776 to after 1776. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense, but I'm still not trying to. Those what was here, basically, is what I'm saying, and how
But
vast
we know that all that
was
is
it
here.
here?
Yeah,
But
it's
how
all here.
vast? How vast is it? Because what I'm saying is, if you go to Europe, they have great structures, but they're not as big as the structures here. Like Moscow, St. Petersburg is about the same size as the one that they destroyed in St. Louis. Chicago was half the size of St. Louis. The one in Omaha was 800 acres. And these are all throughout the United States. So, how vast was the kingdoms here? Because the noble people that you call Europeans descend from the noble people here in America. That's the only way this all
Okay,
makes sense
if they
today.
did, okay, but if they
How is
descend
Europe
from the
broke today
same
and we still
people,
running around here doing the same
then
shit we doing every day?
okay, hold on, no, there. If they descend from the same people, right? We need a catalyst. What is the catalyst of okay, we're essentially the same people. We descend from the same people, but now we're separate in the way we want to run politics. We're separate in the way that we want to run the way of life. When did that catalyst come into play as far as for them being the same related, like this being your cousin, but your cousin is like, I want more of an English style life than an American style life, if that makes sense.
That would have to be in the 1800s.
Well, okay. Let's rewind. Let's rewind because the Quakers aren't the 1800s. The Quakers are, as it says, coming over here the first round in 1672.
Right. But in 1600s, they just want to live. That's all they're doing is living here. Right? They're fighting to live here. They haven't got
And
to a
you're
point
going
where
to
they run.
war to live here? I'm asking who are they fighting to live here?
How do we know these fights are for real?
But you just said they're fighting to live here. Derek, are you still there?
All I'm saying is, who are they fighting? Are they fighting or are they surviving? Are they fighting for life or are they fighting against somebody? They got a story saying they fighting against somebody, but the accounts show that they're fighting to survive. Like they didn't even know to drink the water. How for 100 years you drink beer instead of water because you're not secure that the water is even drinkable? How is that a people that's conquering something? That's the people surviving.
Okay, let's go with your story, right? Now, let's get into the 1700s where Richard Allen comes in and says, hey, all you melanated people like me, we're all from Africa. How that story even start to take place? And we're in the 1700s with Richard Allen.
Okay. Is that propaganda or is that real?
You tell me what, and then you tell me what part of it is propaganda.
Who cares if you're from Africa, Mr. Allen? That's your business. You're one man. And you said this when you got here.
Now,
You didn't say
one
this in
man that
Africa.
ends up establishing the Black American Church to be the African Methodist Church.
Okay, one man can create a church today. That don't mean he shit. Quaker Dollar created a church.
Yeah,
Now
but
he's
if
flying
all the
on there.
people start joining it, they're gonna
That
say
makes
those
it right.
people are aligned with the church, right?
Okay. It's
So
an
if Richard
African
Allen
church.
is one
What?
man that does the
Yeah.
AME, and then 100,000 Black people join the AME, those 100,000 Black people are now seen as African. They join the African Methodist Episcopal Church.
Is it a Christian church?
Methodist is a Christianity, yes.
Okay. So now break it down. All churches that in that time weren't they Christian churches?
All the churches in that time in America, were they Christian churches? Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So now the same all Christian churches follow the same baptismal program during that time, right?
Sure, but it seemed like you're
Okay.
evading the
So now
question.
the only people that are being baptized that are being transported to another religion are the original people here.
And
Okay, so now if the original people here are being transported to another religion, aren't all the other people playing on the same team?
no, not necessarily.
No. So a Baptist and a Protestant, they don't like each other. But both of them don't like the fact that the American Indian lives here without any of them. But both of them need the American Indian to live here, right?
That's true, yes.
Okay, so now if they both need the American Indian to live here, who's on top and who's not?
This kid is shockingly diligent.
I don't know if it can be as simple as that. You're
Okay,
saying
well,
right now they're being baptized. The person who's baptizing you will be on top.
okay, so now in order for them to be baptized in the mass numbers, that means that all of these different sects of the same religion are operating within the same guideline, no matter what they say.
Yeah, but hold on, because you're running away from the fact. Richard Allen, what color is he?
As far as it's written, he's a black dude.
Okay, so is he seen as a Negro?
In that time, yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
So a Negro establishes the African Methodist Episcopal. Did he establish it for other Negroes like him?
No, because he would establish it in Africa, right? Because none of these Negroes are like him if he's from Africa.
No, he's saying I'm of African descent. I've been taken here through slavery. I'm here through slavery, and now there needs to be a church for all of us other African descent through slavery.
Okay. So
So no,
now,
if you're part of the
where
diaspora, you don't have to go back
where
to
is
Africa to
does
establish
Richard
that. You
Allen?
can establish it amongst other people of the diaspora and say, hey, we're all people of the diaspora. Come join my church.
Okay, cool. Now, does Richard Allen have a mother and father?
No, 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 no. Stick to the question. Richard
No,
Allen.
no, no. You're
Yes, of
saying
course.
that Richard
Richard Allen
Allen
has
is
a
a descendant of
mother
an
and father. We
African.
already know. I didn't
Okay,
say
so
I
now,
didn't say that he's a. I'm saying what Richard Allen says. Don't say
okay,
I said it. Richard Allen saying for himself, I'm a descendant
right.
of an African, and you want to take it outside of the Quaker story that explains this. So I want you to explain it without Quakers. Go ahead and explain how Richard Allen, who is a Negro at the time, and said, "Hey,
Uh-huh.
other Negroes like me, we need a place to worship." So we're going to make the African Methodist Episcopal for all of the Negroes to come together and worship at this church. Explain
Okay.
it.
So now Richard Allen came up with this methodology all by himself.
Did he?
I'm asking. You're quoting this man as some type of apostle. Like he came up with this, oh, we're African descent. And he's the first one who thought about it, and he moved forward and created this whole organization. But
Okay,
okay,
so the question is if is he the first one to think about it? No.
okay, now did Richard Allen, was he born here in America or was he born in Africa?
Yes, he's born here.
Okay. So now was his parents born here in America and his grandparents? Because now where did the thought of African descent come from at that time?
I don't have his full genealogy.
And that's why I can say this is all be stories.
So you're saying Richard Allen's not real?
Oh, I'm saying I'm saying it's a story. He could be a real person, but how we know that this life was what was written?
Okay, so when I say that it's not real, I mean like him and his life or whatever. If he's another Richard Allen, then it still would be that it's a fictional. He would be a fictional person. If you're saying the full story is not real, that's how we know Harriet Tubman's not real. So you're saying Richard Allen is not real. The stories that they attach to Richard Allen never happened.
I'm saying that the whole United States history has been whitewashed. So we never know what's real and what's not. But one thing we do know is that we still haven't determined how this started.
We haven't determined how this
Because
started because everyone
none of
wants
the
to
people,
deny how it started to be fake. How can we talk about how it started if as soon as we talk about the origins of things, someone says, hey, that doesn't exist. That's not real. Hey, that's not real either. How on earth could we say how it started if everything of how it started is fake?
okay. And every way that we look at this is through story form and not business. What is the business going on in this country at this time?
You tell me.
Because in 1700, where's the United States business? Because in the 1700s, when the form of the United States of America, weren't they doing business through another party? Didn't people on the other side of the pond run shit for the people that
I'm
was here?
waiting for you to stop asking questions and say because you're deterring us from actually going through the build. So say what you're saying it is.
I'm saying that this is America before the United States of America was even formed. So how do we know that any of this stuff is true? Because we've never talked about, well, what the fuck was in America? Who are the American people? What do they have? This
And then
story always
how will that
forms
break
around
down? Hold on, Derek. How will
Europeans
that break
and other
down the
people.
origins? How will that break down the origins of what happened? Because when we talk about what happened, right, are we talking about our state as 2025?
Our state of 2025 let you know that all this is a story. Because if these people were really in charge back in the 1600s, we wouldn't be here today. If these people have no problems,
That's not true, Derek. That's not true at all.
Why?
Why it's not true is because you're putting it as a state of things. Oh, if the stories are true, they must have hated us. So they would have got rid of us all already. And that's not the case. No. The whole point of the matter is
so when
if
did
we're
they
talking
start
about
hating us?
business, hold on, Derek. Hold on, Derek. Listen closely. If we're talking about business and we're talking about the people that best run the business or over the business, it doesn't advantage me for me to kill off the people that are best in the business. I need to make the people that are best in the business work for me rather than kill them off. No?
When did that thought happen? Did it happen in the 1700s, 1800s, or the 1900s?
It starts in the 1600s. So let's continue the build.
Okay. So now, if it started in the 1600s and they fought all these wars against these American Indians, why didn't they just kick them out the land?
They didn't just
Altogether.
fight wars against American Indians. That
So you're saying
the
the
Anglo-Spanish
English.
war is supposed to not even be against American Indians at all.
Okay, so now you have English people and what Spanish people fighting each other on American land.
Right.
Okay, so when did they establish a root in the American land that they had this war on?
The Spanish are said to start coming in the Caribbean after 1494, and the English
1493.
1493. Yeah, yes, yes, 1493. And the English, when the Lord proprietors were the first of the English coming over, I think they say the early 1600s into the 1500s. I want to say.
Dosey, I could tell you
So
what to pull
so
up
for
to
100
actually get the
years.
actual facts.
Yeah,
So what? Okay, are these facts or is this just written?
it's written for now. It's just written for now. We'll figure out what the facts are as we go.
Because
What do you want me
you
to pull
can't
up?
you
As
can't have a war. You can't have a war on a third party's property without establishing yourselves on that third party property. Because the third party would have a
right,
problem
and you
with you
can't take
destroying
them,
property.
and you can't take them hostage either without establishing yourself.
Let's go to the Europe. Dosey, if you pull up the
So are they
European
established
colonization
here in
of the
Barbados?
Americas, it gives you time frame of when they actually started each city and everything like that. That's what I use to debunk everything they're saying. But it's a great rundown list of what they want you to know. And it's called European colonization of the Americas. The wiki page, I think it's the wiki page.
Is that a little map where they show the population of the United States?
Well, actually, I think it is. Yes, yes, yes. But it's a
And
wiki
they show the
page. It
little
gives a nice
diagram like
little
what
rundown.
countries like, yeah. But in the beginning
Well,
of it, it tells you like 2 million Africans are here already.
no, that's not the one
Because
I'm
I think
talking
I've seen
about.
that one. Okay.
You know what, Dosey? If you type in timeline of the European colonization of North America, that'll give you a city by city also. So if you can keep those two
Yeah,
tabs
so
up.
I have that on the screen right now. This is the one, right?
Oh yeah, pull that one open right there. It'll tell you. Well, you already got it open. I can't actually see your screen. My bad.
Yeah, because it
Yeah,
starts off in pre-Columbus, 986. Norsemen settled Greenland, and Benjamin Horgeson sights coast of North America but doesn't land.
yeah, that's the one. But if you keep going down, it shows you each and every year how they made up their story. They had to go by a timeline, and this is their chronology right here.
Yeah,
And
so it
so,
says the century 1000, Norse settled briefly in Lons Meadows in Newfoundland. In 1450, North Colony in Greenland dies out. 1492, Columbus sets sail, Nina, Pinta, and Santa Maria. 1492, Columbus reached Bahamas, Cuba, and Hispaniola. 1492, La Navidad is established on the island of Hispaniola. It was destroyed by the following year.
I need a mute.
Background going. I can't hear you, Savage. You might have to go out and come
somebody
back.
needs to mute up. Somebody definitely needs to mute up. I think it's my guy Derek, maybe.
Okay, try again,
Are you
Savage. What you
doing
say?
construction? Are
Don't
you doing
ask it.
construction in the background, though?
I'm not, but someone is or anything. But
That's
tell
my
me.
gardener.
Oh, okay, your gardener.
Oh shit, my shit finna die. I'm mute back up.
Yeah, but Dosey, you see this lineup here, and so this is what we could actually
Yeah,
go
so it was
through.
like 1493 of La Isabella. Isabella is established in the island of Hispaniola. Columbus arrives in Puerto Rico. See, that's what you get. Sorry, y'all. The Columbus arrives in Jamaica in 1494. 1496, Santo Domingo, the first European permanent settlement, is built. 1497, John Cabot and the Newfoundland. 1498, the third voyage, Columbus reaches Trinidad and Tobago. 1498, La Isabella is abandoned by the Spanish. 1499, Fernandez Laverdor maps Labrador and Newfoundland. Then we get into the 16th century, starting with 1501. Cartier and Real brothers explored the coast of what is today the Canadian province of Newfoundland and Labrador. 1502, Columbus sails the mainland coast, the south of the Yucatan, and reaches present-day Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and Panama.
All right, we can
1502.
stop right there really quick here. So you see how much he's done in just like 10 years. So it's 1502, 1492 to now. He's just nonstop selling. And he had time to get off his boat and kick some ass. And he took some Tainos back with him as well, too. So once you start diving in on each time frame, you start to put their story together that they're trying to get you to know. But then you find out each one of these individual timelines, they're meeting different people, but they're actually telling you about the people that are there. And that's where you find out they're telling lies about their story that they're putting on Front Street. Again, because he ran into Arawak Indians. So once you start looking into this 10-year span from 1492 to 1502, who are the Taino is what we're missing. Who are the Arawak? These people were already seafarers. They were already going up to Massachusetts. They were already trading with the Southern Indians, these Arawaks, who are from South America, who spoke a dialect of Spanish language before Spanish people got here, so to speak. So that's what I'm saying. The Spanish Empire could have been these people,
Right.
these
So
Arawak.
my question was like, what what happened where they started setting up colonies in these places?
And I think that's the disconnect right now. What we're all trying to figure out. I don't even have the answers to that because I can also trace those guys going to Spain as well too. So you can trace them going back and forth to Spain prior to there being at Spain, and they already have the same language that they're saying that the Spanish people are bringing over. So I would have to say the Spanish Empire or New Spain was the actual Spanish Empire itself. And these people were leaving from here. The Caribbeans, so to speak, would have been the Spanish Empire, leaving and going to actual Iberian Peninsula. And then again, you have Brazil, who was also going to Iberian Peninsula. That would have been the Port of Gaul or the Portuguese, because the Brazilian are said to be the home of the Phoenicians as well. And we're getting back to the Quakers because, again, the Quakers went to Barbados first before they went to North America. And they were out there for quite some time. I think it was like 10 years they were said to be in Barbados
So
before they
yeah, I
went
think
up.
that's why I said the end of the 1500s, because that's when they would have been the Caribbean, Barbados, but it has, of course, the mainland being 1607. That is the first permanent English settlement in Jamestown.
Okay, so Quakers, Yankees, and Amish is the same people.
I wouldn't say they're the same because these Quakers I'm starting to see that they may have spawned from the Barbados region because we get knowledge of them coming from England, but again, they just started really in the 1640s. I mean 1540s.
So Barbados is in America, right?
Right.
Okay, so wouldn't that be a Yankee? If he go up north, wouldn't they look
Yeah,
at him
with the same
different?
ideology. If they have the same ideology, yeah, he would become part of that Yankee Doodle Dandy situation.
See what
If he
I'm
becomes, yeah. Now, Dosey, what do you think about what he's? Well, hold up, wait a minute. Let's get the
Okay,
actual.
it goes because now, like the Roman, because that's where we're heading into, where it there's a lot of confusion of these people that are in the Caribbean and their ties to the Holy Roman Church, Catholicism, and then these so-called religious persecuted groups, the Puritans, the Protestants, etc., etc. It we would need to know their ties to these things, since these things are our foundation of why they're saying they're setting up settlements in America.
Well, it was an English Civil War. I think it was an English Civil War. That the little skirmishes, but I guess you would have to say, what's the difference between Protestant, Catholicism? What's a Christian? Are they serving the same thing? I think that's what we need to be on to see which way it
They
spawned
are,
out of these religious sects.
but they ain't nothing but different. It's like they're okay. Look, Christianity is just like cripping. You could be from A Trey, you could be from Altadena, you could be from Avalon. You all Crips. Y'all all got three different ideologies of life because all y'all live in three different places.
Yeah,
But
Yeah,
you're
but
y'all
that's
hold in
absolutely.
not
one
it.
flag.
That's the surface of, oh,
Same.
people can have different things, but the like I said, the all the charters, all the papabuls, all the original colonization and settlements are based in that these different religious sects are seeking refuge from persecution. And that's why
Right.
they are given money to buy land, money to settle across this, the approval to say, yeah, y'all have the right to go and settle there and establish your colony. So we do know, like absolutely said, we were talking about the English wars at the time, the different sects and stuff that is happening amongst the religion there. But when we're trying to take it and say that this is happening, the religion here, we would need to connect them to that, right? And if not connecting them to that, then we would need to establish another reason for these settlements, for these colonies.
Well, what is the historical ancestor to the Christian religion as a whole?
Well,
What
just
was the spirituality of people before Christianity?
okay, that's where I could come in and kind of like just like let me just say here, there's a Christian, you have a Catholic, you have a Protestant, you have the Quaker. So during this English Civil War, there was skirmishes going on about how you're gonna live your life, basically. Overall, this is what you're gonna go by. These are the rules. So the Quakers is supposed to be the Protestant type of Christian movement. It's supposed to be about the inner light, the personal discernment or discernment, and they don't really use the Bible, but they're going off the Bible. They don't really do meetings. It's a spiritual type of thing. It's like you're supposed to know what to do. That's the Quaker setup. But again, the
Well,
Protestant
okay,
goes by the Bible alone.
I'm saying this. I'm saying this though. Here on this land that everybody else was coming to behind religion, what was the base of the place? What was the base of how people view God here? Because that would have to be the ancestral difference. Because all of these different people can come here with Christianity as a religion. So whatever spirituality is going on here, it is the ancestral base of whatever these people are bringing here.
No, I totally agree because we do have the Indian Bible, the Elliott Bible, up top, or in the north that came out
Okay,
around the same
what?
time as the King
That's what I'm
James
saying.
Bible.
Okay, so now the spiritual aspect of that Bible and the Indian way, I guarantee you, if you break it down, it's the ancestral form of Christianity, but it flows freely. It's not tied to a religion. It's tied to a life of moral values, of good and evil as a whole. Because here on this land, think about it, we are the only free land in the world today. And it goes on good and bad, period. We only judge people here in the States on good and bad. And we're the only people here in the States that do that as a people. Without
So
religion or anything. We were brought up that way.
So that's why I'm at with it with you as well too. I'm seeing that this religion thing actually started here in America as well too. But what they are able to do is tie their origin to everything to Afro-Eurasia. That's just like them saying that everybody came from Africa. That's just now like they're trying to say that all religions came from Europe as well too. We got to put that in the same bag and figure out why are they doing that. So right now they're kicking people are not being kicked out, they're leaving, so to speak, in this English story now, mixing with the Spanish story. They're leaving to start a new, the same religion in another land they've never been to. So they're going to start that same religion in another land they've never been to, and get mad if everybody don't come along with their new religion in the new land now. So that's why I'm going with the story not being real to me, because now you're only leaving because of religious meanings. Now you get to start your own religion, and everybody better do what my religion says now. So you're doing the same thing that you're saying you're leaving for.
Right.
Right, even though it doesn't say that they get mad at people for setting their religion, it says basically that the European royal bloodlines fund their settlements and fund them trying to overtake the religion that is happening over there. That's what the story says. So here's a clear historical breakdown of the origins of the whole Holy Roman Catholicism, separating theology, institutions, and political power so you can see how it actually formed over time. The origins of early Christianity, first to third centuries. Christianity begins in the first century CE amongst the Jewish followers of Jesus of Nazareth. Early Christians were not Roman Catholic, they were small, decentralized communities. Leadership was local, bishop elders, and practices varied widely. Rome became symbolically important because it was the capital of the Roman Empire. Tradition holds that St. Peter and St. Paul were martyred there. At this stage, Christianity had no pope, no Vatican, no centralized doctrine. So, is anything you wanted to
Okay,
say about this
so
part? Yeah.
Dulcie, all right, I got one thing that always tripped me out. Did you know? Do you know the name of Washington D.C. before it was Washington D.C.?
No.
Do you know it was called Rome, Maryland?
And what time?
I think it changed it like I want to say the 40. I can't remember. It was in the 1900s. So if Maryland, think about it. Washington D.C. was Rome. Was it Rome? Rome? Could Rome be in America? Because according to what you just read, Christianity is basically what America is today.
I read nothing of the sorts. I don't know what you're
Okay.
reading.
Christianity, think about it. The start of Christianity was its own self thought, governed by no one.
It didn't say it was governed by no one. They had leadership. They were local.
They had leadership, but it had nothing to do with your look what you just read. Read
Yeah,
it
it
again.
says Christianity begins in the first century CE among the Jewish followers, the Jews. So now we have to see
Mm-hmm.
what kind is. Are we talking about Sephardic Jews? Are we talking
Okay.
about Ashkenazi Jews? We know these Jews
Okay.
exist. Jewish
Okay.
followers of Jesus of Nazareth.
Mhm.
Early Christians were not Roman Catholic. Okay, so it's separating it from the Roman Catholic because they're small and decentralized communities. Their leadership are local within the Jewish community. So it's like wherever the Jewish people are, they have an elder, they have a bishop that runs the community. And the practices vary throughout the different communities. Rome became
Mhm.
significantly important because it was the capital of the Roman Empire, and the traditions are that St. Peter and that of St. Paul were martyred in Rome or the Roman Empire. But at the first and early stages of Christianity, there wasn't a pope or a Vatican or a centralized doctrine. So those are very specific titles, not
Hold on.
necessarily a
Okay.
government structure.
So could the Confederacy, if you look at their writings are just like that.
Okay, before we get to the Confederacy, maybe they're
No, I'm
right
saying
about
like the
that.
Indian, the
I'm not.
individual Indian nations are basically the same aspects of this.
Oh, that their leadership is local in different nations. Sure, yes.
So, okay, Rome is the capital. The capital of the United States today used to be called Rome.
But when?
Now you understand, okay, if I tell you a story, I got to tell you a lie and the truth at the same time.
No, I definitely understand that. When it comes to a lie, it has to have some sort of truth in it, because if you just
Okay,
make up something that people know is inevitable, oh, I was late because pigs flew across
the
the
truth.
intersection, people will know, okay,
What
you're lying to me. So all lies have to have
exactly?
and formulate a little
A
truth.
truth. Okay, so now where's the capital of the world today?
The capital of Earth, there I don't
Think
know. I
about
mean,
it. No,
I was
I'm
just
talking
thinking
about the
that would be
capital.
called the
The
Vatican.
capital of all capitals is the United States of
Closest thing,
America, Washington, D.C.
the capital
That is the
globally of
capital
all
of
capitals?
that's the
I don't
capital
know.
of
You
all
say
capitals.
over the Vatican?
No, that's a religious place. I'm saying the
But you're
places, the
saying like
capital,
what would be like a
I'm saying the place,
global capital?
yes, Rome was a global capital written.
Yes, I would say the Vatican would be the equivalent of that.
Okay, so that's a religious place. Washington, D.C.
Okay.
is business. When
Okay,
it
but
comes
then
to the
again,
Christian faith,
because we're still answering the
okay,
difference between Catholicism, Protestant, Puritan. So let's keep on that
that
road first.
that that's all the same group going against the original Christian, which was what you just read. Because all of those different groups have everything that they said that they didn't have.
But you're reading stuff that's not on the page yet. So let's go one step at a time there, because
Okay,
I think you're
okay. So now
oversimplifying things way too much.
Catholicism has a pope, right?
Hold on. We don't know what it has. We need to read on.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Roman imperial adoption came in the 4th century. So the turning point was Emperor Constantine in 313 CE. Constantine the Great issued the Edict of Milan, legalizing Christianity. Christianity became favored, yet not yet exclusive. Constantine did not create Catholic theology, but he funded churches, elevated bishops, and convened councils to enforce unity. The Council of Nicaea of 1325 CE established the official doctrine, i.e., Jesus' divine nature, suppressed alternate Christian views like Arianism and Gnosticism, and marks the start of state backed orthodoxy. Christianity becomes imperial religion in the making.
So what did you say? Nazism? Say that word again.
Orthodoxy or Gnosticism?
Orthodox. Okay, so there are Orthodox Jews. There's Nazi Jew. Not what did you say? What Nazi?
Gnostic Jews, yeah.
Gnostic. They're Gnostic Jews. And what was the last one?
Arianism.
Those
Uh,
are Jews today. Are they the originals?
yeah, I
See,
think
because it seems like
Arianism
what you're
is
reading
the
is what
foundation.
you're reading is something that was organic, became written, and that went against what the original basis of it was. Because what you're reading is like Christian. I'm just tripping on this. Christianity was formed out of what though?
Right. So
From who?
Christianity was definitely formed from the original Christians, and then it was put to be written down, but also to give it its own tenets for everybody to follow the same tenets, for everybody to be like,
Right.
this is the version of Christianity that is accepted.
Because that's what like okay, and the original Jews are the original Christians.
Yes.
Who in the fuck are those people today? That's what's hidden.
I don't think they're hidden. They're in Spain. They're all across North Africa. Jewish people, Jewish are not hidden. I mean, like
Really?
black
That's so
versions. I
you
don't know
think
what
the
white version.
original people that are Jewish, that are the original Christians from the form of Christianity, and Christianity wasn't written.
Right. But what are you
So
asking me though?
who
Do I
was
think what?
living back then that's living today, that's living a Christian life without it being written?
The Jewish people, Sephardic
No,
Jews, Spanish people.
no, that's written. See, what I'm saying is you
No,
got to go back to
they
orality.
were living it without it being written. It's written now.
No,
There's nowhere in the
no,
world where it's not written. There's nowhere in the world that it's not
no,
written today, Derek. There's no one
no,
living
no,
it
no, no,
not
no.
based on what's written. There's nobody that's
Okay,
living Christianity not based on the book, the Bible. No one. Absolutely no one
okay.
that is
So,
Christian has
so
thrown away the
hold,
Bible. That's an absolute
hold on,
farce. So when we talk about
hold
the
on.
people that were living it without a book,
Okay,
they were in
yes,
Spain. They were in Europe. They were in the other side of the world, across the pond.
no, they were right here.
There's nothing to show them to be right here.
Those people that all those Christian, those written Christian organizations that came here, they fought the original people of Christianity.
Is there any way for you to prove that?
I can prove it by today. Black
You can't
people in
prove
the
it by
United States of
today.
America
You
are the
can't
only
prove it
people
by
who live.
today.
Hold on.
Anybody that's worshiping it today has it written down. You would have to
What it?
prove it by when it's not written down.
No. And I that's
Yes.
because I can prove.
It's written down today,
Listen,
so you can't say,
Dosey,
"Oh, I
Dosey,
think it's this people," because look at how they follow it and everything. I could do that for every
Dosey.
single person in the world. I could do it for Palestine. I could do it for a group at the Southeast Asians. I could do it for every single group of people say that they're living this Christian right life now that it's written down. Christianity by
Dosey.
nature and by spirit. I can give that to any group of people. What you would need to
No.
do is say before it's written down, show that Christianity is American.
Okay. Listen. If Christianity was never written down, it's a moral standard. It's good and evil. And that's within every man. Without a Jesus, without a Pope, without the what do they call Jewish clergymen? What are they called? Without all of these people, Christianity breaks down to a moral value of each individual man. Period. Good or bad.
But
Now,
you're
I've been here a long
describing
time, and
his
I'm telling you,
spirituality altogether and not a
I'm
Abrahamic
telling
faith.
you, okay, how were you raised? How did your mother
Christian,
raise you? Good
Christian by
or bad?
the Bible. By the
No,
Bible.
not, no. I'm telling you, the Bible was given to a people that didn't need it.
Good and bad is more spirituality. It's just the basic. That has nothing to do with religion altogether. Once you're saying a religion is formed, then that has some kind of tenets of making it a religion. Christianity is not just the form of knowing good and evil. Christianity is a specific definition, a specific type of religion.
That's what it means to be written because it
No,
was
that's what
never
it means
intended.
from its inception. The inception of
No,
Christianity, even in its oral origins, it would have to have a basis or a group of descriptions of what makes it, why it's called Christianity, what makes it Christianity. It has to have those defining portions for it to be Christianity.
it was all written somewhere else and brought here. So the people here adopted to it. Now they're telling you these people here didn't have this. Did they need that? Or are they older than that?
You're moving the goalpost now. We're sticking with
No,
Christian. You're saying this Christian story
you said,
is them
I'm
turning
telling
on the
you,
American Christian people, and you're not tying Christianity to America, which is all I've
American
asked.
written Christianity, is it
Not
Christianity?
written Christianity, Christianity. I didn't say written. I said tying
Christianity
Christianity to America. Can you do
is
it?
Christian. Hold on. Christian is the Christian religion a moral standing about good and evil?
For a specific people, yes.
Name one specific group that practice Christianity that does not believe in good and evil.
I didn't say that didn't believe in good and evil. You just
Okay,
heard me say
so that's
yes.
the moral standing
For
for
a
all
specific
branches.
group of people. This is a Jewish form of religion. Before its inception, before it's written down, it was always for the Jews. It was never not for the Jews. So you're saying
Okay,
that the Americans are Jews. Prove it.
where's
I
the
did want
where?
to.
Okay,
I still want
where
to kick back. Go
where?
ahead.
Hold on. Where's the first sighting of the Hebrew language written?
In the East, somewhere amongst the
No,
East.
no,
Yes.
no.
Name it.
It's
Name
in
it in
America.
America so I can say that
Ohio,
stone
you
is
can go.
fake.
You can
That
go to
the
that
Stella that you say
stone.
is fake. It was
Okay,
found
what
in the
about the mounds?
1800s
What
and
about the
they
mounds in
forged it.
Mississippi? What about the mounds in
There are
Mississippi?
no such thing as Christian mounds.
There,
There are no
no,
such thing as Jews mounds.
no, they're all burial mounds. They're the oldest burial mounds in the world. So if they're the oldest burial mounds in the world, and the Jews are the biblical people of the world, where do you think they live?
They live in Spain. They live in North
Okay,
Africa.
so why aren't there any old burial mounds in Spain?
Because there's no mounds in Christianity religion.
No, but there are mounds in the biblical text.
Name it. Give us the scripture.
What do you mean?
Give us the
What are
mounds
bur-
in the
what are
biblical.
burials in the biblical terms? Did they say
We can pull it up.
anywhere in the Bible they say they
Oh yeah,
did
they talk
anywhere in the
about the
Bible do
burial
they have
rights.
cemeteries?
Oh yes, in the Bible they talk about the burial rights. So if that's what, let's pull up the burial rights scriptures.
Yeah.
And I did want to say that Massachusetts is a tribe, is where I was going to go with the whole Quaker thing. So it wasn't a state called
I'm with you
Massachusetts.
still. I haven't forgotten about you. Absolutely, I
That
promise.
makes sense.
Because
I
I'm
didn't know
intrigued.
that.
I'm intrigued since you enlightened or put in my headspace
So
that the
is
Iroquois
Massachusetts
subdued these
one of the
people.
13 colonies?
I've been wanting to dig into your brain of like how are you tying the Iroquois to this, but I'm just here as far as
So
it.
was Massachusetts one of the first 13 colonies?
Yeah, I just wanted to kick that out
I
there
didn't
while
know
y'all
it
was
was
kicking
Indian
around the
tribe.
ball because y'all are having a great bill. So I'm listening. So I just wanted to throw that in the conversation.
Okay,
No,
so
because I'm like, I didn't know
obviously
that.
everybody knows the return to dust thing, which is basically
Right.
alluding to burying the body in the ground. But here, Corinthians 1 Corinthians 15 and let me pull
What
up
up, y'all?
Corinthians 15 first.
What up? Hey, my guy, where do you get that information about the Massachusetts being the tribe?
No, it's not really big information. It's just that it's dealing with the Quakers and Barbados and things like that. That's all it was. I was just talking about Barbados and how a lot of the
Okay, I don't
religion
want
starts in
ChatGPT to
the
lose where
Caribbean.
it is.
No, that makes sense. Now I kind of get it now. Okay.
Okay, so here's Jewish burial traditions are rooted in the Hebrew Bible, Torah, and the Talmud. Emphasize on bodily sanctity, immediate burial, ideally the same day, washing and anointing the deceased, wrapping in linen shrouds with spices, and burial into the earth, reflecting beliefs in bodily resurrection and respect for the dead, contrasting sharply with pagan cremation and aligning with New Testament descriptions of practices like Jesus' burial, though specific rituals evolved over time. So, no, a mound does not just mean burial, and no, Jewish people and the Bible do not use mounds in their burials. They just bury in the earth. We are closest to what we're doing right now, is what the Jews do.
So you're gonna go with, how would I say? Okay, I understand what you say. You believe that these are the Jews because it's written that way. Now, all I'm saying is I don't believe it because it's written that way.
Okay, so I'm
Because
glad we got at
the
this stopping
Jews,
point. So let's go back into figuring out who the Quakers are and what these religions are, because we don't necessarily even have to tie the religions to a people so far. And we just need to figure out who these different sects are, and then we can see who they are as a people. But I think trying to tie them outside of the religion, I think that's hard for you, Derek. I mean, we're going to be able to identify the people based on what they believe. Like,
I can only
I
I
can
can
see that
only
we got
tie I
associated
can
with
only tie
African. Let me say this. I can see that
okay.
we got associated with African Methodist Episcopal because to this day, me growing up, baptisms were a huge part. And when you decided you were going to give your life to Christ and be baptized, it was a whole event. The family was told to come out. So and so's getting baptized on Sunday. I mean, we have these sort of things of these different religions that we can't prove that we had before.
Dosey, we was getting baptized in this country long before the 1700s. Indians were getting
But were we
baptized
getting
in this.
baptized in the name
Indians,
of Jesus Christ?
Indian,
Derek,
Indians were getting
Derek,
baptized.
Derek,
Yes,
were we getting
yeah.
baptized in the name of Jesus Christ?
As far as I know, historically, that's what a baptism was.
No, that's not what a baptism is.
Okay, what was a baptism before then?
Hold on. Hey, Epic
And
Studies. So, baptism In the Christian church, it's just their religious rite of sprinkling water onto someone's forehead or immersion of the body, symbolizing regeneration or purification in the Christian church. In many denominations, baptism is performed on young children and is occupied by name giving. Number two is a person's initiation into any particular activity or role, typically perceived as difficult, baptism.
So when did it become a baptism in Jesus Christ's name? Or is that
When
the basic premise for it?
Christianity is given to us, when
Okay,
they
so
started giving Christianity as a religion. Now, I understand where you're going with things, and that's where I will agree with you that a lot of practices, a lot of the rituals, a lot of the basis of the religion had already been in the Americas. That's why they were able to usurp a lot of those rituals and then give it in a different box as far as to put the Jesus blanket on it. But I have not seen anything that has alluded to Jesus and the doctrine of Jesus Christ being American before it is Eastern.
well, where does the Eastern people get it from? If
From
you
their,
can see that,
their
if
influence.
you can see that the American has some of the same things that can be adopted to change them, where did the packaging deal come from originally? Because the packaging deal would come from the same people that are original. Because
I
you
don't
just,
agree with
all
that.
right, are the Americans the original or not?
They're the original to America. Are you saying
Okay,
America,
so
the old
I'm
world?
saying
Yeah.
Christianity as a whole world religion today,
Oh,
can
was
we say
America the original Christianity? I'm telling you, no. Absolutely
no?
not. No.
Okay, so how can somebody that has Christianity come here and adopt some of the same things that's going on here if they've never been here?
They were here. They were here surveying the land, like you were saying when
So
we
the
did the whole
people,
interview.
I understand that.
Surveillance, seeing the people, understand what the people
Uh-huh.
were doing before they even said anything. They were
Okay,
already
so
documented.
how are these people doing some of the same Christian things that they usurp?
Again, because those people were doing the things that they were doing, and then the Christians come and usurp it and say, hey, this is a Christian ritual. This is a Christian ritual. No, you see how
Okay,
y'all wear
so
purple? Purple is the
so
color for Christianity. Like that.
okay, so that would mean the people here had already done that for that to
No,
fly.
no, that doesn't. Because even though I write it down and say purple is the color for Christianity, that doesn't mean that, oh, that means before the Americans already had the color purple for Christianity. No, the Americans just had the color purple. They assigned Christianity to it.
You think it, okay, so the people here just said, all right, cool, we cool with it, or they just didn't know how to read.
Well, we got to get into these Quakers. So the mounds, epic study. I pulled
The
this up.
Quakers are all the religions.
No, they're not. They're
Aren't the
just
Quakers?
a Christianity sect. That's all the Quakers are. Is a sect.
Okay, is that
Because
a
they are the
religion?
sect that ends up here. Yeah, they're the Christian
It's a
religion.
religion, right?
They're
Okay,
Christianity.
so
They are
what's the
Christian.
difference between a Quaker and a Catholic?
That's what we're gonna get into. But first,
It
epic
just
study brought
it's a train of thought, right? I'm just saying
no,
it's
a
it's a
completely
matter
different
of how
practice.
do you feel about what's written here
No,
in
it's a
this book.
completely different practice, Derek. It's completely different practices.
Lifestyle practices.
Yes.
Okay, so now both of these lifestyle practices came to another place.
Yep.
and the people that was here, did they have a lifestyle practice?
Yep, totally separate from Christianity.
Okay,
Absolutely.
what was the lifestyle practice of the people here?
It wasn't even uniform as far as when it comes to spirituality. It depends on whatever nation or kingdom your people come from.
Okay, so read the beginning of Christianity again.
Yeah, that's how the Jews would do it too. They did it in their
Okay, so
localities.
if you just said that and you told me the definition of the beginning and the Jews, don't that sound like the people that's here?
No.
No?
No, because
No.
Christianity has its own beginnings of what it would mean as far as those original local Jews that happened. And we can read, like we can go into the Muskegee spirituality and see it's totally different. Like there's nothing that aligns other than the
Was
good and evil, like you said.
Oh, okay. So basically you saying that these nations here had their own thought of what
There you
good and
go.
evil was.
Had their own thought, their
Thought
own
of what good and
spirituality.
evil was. So now, with no particular organization when it comes to like written religion.
Oh, they
So
had
the first,
organization under their
so
nations.
okay, under their nations, right?
Mhm.
Now, you just read in the beginning, the original Jews lived exactly like that.
Yes.
So how come the people in America ain't the original Jews?
Because that doesn't make them the original Jews just because they lived in a similar way. All the original Africans are chiefdoms. They have chiefs. Did you know that? Their tribes are chiefdoms. They have chiefs in Africa.
Okay, so
They're
now,
not the same people because they follow the same structures, especially of human beings. But come on, Derek, hold on. Like I said, you are asking questions about what is Catholicism and what's the difference of Quaker. And that's what we're getting into. That's what we're going to read. So let's not just keep asking questions. Let's read it. But first, Epic Studies, he came here. He dropped this in the back. Come on, Epic Studies. What is this?
Peace, peace. I heard you two talking about the mountains and if the Bible references it and stuff like that. So I was able to find this book here that makes reference to the mounds and stuff like that. And I also put in the chat. I believe it was Joshua, and I know for sure Ezekiel, just from my own reading when I was in, really heavy into the Bible, makes reference to mounds, even in the perspective of them being burial grounds as well. Because even if you go back to, let me see if my mind served me correctly, when I was into this real heavy, trying to remember. Okay, yeah, if because Hebrew in the Hebrew mound meaning Milo, Miley, Millet. If I'm pronouncing that correct, I think it's Milo or something like that. But it's the root of it meaning to feel, or meaning feel. And I know the Septuagint translated as meaning citadel. That makes reference to certain structural features in the city of David that were used as burials. And that's just based on what I can remember. Like I said, when I was into it real heavy some years ago. But I had dropped it. That what you have on the screen is a book with those reference points in there, and they're listed up under each one of those pages.
Yeah, I was trying to skim through to see where it talks about the Ezekiel because you said Ezekiel goes strictly into the mounts.
Yeah,
Before
give me
before
matter of
going
fact,
into this, but
yeah, give me a
mhm.
second. Give me a second. It was
I see this part in the floods and this, but you guys
no
do
that
realize
okay.
too, when it comes to this European, why I wanted to get into these Quakers and all this other stuff. You understand these Europeans say that they're the people of the book. Is that understood amongst us?
Well, I'm quite sure it is, but the truth is known that they're not. I mean, is it does that mean, or is that to say that they're just because they're not the people that that the book that they follow in their religion says that they're not those people? Does that mean that they're wrong for practicing the religious concepts? No,
Oh, no, no, no. I don't think
not at all.
it's about whether they're the people of the book, if they should practice the religious concepts. I bring that up to say that they are the ones that are said to give us this new form way of life that we have, and to know them as the people. Hold on, Derek. Go ahead and mute up. 1 second. Let me
Okay.
mute again. To say that, that we started saying, oh, we're the people of the book now. Don't we see, as far as it's them colonizing us, that is making us follow their way of life, of them always going to prove that they're the people of the book. Now we have taken on that same penance of always trying to prove that we are the people of the Bible that they gave to us.
From that perspective, I can say that's possible.
Or you can
I can say
say
that's possible.
that they're saying that they're the people of the book because they didn't write this book until they got here amongst the people that are of the book.
What if you don't mind, real quick, Derek, just briefly, I just want to throw this out there. I understand the points of conjecture with it, but how about we examine um, and say the principles that are found in that book? Do Are they conceptual? Do they work? Do they work? Are they like the difference between right and wrong? For an example, most of us, even up here, if not all of us up here on this panel, learn the difference between right and wrong. Not to mention just right and wrong itself. You see what I'm saying? From those biblical principles, our idea today of what right and wrong is stems from those principles that we learn from that very book and that very same discipline that we call today Christianity. You see what I'm saying? And I'm saying in its function, there is some good there. Now, don't get me wrong. There are, just like anything else, a lot of lies have been told. And that's what we're trying to unwind here are the lies and the misconceptions, misinformation, whether the intent was purposeful or it was by accident. We're trying to unravel that. But let's not ignore or even cover up the good things that we did learn and
Right. Well,
still
let me
apply
say
those
it like
things.
Okay.
this. Let me say it like this, to use one particular thing, because if we go at the basis of just morality, does the Bible talk about basic morality? Yes, absolutely. But to say that they are our practices, let's talk about a particular practice,
Okay.
monogamous marriage. That is not our practice. Our practice is that men have more than one wife and have more than one woman bearing him children, and then that is his kingdom that he's creating amongst the multiple wives, as well as them working together to uphold the
That
children.
ain't never been here in America.
Polygamy, yes, it has. What they
When
talk
have you
about
legal?
polygamy.
Hold on.
Hold on,
What
no, 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 hold
century
on. Wait a minute,
Derek,
was
wait a
it
you
minute.
mute
legal
your
for you to
mic.
have more than
Hurt
one
your
wife?
Wait a
feelings.
minute, Derek. Wait a minute. I'll say so. When they look into the beginnings of the Spanish coming over here, well, when they say the Spanish came over here, let me say that as far as in the 1500s, and they're going into the South Carolina to La Florida regions, they talk about the actual chiefs having more than one wife and more than one woman bearing him children.
Having
That's a
99
story.
kids.
Where
And not
is
And
it
if your
written on
if your
paper that
great
it was
granddaddy was a
ever
real
legal
nigga,
to
he
have
had more than
more
one
than
baby
one
mama.
wife?
and let's not forget too,
Marriage like
Solomon.
that wasn't a legal practice. The legal practice you're talking about is a European practice of marriage. It was a spiritual
Okay.
practice before. It
If it's
wasn't
a
a legal one.
European practice, okay, and the whole
And
practice of
spiritual
having
was
hold
legal.
on,
That was how we
hold
deal
on.
with law, is through spirituality. I just wanted
Okay,
to put
so now is that immoral to have more than one wife?
According to Christians, yes.
Okay, so now, according to Christians, as written, now, is it moral or immoral to have more than one wife if you can take care of them?
It is moral. It was our practice.
Okay, so now, is it seen as a good thing by the eyes of God if you're following this moral practice?
Jazz. Okay, I had to highlight this. Be clear, they were chiefs, not regular bumpmen. Yes, Jazz. Peace to you, sis. What you say, Derek?
That's a fact.
Is it
And
seen
granddaddy
as
was too if
moral
he
in
was a
the
real
eyes
nigga.
of God if you're following that
Your
practice?
granddaddy must have not been off the porch.
The eyes of God, I would say, since God made us this way, I would say that he sees polygamy, or he or she or whatever, it sees polygamy as moral.
Okay, and it would only be wrong in the eyes of God if he had more than one wife that he could not take care of all of them.
Yes, it would only be wrong
Okay,
how he's
so
doing
now,
it. In what
can
ways?
that be looked at as a Christian faith?
What be looked at as a Christian saint?
Can it be looked at as a Christian faith between the morals of right and wrong?
No, because Christianity is monogamy.
That's it. It can only be looked at that way.
Yes, they have their tenets of how they do marriage. That's how it
So
works
you
as
can
far
only
as
see Christian.
Christian.
You can only
So
see
as a
Christianity as
Christian, you
something
can only
written.
be monogamous, but like
So
Muslims, that's another religion. They have their own sex, so you can be polygamy, and Allah is okay with it. But the Christian God is not, according to Christianity.
Well, just to put that into perspective, though, see, the Old Testament does the law there and everything does, and if you go back to even David, Solomon, and quite a few others, they built family legacies based off that principle of polygamy, and it was lawful. And it was lawful. It wasn't until the New Testament when you had Paul mainly, especially in the First Corinthians chapter 7, mainly I call it the marriage chapter, but where they give a different commandment concerning marriage about a man having his own wife and vice versa. That came later in the New Testament via those apostles. But in the Old Testament, they had many wives. Most of them had
Is the
many wives.
Old Testament Christian?
Well, if we're talking about the Bible as it pertains to Christianity, is not the Bible the book, the foundation of Christianity? Is not that book the foundation?
I would say to Judaism, but not to Christianity, because Christianity is the one that beholding the New Testament. That's what maybe makes them Christian. When we talk about just Judaism as a whole and the Torah, and
Okay.
versus if people follow the Torah or the Talmud, I would say in that as far as it there is polygamy, but that you'd see that amongst the Spanish, amongst the people over there that have that religion.
Oh, okay. I got you now. I got you now.
the economy the way it stands today, would it be good or bad for the economy to be polygamous?
For the economy,
Hmm.
I think it would be a good thing. Yeah, I think it would be. I think it would be great economically.
For the people,
Yeah,
not for
I
the
think so.
government.
I think so.
Exactly. Why
Well,
not? And
I don't know
now,
about the government,
and
but as
now
far as
you
with
can,
the families,
it would
yeah,
make the
it's a
government
great
small.
economical.
You make the family big, you make the government small.
Right, because government starts with family. The very principles of government you should already
Exactly.
see operable within your own family on a day-to-day basis. Because that's the very
Right.
foundation. Those foundational principles
Now,
you find. That's what establishes government. That's why they said government
exactly.
starts with family. So yes, you're right
Mhm.
about that. The power lies with
Because
you already.
why? Look how large families are in America, especially the
Right,
states.
right.
If we as black people just have motherfucking family reunions going back 4 or 5 generations, Nigga, that's a hell of a lot of people.
Hmm.
I don't know about y'all, but my grandparents had 8 kids. From them 8, they had like 30-something grandkids. From them 30-something grandkids, nigga, it's oodle.
Man.
My grandfather was one of 8 kids.
Hmm. My grandma had 13.
See what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
now you lined all the people up in the same spot over these four generations. Nigga, that's a lot of people. They had to tone that down because all these different families lived on the same land. That's what they called the nation.
Now
Yeah.
imagine if your dad had 5 kids by 5 different women. I mean, that's just by if there's the same woman, 5 different kids, and he's definitely the daddy of all the children. I mean, it
Hmm.
added up pretty
Right.
quick, man.
Hmm.
Or you got one dad that had 13 kids.
I'm
Them
just saying when
13
you
gonna have
those
that
are
shit is
the
crazy.
ones that are working on your land. It wasn't you working
Yeah.
in the field. You're working on the land.
Yes.
And I think that's what those pictures that they constantly show of us being in those cotton fields, those are actually that's our property, that's our product, and we're the owners. Quite naturally, those are our children and family members out there in the fields, working the fields, making the business work.
Yes.
And when you're a
Now
country
imagine
That's
if
what
boy,
I
you
this bitch
think.
still
was
gonna look
150
country.
years old.
And you're a country boy, you're gonna look country even when you're at the supermarket. So they may have caught him at a
Exactly.
supermarket, but he just got out of his own land field,
Right.
working.
Talk to him.
Right.
Okay, so
Talk to
y'all,
him.
okay, so if y'all saying that, then what is the problem with accepting in 1850 and 1860 when these people came by to enumerate the people at these so-called plantations and lands? The head of the house would be called the slave owner, and the kids would be called the slave.
I don't have any pushback with that. I never had any pushback with that. But we were just, but when it's being explained conceptually to get that idea right, that's where all the confusion came in at, and thus an argument. But
And
I
what
don't
if
have any pushback with that. You're right
That's
about that.
why you're
That's
called
documented.
but that's why you're called a hidden people.
but
Because
what if
if
you
they
don't
hid
know
it,
what they're writing on the actual census? Like you don't actually know what they took to their office and actually wrote down altogether. And again,
right.
I can vouch for them saying that the census are a reconstruction.
Yes. Why do you think later on they made sure they separated the people? Because if you separate the people, black and white, then all the rooms in the white, they can't get in. So they wouldn't know what's being written.
Yeah, all I'm saying is the census, all those
So now
census,
we're
they got them
looking
from
back at it
Family
today,
Tree.
thinking that these people were in the room.
What you mean? All the ones that ain't black couldn't get the information? How is it not all the? I mean, how is it all the
They
ones that
separate.
was?
Why? Okay. Why was Jim Crow and separation so important? Because if you separate the people legally, then I can see legally what you had and what I can siphon over here to my side.
But
I
that didn't
mean,
happen until the
Jim Crow was
1920s.
That's when it all.
Jim
That's what
Crow
I'm
ain't nothing
saying.
but
You got to
a
everything before
system
the
of racism.
1920s just gets them here. Everything after the 1920s is when they start siphoning what you have, and they can only
No, I'm
do it
agreeing
little
with
by
you.
little.
I agree with that storyline more so than what we're reading going back to the 1700s. But there's more proof that the Spanish Empire was these guys from the Caribbeans and some people from the South America and so-called Mayans, to be honest with you.
How,
That's your
how else
Spanish
they come
Empire.
here? That's what I'm saying. Like, how? Think about it. How else they come here? They know the people here. They've been coming here for a long time.
Let's say our people been going over there to get
Well,
them and they were
yeah,
setting up posts
Those
yeah.
over
I mean,
people
there.
that's the
over there.
only way that they
Okay,
could be coming over
you got
there.
to think
They
about
wasn't
this.
coming up.
Scotland,
We was going over
everything is.
there. That's what we
It's
gotta.
it's
We're going over there, creating
yeah.
a narrative, and we're
In the
creating a
16,
place
14,
over there
1500s.
to match something that happened over here to take the so-called black people, meaning the people that's dumb, mind somewhere else, and the white, which is your elites, your wealthy Negroes that know the truth, that want to take your mind elsewhere.
And so
Well,
when I
one
hear
thing
all these religions, those are abolitionists that are thinking something different. So when I hear Christian, when I hear let's say you hear Protestant, you hear Catholicism. These are different abolitionist groups that spawn up to stop the white indentured servitude all over the world. These are black people though that spawn these certain sects.
hey, one
Correct.
These
thing
are
y'all
all
keep on
abolitionist
leaving out the
movements.
story. One
They're
thing y'all
not really
keep on leaving out
religious.
the
They're
story.
really just trying to stop white slavery.
Hey, one thing y'all keep on leaving out the story is that we was going to different places building structures. You know what I'm saying? That's how we really intermingle with all the people. We was building different mounds in different places at the same time too. So that's how they got in contact with us. It wasn't about them coming here. They seen what our people was doing, and they wanted to come here and see the people that was doing them things because they wasn't from them lands. That's the part of the story that what y'all get confused about all the time about why y'all trying to figure out why they came up over here, what they was doing, and why they did that. The main reason is that we was building structures over there. You know what I'm saying? You can go to a lot of places, France. You know that famous little circle in France and the in them buildings our ancestors built that. You know what I'm saying? You can go there and look on the side of the buildings and you'll see the corn stalks. You see the corn stalks, you'll see feathers, and you'll see pictures of us on the side of the buildings. You go to England. You it's a big famous building out there in England that everybody take a picture in front of, and you always see that it's us on the side of the building. You feel what I'm saying? That's the reason why they was coming here in the first place. Why they was trying to get in contact with us and see us because we was the ones with the boats. We was the ones that was going to places. We wasn't taking no like the type of marble and all that stuff because some places already had it. It was like when we was going there, we was taking what they had to build certain things. That's why the buildings look different every time because they was using different type of marble, different type of uh like rocks and stuff to make different buildings. That's what it was. You know what I'm saying? And they wanted to come and see the people who was building the things. That's the reason why they had the World Fair. You understand what I'm saying? The World Fair was because them buildings that our ancestors went around building, they went around the world trying to show people the buildings, but they was trying to make it seem like it was some other people like aliens and all that other weird stuff they were saying at first. But it wasn't that. It was us that had went to other places and built that stuff. That's the reason why everybody was trying to come this way. It had nothing to do with slavery, even though all that stuff came later on in the history of it, of people coming here enslaved, but not us and not no Africans. It was other people, you know what I'm saying? Like what you would call a white person today, them was the original slave. What they really went by was Slavic or Saxons or Slavs. You know what I'm saying? That's what they went by as a people. You know what I mean? Because when you look at their history, when it's talking about the Germans and all them, they call them Slavic people. Slavic people is the Russians, the Swedes, all of them. You know what I'm saying? Even the Siberians, they're part of the Slavic history too. You feel what I'm saying? So it wasn't for us going conquering nothing. It was just us building structures in different lands. That's all it was. You know what I'm saying? That's why y'all stay confused about it, everything, because y'all not putting everything in the right pieces and puzzles to the story.
I agree.
Now, I do want to talk about these white indentured servants that were put to slavery in the Barbados region during the same time of these Quakers coming down there as well. Before going to Massachusetts to start Quakerism there, really the whole Quaker movement again started in the Americas, not in England. They didn't put on any shows over in England. Nothing big happened over in England. A lot of these religions got their start here, including this Wesley guy. Who was the other guy? What, Wesley? A lot of these religions started here in
It was
America. They don't
George
have any.
Fox, but we didn't get to it. But I'll just pull it on the screen because the next notable person is going to be William Penn, and William Penn is who's going to be where they do say George Fox comes and visits the territory because William Penn is going to have the Pennsylvania Charter from March 4th, 1681. Do we want to look at the charter? I guess what's the opinions on the charter between King Charles II and William Penn?
No, let's look at it. Let's get down to it because these are some big cats in the game.
Mm-hmm. And so
But now,
William Penn, if people don't know, William Penn is a Quaker, and he's one of
what's
the
William
founding
Penn's
Quakers.
job, though?
Huh?
What is William Penn's job? What do they say he does for an occupation?
Let's see.
Like, how the fuck is he connected to the king?
I don't know about that, but I believe what that the story say is that um what's her name? The queen that was supposed to be for England, the melanated one,
Queen
the
Anne.
original one that everybody supposed to have her blood.
Queen Anne.
Okay, so it had to do something with her. I put it like that. Whoever dude was, that's what that story go into with her.
All right, so we're talking about William Penn in Delaware. So we would also need to look up who were the actual Indians in Delaware at the time, because you also need to be contracting with those guys. And that's where you're going to get the Delaware Moors from, or the Sagamores, or Sachems.
That's who they call the Lenape too, but there's another.
Right. I was just about to say that.
All right,
So,
so
wait.
William Penn is an
So,
English Quaker, writer, political thinker, and founder of Pennsylvania. Here's the breakdown of why he matters. He was born into wealth in England. His father, Admiral Sir William Penn, in the British Navy, converted to Quakerism, the Society of Friends, a religious movement persecuted in England for rejecting state churches, oaths, and violence, repeatedly jailed for his religious beliefs before coming to America.
So they're trying to make up for the story where they tell you King James sent those con artists and prisoners and prostitutes over here. So they're trying to tell you that it's because of religious reasons that King James kicked them out because they weren't standing for his religion. Remember, somebody tried to blow up King James at the same during the same time, right? Or this is right after King James. So somebody's fighting for power on the England throne as well too. So at
So
first, go ahead.
is he born? He's born rich from where? Like, who's his family bloodline? Like, how does this start? Like, it just starts out with him being born rich and like who is his people?
This is how they attach themselves to our land through religious movements of literature. So that's what I'm saying. This literature is abolitionist type writings to put the slave on top in the writing that comes out later at a later date. So they're backdating these Quakers into time.
Or these Quakers are really old, like what I said, hostage Indians who grew up with a European mindset and coming back.
What I'm saying, the quicker is it's if
How?
it's a real person, if it's a real person, these people spawned in Barbados. These people came from Barbados. These might be the actual Aboriginals down in that region. These Quakers, they just were against what we're calling slavery. So what they were doing was moving them and their slaves were moving out of an area, going somewhere else. So that's when they're telling you a lot of these slaves came to New York first, the New England area. They're leaving from Barbados with their white slave, the slave master, to live a different life.
Or these people actually just been taken somewhere else as children and raised under a different ideology and brought back. Because you can't tell me this dude is rich, but you can't tell me his lineage. His name is Allen. His last name is Allen. And in that region, Allen is a known last name in that time by the indigenous people.
All right, now Dosey, what are you going to say on this topic? You got some on the screen. I want to hear what you're going to say on it too.
Oh, well, we were just going on a William Penn because I was going to pull up the charter that Charles II did. That charter in 1681 is how William Penn ended up having the large piece of land in Pennsylvania to go ahead and call to found, per se, as they say. So, okay, we got that he was jailed. His father was in the Navy. Penn envisioned Pennsylvania as a holy experiment, it said, religious freedom, representative government, trial by jury, freedom of press, and private property rights, which later influenced the American constitutional principles. He had relationships with the indigenous people, negotiating treaties rather than waging war with the Lenape, the Treaty of Shaxamoxon in the early 1680s.
And what does that sound like, Dosey? Don't that sound like Saxy Woman down in Peru?
Yeah, that does sound.
And
That
don't that
sounds
sound
good.
like somebody that's from here doing business with somebody that's from here?
Yes, that's what I'm saying is going on. But
I don't
these
think
ones
we've
from
heard anything to say where the person is from yet.
okay,
But
keep going, keep going.
so Pennsylvania became a refuge for persecuted groups. The U.S. Penn's idea directly influenced the Bill of Rights, the U.S. Constitution, and concepts of religious liberty and civil rights. While William Penn's original governance was unusually progressive, later colonial administrations did not maintain his set standards. And they say, especially regarding to indigenous land rights and exploitations. But didn't William Penn have a war with the Pequots?
Well, I thought he was partnering with the Delaware tribe and the Lenape, and he supposedly paid them a large lump sum of whatever he supposedly paid for just to settle there, not to buy the land. That was the whole Chief Tammany situation that came about with this Quaker movement.
All I'm saying is Quakers sound like
Right.
Yankees.
I'm saying these some black Barbadians that came up here with their white indentured servants from the islands, and they came up here and treated with Chief Tammany and his crew, but they still had their white or Creole looking kids at that time because they were banging the hell out them white girls down there in Barbados land. Like 10,000 indentured servants were sent there, right? So we got to do the math. Who's owning the land in Barbados? The actual Aboriginals. So
Yankees
if you got
is a
10,000
sellout.
of them already down there, who's transporting them at that time? The people who has them.
Okay.
What is
I'm
a
good
person
with
in
that,
Barbados
actually.
coming to?
Hold on, Derek. So when we see this English political, I guess, government or the way they run things or whatever, are you still saying that would be part of the Barbados, or they have, or is it any influence from Europe?
I'm saying no influence is coming from Europe at all. And if it is, it's coming from the same people that are going up to Massachusetts as well too from Barbados. Because in order to just go straight to the Delaware area, you have to know that that's a route to take if you're a European, right? How did you know that route to go to Massachusetts to drop these Quakers off? You've
Yankees.
never been to Massachusetts before if you're a European, and you've never sailed the East Coast. This is the first run up to Massachusetts for you. So how do you know about it?
Yankees. Because William Penn is a hostage American Indian coming back home. That's the only thing that explains it. Now we thinking hostage all the way to Europe. No, how about hostage to Barbados? You royal to the land. I need you to live.
Can we
Because
get
I'm gonna need you to come back up home. When
So
you go back home, I need you to
why
go
would
there again.
Barbados take hostages of other American Indians in the first place?
Well, wait. Can we get what ship route did William Penn take to get to Delaware? Did he go down to Barbados also, or did he go straight to Delaware? Because there's a north passage route they used to take as well on the ships. The French, so to speak, took the north passage route, while everybody else took the go down by Africa and come up by the Caribbean islands. So I'm just trying to see what route did he take on his ship ride to the Americas to get to Massachusetts and Delaware area? Because the first Quakers went through Barbados first, and they had they said it was like 10,000 of them there by 1680 of the Quakers, and there's also 10,000 indentured servants down there at the same time. Ironically,
When did Christianity come to Barbados?
that would have been with the Spanish Empire. So the Spanish Empire was already down there. The English didn't get on Barbados until 1627, according to their history. So the
So
Spanish Empire was already on Barbados since I
bingo.
think it was like, so they say
So
in the 1500s.
if you snatched up a kid from up north and brought him to Barbados at that time, you could teach him Christianity.
Come up, Root.
So now you teach him Christianity, bring him back home. He gonna tell the people what he learned. What he learned.
All right, so
Christianity wasn't a no.
my bad. What does it say? How did you William Penn get to Delaware?
Well,
Yeah.
it was he acquired that land
It
even
says
after
that he said he goes down near London, Kent, the English Channel to the Atlantic, the westerly winds, and typical route south before turning west. And then the North American coast entered Delaware Bay.
Wow, so he sailed straight to Delaware. That is amazing. Now we need to find out if he's selling straight to Delaware from Europe. How does he already know this route and they already have ports set up for him in Delaware? By that time in Delaware, I guess they were ruling really big. This is, I guess you would say, like 1682 through 1683 time frame, maybe a little bit earlier. But I could have sworn that I thought the
This is
Black Mariners were
1682.
running these areas up there in Rhode Island and Martha's Vineyard. All right, so
I'm still trying to figure out how William Penn come to America straight from Europe and hook up with the Indians. How? How you even know what they talking about? How they know what he talking about?
yeah, so they can throw themselves
But
into the
that's not the.
story. But we got to figure out how to debunk how they throw themselves into the story. We know it don't make sense. We got to just figure out how it don't make sense.
No,
Well,
that's what I'm saying. Like if you just analyze the story itself don't make sense.
we have to consider how how he obtained the land in the first place, known as Pennsylvania.
How do you obtain it?
Through a charter.
It
Okay,
was
so
right, and that hold on. I just wanted to give further perspective. She's right, but I was going to refer to the land grant that King Charles II. Oh, it was a debt that was owed, and that's how William Penn ended up getting that land grant for Pennsylvania. And he
so somebody
acquired
owed the
he
king.
acquired he acquired Delaware later on that same year, 1681.
So no, explain. So you're saying that somebody in America owed the king in Europe?
Say that again.
You said the land was acquired through a debt?
Yeah, that King Charles II owed his
Okay.
father,
King Charles II owed who?
William Penn's father.
Okay, so King Charles, am I wrong or right? Is he in Europe?
Yeah, you're right. And that's why
Okay,
when
so
Dosa was reading, hold on, let me say this right quick, just to bring perspective, because I think I know where you're going. Because when Dosa was reading what she was reading about some of the works of William Penn, I'm thinking to myself, they failed to mention one important key work of his, which was the frame of the government of the province of Pennsylvania in America. And these were the laws that were agreed upon in England by the governor and diverse freemen of aforesaid province. It was written by William Penn in 1682.
but what I'm saying is, okay, isn't William Penn's father in Europe?
Yeah, yeah.
So how the fuck can a motherfucker in Europe owe a king in Europe, but then acquire some land in you not, huh?
That's what I remember going over this on Smoke Channel, but yeah, I showed in case law how this very same process, and that's why I would say, I always say it, and I still do to this day, that the crown exercises full power via the Congress because of all of this. They're the grantors of the they're
You
the grant
still
they're the grantors of the
no.
charters of those states.
Okay. Okay, so now we follow this. It still don't make sense how in the fuck a king over there owe a
Uh,
man over there some land over here. How does some land over here pay off a debt between two people over there?
because the presumption is, and this is how they treat it as if there was no one here.
Exactly.
When they
Now,
discovered
now,
America.
now,
That's
now.
the doctrine of
Thank you. Thank
it's
you.
the
So it started
foundation
with
with it.
hot. So they hid
They
the
didn't
people
tell our
from the start.
story, and they still not.
So they hid the people from the gate. That's why the American today, motherfucker, can't tell me who that is. I get it
Give
now.
me,
Because that
yeah.
don't make sense. And anybody who believes that bullshit is bullshitting.
The,
How the fuck you gonna
the,
tell me a king from over there or another motherfucker from over there and he pay him off with some land over here?
The nigga that did his
right.
genealogy is the American of the day.
If you give me a second, though, see, I'm
advance your career without interrupting it?
okay.
eCornell offers a flexible.
I was bringing the map up so we could physically see the route.
Yeah, so as you can see here, they're leaving Lisbon, or no, that's Seville on that side. That should be Seville, Spain, that they're leaving. Now, again, we're only talking about one port, and that port sits on the Straits of Gibraltar. So they still have to go through that rock in order to get across the land from if you're leaving from Seville, because it's within I think it's within Gibraltar. So if you're saying that you're kicking people out at the same time Christopher Columbus comes over here the first time, and anyway, let's go there for a second. If Columbus, like you said, we don't know, but the story I know is not all the way there. So I'm calling it a whole fraudulent story. But he's supposed to be from Genoa, Italy. But now they're saying that he should be from the Iberian Peninsula, according to some new analysis. But how does a guy from Italy get to Spain to have the time to talk to the Queen Isabella at that time about making a trip around Africa to get to India when they already have their own shit going? How are you getting from Italy to first he got turned down by the Portuguese with this whole story of trying to get to the Indian Spice Islands. So, and then he went to Queen Isabella and Ferdinand, and they granted him access to sail. And he made a mistake and found the Greater Antilles. I think it was San Salvador is where he landed first. Now, those are the Taino, the Arawak, who are already speaking Spanish, and they're described as being copper colored, dark skin. Even in his story, if we're going to go with that.
Man, none of this shit makes sense.
Man, that map is hilarious. First, who went across? Dude, nobody went across the ocean. I'm tired of sick.
Hell
I'm
no.
sick and tired of seeing dumb things like that. They was going against the coastline. Everywhere they was going was against the coastline. Because if you go towards any further, the current is gonna kill you. It's gonna take you to the middle of the ocean and kill you. It's that stuff that shit is hilarious. Every time I see
No,
one of them type of maps that
no,
be
no.
out, like,
You're quite right. Because I guess no one knows today that you can't sail across the Atlantic Ocean, even in a big ass motherfucking shipping container boat. They don't do it.
I got some maps showing
No.
the currents also. It shows you the pattern of the currents and the way a ship would have to go, especially if you're on a sailing boat. That means, Dosey, could you pull up galley slave really quick here? So if you're on a sailboat, you need somebody to row the boat, correct?
What are you
Yeah.
saying? Galley what?
Could you a galley slave, Galley slave. So So the galley slaves were only European people at that time. These were the people just sitting on the bottom of the boat rowing. These where you get your rowers from. So you can get a Roman or a Roman out of that because they're Romans. You can get a Romance language out of that, out of these Romans. You can get then some of those Philippines also, they were great sailors as well too. The ones that changed their names to Spanish names, they became great sailors and rowers. First, they were rowers on the ship, the galley slaves, and some of them even jumped overboard in Louisiana to get away from that shit. That's how you got some of those Philippines down in Louisiana, also Filipinos, spelled with an F. But these galley slaves were only indentured servants also. So to get across the actual ocean back then, you needed somebody at the bottom of the boat rowing.
Yeah, that's true.
And who had the best sails and who had the best shipwrights? It was the New England Indians. It was the Delaware Moors, the place where William Penn is said to be going. That was one of the major ports for black mariners up in Philadelphia and also in Rhode Island at Martha's Vineyard. These were the black communities, the free blacks that made a lot of money selling and moving product.
Yeah, Jazz, I'll put that on the stream on the screen next. I just brought this up so we could see the difference. This is they have it started in Antigua, but Barbados is right here. Y'all can see right up above Grenada, and then they show it up around the coast to get into the Massachusetts area, Chesapeake Bay.
And what I'm saying is those two people were trading anyway. They had their own thing going. That's where we're getting Christianity, Catholicism from these greater Antilles islands. And also the Portuguese,
The
which
goalpost is, I don't even know where the goalpost is. We're not even playing the same sport anymore, Jazz. We were talking about people coming from Europe, but I don't think there's a consensus yet. Maybe I'll go across. I'll answer first. Did people come from Europe to the Americas? I say yes, absolutely. Did
I
people come
say
from
I
America?
say no at first. I think they're just talking about intertrade within ourselves at first, all the way up until the 1800s. We were snatching foreigners up and bringing them back, but it was all intertrade between ourselves.
Okay, milestone thoughts.
I
Did
think
people come from
Christianity
America
came
in
from
the
you.
1600s? Milestone. Let's do the time frame.
I
So,
would say yes, but not the way that people trying to say that they came.
And I would say Christianity came from Europe.
no, you didn't. Okay, whatever, boy. Savage. You have not said Christianity came from America.
No, no,
So,
no, no, no. I
that's
said
no.
the religion of Christianity, I would say, came from Europe.
Okay, paperwork Christianity. Gotcha. Savage.
Yes.
Did people come from Europe in 1600? Did you hear me?
Yes.
Epic Studies. Do you say people came from Europe in 1600?
My apologies. What was the question?
Did people come from Europe in 1600?
To America?
Yes, to America.
Um, I think, yeah, I think then. I think the times before then. I
Okay.
think I think travel has been a thing for a very long time.
When
Before
was
root word
Christianity
comes in
first written?
Derek, hold on. I have to ask Aton for a root word. He gonna come and y'all go get it. But Aton,
You got that
he
right.
come from Europe in the 1600s.
Okay, can I answer for him? I'm gonna say Chief Tammany was King Charles II because actually it would have been Tammany who would have gave the land away to anybody, not King Charles. That's why I'm saying that their kings don't even. He could be King Charles, Chief Tammany. We don't know that, so they're putting this King Charles overseas, but he's only dealing with one chief here. This whole William Penn guy. is what I'd be getting to when I'm looking for who's the dealing with, who's giving up something.
Okay. And OTK, try again. Go ahead, Root.
I just want to say salute. I hope everybody's day going all right. Thank you for having me up, Dosey. All respect. Except for the
Bang bang.
information. It's all
Of
good.
course, anytime.
What's up, Ru?
Now, I just want to ask, you said that all this powerful shit was going on over here. I just want to ask you one question, man. Where did they dwell at, bro, before the Europeans?
Shoot,
You
I'm saying
talking to
they
me?
dwelled in cities and where big buildings resided. It was the same things in the World's Fairs. It was already here.
I'm just asking a simple question. Where was these people dwelling at?
I mean, some of them had to live in cities. Some of them had to live in the urban areas where you have farming taking place. You can't just live in the
Bro,
city.
if
What
you
you
got
gonna
the
eat?
evidence, if you got the evidence of all this stuff, you have to give me the cities, brother, or the territories.
Nigga, we was living in teepees, nigga. Fuck you talking about?
We don't gotta cuss each other out. We ain't doing that over here. You don't gotta start acting weird, man.
So why you asking weird questions?
Bro, you quit talking to me. I'm just gonna ask this man a couple of questions and fall back. I don't know you and don't want to know you. I'm just gonna ask you a simple question, brother. Do you know the cities or places these people was dwelling in that you're talking about that was doing prestigious stuff with kings and queens in Europe?
Arabian Night, calm down, man.
Hey, Dosey, if you want me to leave, I will, man. I don't want to argue with these weirdos. When you start asking them questions, they start acting like 10 years
No,
old.
you're good. I don't
Niggas is
know. As
weird,
far
bro.
as it, what I would say is, like, people had their own. There was different chiefdoms. It just depends. In major parts, like in the Carolinas,
I ain't saying you, Dosey. I'm just
would
saying
you?
these niggas can run their mouth for hours. And I just asked him a simple question. My nigga was talking about the Barbosa goddamn slave owners, the Europeans, Chief Tamanu being the king and queen. All I said is, man, where was the capital or major city where these motherfuckers was dwelling at? That's all.
Hey, peace to everybody. Hey, how y'all doing?
Oh, cat got his tongue now?
Happy holidays.
I don't want to talk
Bang
to you,
bang.
Aton. Can I just answer? Man, see, this is what y'all do.
No, I was
Like
waiting for Aton to finish.
I've like left, and Dosey was talking something else. I was at work. I got off work for a whole hour just to listen to y'all. And I even said it in the chat. All y'all gonna fall with one simple question. Can you back anything up you're saying? And I came up here with a simple question with my nigga Abley talking all this stuff. Blah, 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 blah. Hey, man, where was these people located? The Chief Tamanaki in them. A simple question.
This is the Delaware chief, the Sagamore, which was a king, or Saint Tammany, if you're talking about Saint Tammany.
Sir, Delaware came around in the 1800s, late 1700s. Where was this man around before the 1700s? Before America, United States?
What you would so-call Delaware right now.
Delaware is that a state or? Yeah, that's a state, bro.
They were actually called the Delaware Indians for a little time there as
Where
well,
was
too.
they located in Delaware, bro?
The Delaware
In Delaware.
later, bro.
They are the
Where in
Delawareans.
Delaware? What
The
river?
Delaware
What city?
Moors.
What? God damn it, county, bro? Why are you avoiding all this shit?
Well, let's not even say, we're just gonna say the Delaware area, the Pennsylvania area.
Okay, if they was a king, where was the castles that Chief Tamanu and all these weird? See, bro, this ain't right, man. Bro, just quit, man.
Man,
You
You're
can't
right,
you can't
Bruce.
answer
You're
that
right.
simple
You're right.
question.
Yeah,
don't get
because I
frustrated,
was
bro.
gonna say, hold up, bro. Are y'all saying De La War is Indian?
Well, it's actually
No.
French, and you know they were. It's actually French because
Yeah,
those.
exactly. So we know
Yes,
Delaware
yes.
isn't the kingdom or chiefdom or anything like that. I think that's what Root
Right.
was asking for. If there's this Massachusetts Indians and everything that end up bringing this way of being, this government into play, where are they from? How are they getting this government? Things like that. That's what's never really answered.
No,
It's
that's because they're part of the Algonquin.
everything is American. Algonquian. These people are.
Yeah.
Don't y'all
Again,
appreciate
the
that Arabian Night talking to me like that
Hey,
neither.
you're wrong. Actually, the Delawares will be part of the Iroquois Confederacy. But that's a good question what Root asks.
But
It
the
ain't a
Iroquois
hard
are part of
question.
the
It just
Algonquin,
asks
right?
you. The Iroquois
Hey man,
is
every
actually
time y'all
part
say the
of the
Iroquois, the
Algonquin.
Algonquin, and all this stuff y'all talking about,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna ask y'all, can y'all please give
All
me the
that shit
city and
came
place that
from
they was
Canada.
located? Or I'm saying all
Yeah.
y'all no, Canada is a country. Give me a
Yeah,
specific
no,
location
Root.
where these
I'm telling
people,
you, that's a
I'm
good
not all
question,
cutting
Root.
y'all off. Because y'all
That
could
was
do
a
this
good
for
question.
hours, bro. I could ask a 5-second question and all y'all shit fall apart. Where was these great Indian tribes located? That's all. It ain't that hard.
After what year is you talking about, Root?
I don't care. Just when I hear Indian outside of a TP, which I believe that all the Indians was outside the TPs. I believe my own saying, but y'all don't back my shit up. So I'm just asking y'all, where was these Indians located? It's a simple question.
We was located all over. We don't have no
See what I'm
specific
saying, man?
grounds of where we was at, bro. We was all over.
Y'all
I
don't have
mean,
no
you think
location where y'all was at in the
hold
16,
up,
17, and
Root.
1800s.
So you don't think no people inhabited the land all over this land on the East Coast before any
I'm
Europeans
gonna
got
ask
here,
you
bro?
one more time, OTK. Why can't you give me your Pacific tribe and where they was located? Because they was never there,
I
bro.
told you, bro.
That's what I'm
Hold
saying.
on.
That y'all cannot back y'all's evidence up. So the
All
tribes was
right,
never
well,
there.
bro, I'm part of the Etowans and the Butchewee.
Where
And
was
you
the
start
Anawa and the
where I'm
Butcher
at
at,
right
bro?
now, right here in Goose Creek. Now, what you
I
gonna
know the
say?
Man, y'all
people.
gotta back that
The
Dosi,
shit up,
people
could
bro.
I
you
You know,
pull
I
know
up
did a
the
know
debate
about
about
the
the
Lenape
Butcher
Butcher
territory
Creek, bro.
map?
Creek.
And that's where the Westos come from. My family, the Westos come from there, bro. The Westos.
No,
It
the
ain't no
West
see.
Coast. No,
You naming the wrong. Just tell me when you done, OTK.
All right, hey, hold on. When you talk about the
Uh,
West Coast, bro, you're talking about
Oh
a
my
ray of
God,
root that
man.
came out of the creek. Now, when you talk about the West Coast actually came out of the Creek Indians and started raiding
No, we
other
didn't. That's
smaller
my family.
Indian
We
tribes.
did not come out the
Hold on,
creeks,
bro.
bro.
Hold on, Root, and I'm gonna let you go. Since you want to talk about the Westos. The Westos is the old trading ass Indians who started trading on their own fucking peoples and started helping the Europeans. Do your research
Oh
on
my
them.
God, man.
And they
Bro,
didn't
this is
come
what I'm
from the east.
saying.
They didn't come
Hey,
from the
bro, I'm
southeast.
putting you in this too, OTK. Stop being fake
Yeah.
if y'all can't back up y'all shit, bro. There's no such thing as this stuff y'all talking about. All Indians come from cities. We was an empire over here. I could tell you where every Indian nation was at, and they was in thriving cities. Not this shit you be saying and everybody else that call. I ain't cut you off.
Well, tell us
I ain't
where
cut
they
you
was.
off. I ain't
Tell us
cut
where
you
they
off.
was.
All I'm
Tell
saying
me
is
where they
none of
was.
y'all Indians could back y'all statements up, bro.
Tell me where
All
they
right. Well,
was.
root words. Root words.
Name any
Damn near
tribe, I'll tell you where they
everything.
was. When y'all
Damn near
talking about the
everything in South
Cherokee of
Carolina.
Delaware, there's cities inside there, bro. Y'all be
Damn
making
near.
up stuff and y'all can't back it up with a simple question,
Hey, hold
So
up.
where
OTK.
was
Hold
the
up.
We
people
got
our
in an
All
Indians
right.
argument
at?
over a simple question, OTK. I asked you where these fake ass tribes is at, and you couldn't give me an
All right.
Where
Where
answer.
was
your
the
fake
people our
ass? We
Indians
come from the
at?
Don't
same
get
place where
mad
your
at me
fake ass
because y'all
Indians
can't
come
answer
from.
simple questions. Now I'm gonna fall
All
back,
right.
bro,
We
because I
come
asked
from
a
the
simple
same
question and you
place.
started acting like an orangutan. My nigga Ab Power could not fucking answer the question. And there are you other Indians that sit up here and talk for hours about these tribes. Y'all can't give us a location, so y'all liars. And I digress.
Okay. All right.
Give me a
Hey, listen.
location, root
Hey,
word.
root words.
I mean Arabian Night.
Did your peoples then migrate or was they immigrants to Ohio?
My people are from the Ohio River. My people are 20 minutes from the Ohio River in my
All right.
genealogy.
What was the
I'ma
original
land my
name?
plane. I don't go to the
What was the
south.
original name? What was the original
Murphy,
name
bro.
before
We
it
don't
was
belong
called
to these
Ohio?
retarded tribes that y'all cannot locate. You don't belong to
What?
that tribe, OTK. So
All
when
right,
you and
great.
Abilene tell all these Indian stories, your families are not connected to these imaginary places.
All right,
Y'all
bro. All
peoples
right,
are
I hear
connected
you.
to cities.
I hear
I'ma
you.
land my plane. I'ma
Are
land
you
my
connected
plane.
to
True
Ireland? Are
genealogy,
you connected
OTK.
to
The
Ireland?
only proof you got in America is your people was dwelling in cities. Your people never connected
Okay.
with no Indian tribe according to genealogy. Am I right or wrong?
No, according to genealogy, my shit do trace back. The fuck you talking
Your
about? The
genealogy
fuck
traced
you
back to a
talking about?
tribe. Your
Yes, it
genealogy
does.
traced back to a tribe. I'll give you
Yes,
$100
it
if you can give me
does.
your genealogy
Yes,
tracing
it
to a
does.
tribe.
Because once
Man,
genealogy
y'all
run out,
niggas be
dog, it
lying,
ties you
man.
into a tribe. Let me tell you
I
something.
bet you
If you
can't prove
trace
it.
your
I bet you can't
genealogy,
prove no.
hold on,
Hey,
y'all.
bro,
Hold
we
on,
don't
y'all.
gotta argue it.
If
Prove it,
y'all
bro.
trace
Prove it,
y'all
OTK.
genealogy in the southeast, the East Coast, if y'all trace y'all genealogy back to the 1700s, 9 times out of 10, it'll tie you back into a tribe.
You cannot trace your genealogy to a tribe.
Matter of
You and
fact, a
nobody you know,
chieftain.
or you would show us,
A
bro.
chieftain. I
We
don't
don't
know
have to
about this
argue
tribe
over this,
shit.
bro.
That shit come late. That shit come later. Hey,
Bro, I'm
so
asking you a simple question. Connect
right,
this
bet.
tribe
Go
shit to
ahead.
what you was talking about. You can't, bro. You're lying. That's
You
what y'all
talking
do, bro.
shit.
Y'all can't connect the shit. Y'all
No,
cannot connect
no.
genealogy to a tribe. The only thing genealogy connects you to is the great old empire, which is all these cities. And that go for all y'all.
What that ties you to the chieftain? What the fuck are you talking about, Root?
Hey, man, quit playing these games with me. They don't connect you to the
No,
tribes.
you quit playing these lip
You trying to
locking
be
Bro,
games,
slick,
I
Root
asked you a
bro.
Word.
simple question, OTK.
Come
A
on,
Y'all
simple
saying
Root.
the
question.
same
It
thing.
don't look, bro,
Come
I'm gonna
on,
ask y'all a simple
Root.
question and fall back again.
Root.
Quit playing
We
with me,
saying the
OTK.
same thing, just
Bro,
different
we're
ways,
not cool
bro.
on information. How about this? I'm gonna show you how bullshit you is. You go and I go after you.
Root, you saying the same thing we saying. You saying, dog, the only way you could tie your genealogy back to a place is to one of these great cities and all of that. So I'm telling you, my genealogy ties me back to one of these cities, to where it is today. So are we saying the same thing or not, bro? I just want
Nah,
to make sure.
I mean,
Saying the
I just
same
gotta say it
thing,
what
Root
it is,
Word.
bro, and I'm not
Stop
gonna
trying
Well,
to
go
be
ahead
sugarcoat
and
it.
tell me the
slick.
difference,
All you
Root.
You
Go ahead.
Indians,
feminist,
or I'm
man.
gonna say it like this. You ask me a question. All you Indians try to connect yourselves to these $5 ass tribes and these European Mongol tribes, but when a person like me confront y'all switch it over and say y'all follow genealogy.
Who
Now,
does that?
now, OTK. You plainly just
Yeah,
lied and
bro.
was disingenuous.
Yeah,
You
bro.
plainly said your genealogy connected you to a tribe. I said you will never be connected to a tribe through genealogy. So y'all playing both sides of the field, and only one
No.
field is true.
Hey, hold on. Who tell you that you can't be connected to a chieftain through your genealogy, bro? Who told you that shit?
Hey, bro, I taught y'all about chieftains.
No,
Y'all never talk about
Root
chieftains,
words,
bro. I'm
root
gonna land my
words.
plane.
Why do you say that?
Chieftain is
I'm
a
just
city,
asking you,
sir.
bro. Why do you say that? I'm asking you, why do you say that, bro? That's all.
Because I just asked you a simple question and we went to left field over this because you cannot answer a simple question. Where was
Hey,
these retarded ass
your
tribes at, bro, in the
question is
1700s?
dumb.
Y'all
Your
won't
question is
answer it.
dumb. Your
How is my
question is
question
dumb.
dumb when my genealogy connects me to cities? Bro, quit
Your
faking our Indian
genealogy.
community, bro. Y'all, when y'all first start coming in, that's why our
bro.
community sucks, bro.
All
I
right.
don't
Well,
have to
bet.
argue with you,
Bet.
OTK. Here, I'm gonna do it two
No, you
times in a row, OTK, so you weird ass Indians don't think it's me. OTK,
Hey,
you go
root
first and
word.
I go after you.
You good. Hey, root
That's
words.
all you do
You
is
say
cut
your
people off, bro.
genealogy. Hey, check this. Check this out. Root words. You say
Damn,
your
man, just tell me when you're
genealogy.
done.
Oh, damn. Can I? Root.
Bro, you keep cutting me the fuck off, nigga. And I keep saying just go ahead and let me go. This shit is
I can't
weird
keep
what
cutting
y'all
you
doing.
off.
Then y'all try to
Wait
play
a
this old
minute.
weird
Hey,
shit.
Root Word, you better
No,
stop
that
that
was
Bro,
shit.
I just
somebody else,
asked y'all
Root.
to a simple question I
Stop
asked
that
it in the
shit,
chat.
dude.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't want to come up here. Y'all can run
Hey,
y'all's mouth for hours and I can ask
hey,
y'all a
hey,
simple
Root.
question.
Root.
Where was y'all
Root.
located?
Nigga
Okay,
diabolical,
Root.
Wait,
man.
before
Root.
everybody jumps in,
I swear we can't even have a simple conversation.
Oh,
Calm
yeah, we
down,
having a
Let,
man.
conversation
let
now, Root.
Root, yes. Hey,
We having a
OTK,
conversation
land your
now, Root.
plan and then let Root talk.
Bet. Hey, Root, I wasn't cutting you off, bro. That wasn't me. Now, when we was talking, yeah, you know how we talk. But now when you ask me a question, now, Root word, you just say your genealogy ties you back to a city. Can you name that city in Ohio before the 1700s? Before the
Yes,
1800s?
Columbus. That's our problem
No.
right there with me
Name.
and you.
So
Bro, I
Columbus
just
was there
did
in the
name it. I'm allowed to
1700s?
answer the question, OTK. I did name it. I'm about to answer the question.
Hold
I'm
up,
going to
bro.
answer it how I want
Listen,
to
can
answer
I
it,
finish
OTK.
my
All right.
question? God
You just
damn.
asked me to name the city, bro.
I
Then you
didn't
start
finish
yelling at
my
me, but go ahead.
question, Root. Root, I didn't finish my question, bro. Calm down. Get your panties out, man, bro. Everything good. Root words. Show me Columbus in the 1700s. Let's go.
Yes, now he asked me a simple question, y'all. Hey, y'all, this is what OTK and the Indians do. They give the cities to the Europeans and call our shit chiefdoms. Y'all see how crazy this is? This is the argument that goes on between me and OTK and these slave ass Indians, because I don't believe in slavery, bro. We had all of our cities over here. I could show you Columbus in the 1700s, bro. I could show you Chillicothe in the 1700s. Portsmouth, Ohio
Show
in the
me.
1700s, bro.
Show it.
Show me.
Show it.
Show me. Show me. Show me,
Show it.
Okay,
bro.
now if I show you Columbus in
Show
the
it.
1700s, what you gonna say?
Bro, show me. Show me, bro.
Now
Congratulations.
And
y'all
you
see
got to
what I'm
show
saying?
me
He don't
who
want to answer
found
the
it.
question. He's a slave, bro. I'm
No,
gonna land my plane. I don't care how mad you get.
This
I'm gonna
ain't got
land my
nothing to do
plane.
with no
Can I
slavery, bro.
please land my
Just show
plane?
it.
Man,
Can
you
I
Bro,
please
did,
just
land
show
my
man.
it.
Show
plane?
the source, man.
Well, I'll be
Okay, y'all.
damned.
This is
Just
what I'm
show it,
saying,
bro.
y'all. OTK and Abilene believe in slavery, and they believe the Europeans came over here and did everything. Before I get on my computer and show them the cities in the 1700s, because the Europeans did not make these, OTK, I'm gonna land my plane.
What?
You are a
Yeah.
slave believer. You believe that the
Yeah.
Europeans made these cities. Am I right or wrong?
No,
I
I never
don't.
said Europeans came
I
over
never
here. I'm
I
said
ain't
saying that
talking
these
about
people
you,
from the
Abilene, and you do.
islands were the
Y'all keep
ones
changing
coming
your
over
story.
here with the
No, I
Only
never
indigenous
thing
said
I
that.
first.
Root
asked y'all
word.
niggas was a simple question, bro. Can y'all
No,
back
root
y'all
words.
statement up with these locations
I'm
in the
saying the
No,
black
1700s? And
root
y'all told
word.
Europeans
me
are
no.
actually from the
No.
islands in
Now
To
I'm
South
about to
answer
pull
your
America.
up the
question,
city.
hey, hold on, absolutely. Hold on, absolutely. Root word. To
Man.
answer your question, no, I don't believe that no European gave the names. Because if you look in South Carolina, damn near all American Indian names
Hey
still
man, quit
last
changing the
today.
shit up. We ain't talking about the names. We said the
No,
cities, my nigga.
bro. Can
Do
you
you
show
believe
me
that they made the
Columbus in
cities or not, OTK?
1700s? Show me your bloodline time to
OTK, I'm
Columbus,
about to get on
Ohio.
my computer and show you, bro. All I'm asking you a simple question. Do you believe the Europeans made the cities or us?
No, I don't believe
You
Europeans
see
made
how
the city.
quiet OTK get? Cause he on some fuck shit. Y'all don't think I got y'all scheduled, bro? We made all these cities over here, not these Europeans. That's why you asked the question, OTK. Because you gonna get this slave ass story talking about the Europeans did this shit and put all the Indians in the woods, my nigga. Quit playing games with me, bro. Go ahead. Now answer the question, boy.
Hey, root words. I agree
Who made
with
the
you. That's
cities,
what I'm telling
OTK?
you. Ain't no Europe. Hold on, bro. Calm down. Damn. Ain't no European name shit except for what they name they little colonies and
Man, y'all
shit
see how he
like that.
changing the shit up? I ain't asking no
Hold
names, man.
on.
I said who made the
Well,
city, nigga.
god damn.
Who made
Yo,
the
hey,
cities, my
listen.
nigga? And
Hey,
you gonna
root
say some
words.
Europeans did
Root
because you were
words. You look
Pan-African, my nigga,
real
and I
bad.
digress.
Hey, root words.
No,
Hey,
you
root
trying to
words.
change
You
it up the
looking
names,
real
bro, but go
bad,
ahead.
bro.
Well,
Root words. You
can I
looking
say
real bad.
something, Root?
Word.
Because what I would say
Go
to
ahead.
that question is that the cities, a lot of them already existed, but I think they are much larger and different things. So even though sometimes they take on the name or sometimes they got a new name, we would see as far as a completely different territory if the Europeans had nothing to do with changing and redistricting and changing lines up and different things like that. We would see much larger chiefdoms than we see in these cities that they cut in halves or quarters.
Hey, Dosey. You know, to me, I'm the one who brought Chieftain in the debate against OTK. Like, nobody was screaming that because Chieftain connects you to something. When you look at
Bro, we've been
Chieftain,
screaming
it
chieftains. We
connects you
don't
to,
say
I'm gonna land my,
tribe,
go
bro.
ahead, OTK. Like,
We
see,
don't
this is
say
how
tribe,
wild you is.
bro.
Go ahead,
Don't
OTK.
get
I'm after you,
triggered.
Yeah,
brother.
Don't get triggered by that,
I'm after you,
OTK. Let him
yeah,
OTK. Go
go.
ahead,
Let him
brother.
go and say what
yeah.
he
Hey,
said.
bro, we don't say tribes. That tribe is some other shit, dog. We say chieftains. That's
Are
what's
you
over
done,
here, bro. It
OTK?
wasn't no tribes. It was chieftains. That tribe name came later.
Are you done, OTK?
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, I'm gonna say you. I'm talking directly to you. You've
I want you
never
to do
used
the
the word.
same when it's my
You've
time to
never used
talk.
the word chieftain until I smashed you in that goddamn debate. Because I'm the one that showed you that a chieftain is a capital city. See, y'all don't know how to explain a chieftain, and y'all need to like let root words show y'all, bro. Y'all have never talked a chieftain until our debate because it brings out the greatness in it. I'm gonna
Show us the
land my
Columbus
plane.
chieftain in
Okay,
1700s.
hey, y'all, watch
Show
this,
us
y'all.
that.
Go ahead, OTK. I'm after you, bro. This is the sixth time I did
Yeah,
that. Go ahead, OTK.
yeah. Show us the chieftain in Columbus in 1700. Quit dodging that. You said you can prove it. That your
Okay,
peoples
I'm
them
about
in
to get on my
Columbus
phone. I'm
was
about to get on
tied
my
to a
phone, but you
city.
ain't answering no
Prove
questions.
that,
I mean, I'm
bro.
about to
Hey,
get on it.
listen.
Trust me, it's easy.
Yeah, I
Bro,
know.
it's
You got
easy,
to
bro.
prove that, bro.
Marietta was the capital of Ohio in 1770, bro. Okay? Do you know it was connected to Columbus and
1770?
Chillicothe, bro? You don't know the
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
history of
whoa, whoa,
Ohio.
whoa,
You're too
whoa, whoa,
slow.
whoa. Whoa, you saying it was a Ohio in 1770, bro?
No, I said there was a city called Marietta that ran the whole Big Ten.
Hold up. In
You don't know nothing about it.
1770?
I'm gonna land my plane,
Hold up,
OTK.
hold up.
I don't know.
Bro,
You
chill
hold the
out,
fuck
man.
on, my nigga. Why don't your weird ass learn how to say, okay, root word, you go and I'm gonna go next. Learn how
I
to do it.
love
I
you,
did it
Root.
6 times already.
I love
This is
you,
my
Root.
7th time. Now watch this,
I love
OTK.
you,
Here go my
Root.
7th time. You go first and I go after you. That's 7.
Yeah, I know. I said I love you, Root. No,
I
I'm gonna
love you
listen
too.
to
It's
you,
just
bro. I'm saying I
information and
love
this
you.
how we get. I wouldn't want
Yeah,
nothing
but dog, but
happen to
listen
any
though.
of you niggas and
Show
beautiful
us,
sisters.
show
But we
us
arguing information,
Marietta.
nigga.
Yeah, show us Marietta that was named after a female, apparently. Show us that in Ohio in 1700s, bro.
Okay,
That's
now,
all I'm asking you to
bro,
do.
Here we, hey,
That's
bro,
all I'm
I'm
asking
gonna
you to
say that it
do.
ran. This is what I'm trying to tell you. What Marietta did. It ran all cities in Ohio, Michigan, St. Louis, Illinois, Kentucky, Indiana. It ran the
Oh
whole
shit!
Northwest ordinance. I'm gonna land my plane. I'm about to show
Oh
it, bro. I'm on
shit!
my phone. Here we go
Oh
again.
shit!
Here go the eighth
Oh
time.
shit!
You go and I go after you.
Hey,
It's
Ruth,
funny, y'all.
you
Y'all niggas is
looking?
weird, bro. Y'all cannot have
Hey,
a simple conversation because y'all fall apart.
I
I wrote
will
it in the
say
chat.
OTK. I do have
Jazz.
to say OTK
Goose Creek
that I
was a
have allowed
major
I
player in the
have
game.
allowed
Yes.
Derek to go crazy. I have allowed people to go crazy over here as far as just saying things, and I know you like source it up, but I have let people just talk and not necessarily source everything up when it comes to Root just saying his point and where he stands in this. And Root, I guess in this whole overall, if I can ask you, where do you stand? Did Europeans come here in the 1600s? Are Indians the Europeans? I mean, where do you stand on this?
I stand it's impossible for some Europeans to come over here unless they were servants to these 9 cities that we already had that they call colonies. Because as soon as you look at all the colonies, it's going to say them was capital summits. And what's a capital summit? A capital summit, a capital city, brain dead. A capital city is what you call a chiefdom. See what I'm
Oh
saying? Y'all
shit!
believe in that's why I try to say, bro, I don't
Oh
have to argue. If I get
shit!
the floor for 10 seconds, I'm gonna show that these
Hey,
guys
listen,
can't have a simple conversation because
boy.
all of them believe in slavery. All of them. So that makes sure the European come over here confident.
I don't
Y'all can't
believe
get out
in
the slave, so I'm talking about all y'all up here
slavery,
but
dog.
Dosey.
I know it happened. I know it happened. I don't
See,
believe
I
in it.
told y'all he a
Prisoners of war.
Pan-African. Bro,
And
I
I
ain't
know
about to
it
play
Prisoners of
with
has
y'all,
war,
man.
nothing to
You
do,
dog.
are a
but it doesn't have
Pan-African,
anything to do
my
with
nigga. I love you
Africa.
though.
Yeah, I
I
know
know
it
it
happened,
happened
bro.
too because it's in my
Word,
family, and y'all can't give me the story. Y'all can't tell me the alternative. Y'all can't make sense of it.
word,
So when people use
word.
my little family and come up to beat y'all up, to be like Robert Lee comes up and you say they ain't slavery, and he say Dulcinea or whatever the hell he says my name is, showed us that there's some people that owned her family, that they were on that person's will, and they were her Negroes. Y'all don't have anything to say. Y'all have no response. Y'all
Man,
can explain my own genealogy back to be like, make sense of it if it's not slavery.
Dosey. Dosey, can't nobody hang with me 5 minutes talking about slavery. I'm like, man, this seemed like a pretty fair channel. Bro, I call anybody out on any form of slavery. All y'all get embarrassed right now.
No, you wouldn't, bro. No, you would get
Nigga,
embarrassed
we don't got to talk
because
about
you
it,
don't know
OTK. Just
enough.
step up to the plane. Step up to the plane, because
And
I'm charging my
whatever,
computer up.
dog. You know, I don't back down from shit. You know, I run to it. Come on, bro.
That's
You know, I
retardedness to
run
run
to
to
the
a
beef.
losing battle. That's
I run
retardedness.
to the beef, dog. Listen, you might call it a losing battle, but I call it an information battle, and everybody gonna learn from it. Whether they agree with it or not, they can learn something from it. That's what I take from it, dog. I don't care about nothing about losing or winning in no debate, bro. All I care about is getting the information out to put something else on people's mind. That's all I care about,
You hit
bro.
me in the head with that one, my fault. I said I love you, man. It's just information, man. I said I love you. It's just information, man. But yeah, that's where we all disagree at over that slave shit, man. And then come to say we had how can we put slavery in here? And then how can we put chiefdoms over here? Man, that don't even go together. Slavery and chiefdoms? Come on, man. One of them got to give, y'all. One of them
Root, I
got to
want
give.
to debate you. I want to debate you, Root,
Who is this?
on any topic. This milestone, nigga.
You've never been in a debate. You too weird, my
I don't
nigga.
care, nigga.
You
I
don't
want to
even like
debate
me,
you
my
though.
nigga.
You be my first victim. You be my first victim.
I'm not the right one,
I
homie.
got you, Jazz. Look, okay, while y'all going back and forth on this, we still had a topic, so I'm about to put this on the screen. So let's look. We don't agree on slavery. That's fine. We don't agree on who, what, when, where came over here. But let's just look at the landscape, like Derek was saying. So this is in the 1600s. All the ports, the list, it should be all the major ports of just the Americas, the whole continent. So we have Boston, Massachusetts, New Amsterdam, that's later New York City, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Charleston, South Carolina, Jamestown, Virginia, St. Augustine, Florida, Quebec City / Montreal in Canada, Port Royal Habitation. Is that going to be Canada too? Not sure. I think Acadia.
What are you trying to say?
This, I think that these ports that you're showing only showing the British or the English ports. It's not showing the French ports.
No,
That's
that
why you're
is
not going
saying
to see them.
French. That
It
is
is
saying
showing the
French.
Spanish. It's
It's
showing the
saying
French
French right
ports in
there.
Canada.
It's saying Quebec City,
Okay.
Montreal. That's definitely Canada. But Acadia, where's that? Where's Acadia? It says French settlements though.
Arcadia, Acadia, and Canada.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
So those two
Arcadia.
are Canada. Quebec City, Montreal, and Port Royal Habitation. And then it has the Caribbean, Havana, Cuba, Portobello, Panama, Cartagena de Indias, Colombia, San Juan, Puerto Rico, Port Royal, Jamaica, Bridgetown, Barbados, and Wilmstead, Curacao. Salvador, Brazil, Recife, Brazil, or Pernambuco, Royal de Janeiro, Brazil, and Buenos Aires. In the West Coast, Callao, Lima, Peru. So that's where they say all the ports are around America. What do y'all
And what
think?
century was that, Dosey?
Huh?
What century was that, Dosey?
This is in the 1600s, it says. I asked them based on 1600 ports.
So the
See, when I
ports of
look up all the
1600s
cities,
are
I
the
can't
same
look up
ports of today?
Acadia. Now look, y'all, I didn't look up Acadia, and I might not be able to find it in Acadia. But when I look at Jamestown, Quebec, St. Augustine, I promise y'all, I'm gonna find a chiefdom there before the Europeans to get there. And then when the Europeans get there, they're gonna turn around and say it was a city. And that's what get mad at me about all Indians. That shit was a chiefdom. That shit was a summit city when the Europeans landed. And it says that in every place that it was already taken by us. And y'all weird and give it to these damn Europeans, but I digress.
So you agree?
Well, America came long before the United States.
Bro, I'm gonna say this one more time. I've never heard none of you Indians talk about these cities. You always talk about that's what this argument started off of. I just said, can you please give me a location y'all was at? Oh, Delaware.
The
Oh, somewhere in the
United
woods.
States, the
Hey,
United
bro,
What y'all
what
States
cities
always
of
are
do.
you looking for,
Y'all
root
always
words?
do.
What
Y'all take us
cities
to
are
the
you looking
woods.
for, root words?
But the simple
What cities
answer
are
is
you
very
looking for, root
the
words?
But you
answer is
came on
very
your computer
simple.
too, right? I can stop sharing mine if you came on yours.
Dose,
Oh yeah, I'm on
when
my
did
computer.
they
I can back all
okay,
my shit up. Hell yeah, mama.
Dose, was the United States of America Indian territory? The entire territory of the United States of America was written as Indian territory.
Man, where was the
Yes.
Correct?
capital of Indian Territory? Derek, where
Okay.
was the capital of Indian Territory? Huh? You don't even know how to talk like that. That's what make you niggas. That's
Indian
sad.
territory is a classification of
I'm
some
sorry to
people.
tell
You
you,
don't
but
even know
the
what people it's a classification of quite yet. But Indian territory would be a classification.
okay, so if the entire territory of the United States of America was Indian territory, so that means that America came long before the United States. So all cities in the United States of America would be Indian Territory city.
No, because I asked you a simple question, and this would make y'all, bro, I just got to come out and say, I've been saying it for years. This would make y'all pseudo. I asked you a simple question, Derek. In all this Indian territory, Moorish Indian territory, Black territory, I don't care what you call it. What was the chief dome of that city? Since you want to use the word chief dome, what was the capital summit, the capital city of this territory? See how you come crashing? See how easy it is to make y'all crash? Y'all can't
No.
feed both sides of these stories, my nigga. Y'all gotta
Okay,
choose
so
one.
So
And
are
next
you
to it,
not saying?
Rick, can
Hold
you
on.
pull up the one you were
Are
going to
you
see,
not saying?
capital city?
Are you not saying that
So now
all
he
these
asked me a question, y'all, with
American
a question.
Indian
He
territories
asked me a
have
question with a
different
question.
nations?
Okay,
Do
in
they
these
have
different
different
nations,
nations?
sir, because I'm the only one that brought up the 7 nations in America before the 1600s,
Okay.
1700s.
So it's
I'm the only
7
one on
nations.
YouTube, sir. I'm gonna ask you
Are
one
the
simple
7
question.
nations
Where
in
was
this
the capital of any
territory?
one of these 7 nations, Derek? Where was the chief dome? You see how silent you get, boy? You see how easy this shit is for you, man? See, this is what makes me mad. Simple GED questions, my nigga. You the one brought up
To
the
you,
7
it's a
nations.
GD question.
You the one brought up the 7
But
nations, my nigga. Where was the Where's the chief dome or the kingdom at? Where's the capital kingdom at?
where's the capital kingdom of different nations?
Yeah, where's the capital? See
So
how cat
you're
got no
saying there's a capital? Hold on. Are you saying there's a capital nation of the Confederacy as a whole?
or there's 7 single ones? Can you give me one? Because yes, I'm saying that they had a
Okay, so there's
unified. Let me
7.
land my plane. You
So
asked me
now,
a question.
are you saying
You
there's
asked me a
7
question, Derek. Yes,
central?
I'm saying that there was
Yes,
7. You cannot name
central.
the capital of any of our shit. I'm gonna give you 1, Marietta. I'm gonna give you 2, St. Augustine. I'm gonna give you 3, Boston. Can you name the other 4, nigga? I'm gonna give you 4, Alta, California. Can you give us the other 2? I'm gonna give you the 5th one, St. Louis. Can you name the other 2? Here, I'm gonna give you the other one. It's called New Amsterdam. Can you name one? The only one left. You nigga up here arguing with me and you don't even know the name of your motherfucking nation and where these people was laying at.
Hey, I can't believe you said New Amsterdam, bro. I can't believe
I'm
you
about to
said
pull it
that.
up, bro. Y'all niggas, bro.
New Amsterdam, dog. Do you know what New Amsterdam was named
No.
after?
First
That
of
was
all,
named
you
after
can't show
Amsterdam, bro.
me
That's why it was called New
every
Amsterdam.
city in the
Come on, stop
United
it.
States
Stop it,
of
bro. Stop
America
it. Stop
has
it. Look
always
up New
been there.
Amsterdam, Dan. Show us that. Show us New Amsterdam and show us where it came from, bro. You using these colonizer
Hey,
names,
y'all.
motherfucker. Show us New
Oh,
Amsterdam.
and let me
Show us
say
that.
really quickly, Savage, you may have to drop down. It's not, your devices aren't connecting. I'm going to go ahead. I'll just kick you from the studio, not ban you, and then come back up because your devices didn't connect. Sorry, guys. Y'all can go.
If it's all Indian territory, how
I'm
can
gonna
you
ask it one
explain
more
to me
time,
the
y'all. I'm gonna
Europeans?
ask him one more time since we don't gotta argue. Because I'm about to pull up the Empire of America before the Europeans. Can you give me one place where we was located, y'all? In America's territory that's called Indian territory? One simple place, you smart motherfuckers.
You're all of them. If the
Here we
whole
go, y'all.
territory of the United States of America was once you call American Indian territory, that means you were located all over it. And all of it is
Now, do y'all see
yours.
how evil these people are? Y'all are some evil Indians. See, I know how to
Well,
corner y'all in the corner, bro. Y'all said that we was
you
over here
ain't
trading
cornered
with Europeans.
nobody.
Okay, this is what I'm
You're
about to ask
telling
you
me,
again.
so you're
I'm
telling me we
telling you
weren't
that
all over
your
the United
information
States of
fake.
America?
I'm saying that your information fake over this one question. Where was the Europeans
Man,
trading with the
are you
Americans? Where's the
telling me?
Europeans? Okay, y'all, this is my 9th time doing this. You go first and I'll go after you.
Are you telling me the United States of America, which is Indian territory, the whole thing, they're not located everywhere in this United States territory?
Are you done?
Y'all hear me?
Yes.
I'm saying you fake as fuck. That's what I'm saying. I digress.
I'm asking you a question.
I'm answering your question. You fake as fuck.
Okay. So are they all over the United States of America or not?
If you can't answer it, bro, I said you fake as fuck. If you can't
Is
give me a
the
location where
American
this where
Indian
the
all
nations
over
was,
the
you just
United
said, I
States,
ain't cut you off.
city by
I ain't cut
city?
you off. I ain't cut you off. No, they wasn't.
Man, come on, man. Okay, so who in the fuck
Okay,
built
now
all the
can you
cities?
give me information? I ain't cut you off. How about this? I'm gonna do it my 10th time. You go first and I'll go after you.
Man, okay, go ahead. Please
Man.
answer
Now I'm
my
gonna ask you
question.
one simple question and
Derek,
watch
you
you
already
shut the
got
fuck
him
up.
on that one.
And I'm gonna
You
ask
already
all you
got him
Indians,
on that one.
can y'all give me any proof of an Indian living in a city? Or
Nigga couldn't answer that shit.
No, I want to ask Aton, OTK, and whoever this nigga is. I don't even know who he is. Can you give me? I will pull it up for y'all. Give me the proof that any of y'all's tribes was living in cities. I'm about to beat y'all weird.
Mine was living in Mobile, Alabama.
I've been in Butchie, dog.
My family from New Orleans, Louisiana.
Tribes that was living in cities.
Is New
Mine was
Orleans
in
a city?
Mobile, Alabama.
Bro, can y'all please give me the tribe that was living in Mobile and Louisiana?
Hey, root word. Can
It
you
was
give us?
Cherokee
Do
and
y'all see how
Mobile.
easy
Columbus
it is, bro? I
in the
don't want your question.
1700s.
I want you to back
It
the
was
question up,
Cherokee and
bro.
Yo,
Mobile.
why y'all let Root get away
Bro,
from that?
why
Showing
do y'all
us,
Indians get so
showing
mad
us
at us
this
with the
woman
question,
name
bro?
in the 1700s, dog, in Ohio.
Okay, here it is
Show us
right
this
here.
woman name in Ohio in 1700s, Root.
Hold on.
Don't get away from that. You try to
I'm gonna show you
dodge
this right
that.
here. I'm gonna show you this right here. No, I
That
didn't. This right here. Bro,
nigga,
it's
that
all
nigga
the
got his
same
track
shit so
shoes
that y'all
on,
thinking
man.
I'm real.
My
Look, bro, here it
Got
is
his
right
track
here.
shoes on,
Cherokee
man.
County in South
Look how they start
Carolina.
acting,
All
y'all.
right, y'all.
Look
I
how they
love
start
y'all.
acting, y'all. It's only the
All right,
Indians that can't answer simple
y'all be
questions.
safe.
Okay, y'all, look, y'all. Before America was made, named Marietta ran all of Illinois before Illinois was made. Now, hold on, y'all. That ain't the only thing. The
What
city
year is that?
Marietta,
What
Ohio.
year is that?
Now,
Whoa,
see,
whoa,
y'all,
whoa,
I don't
whoa,
gotta
whoa,
cut him
whoa.
off. I don't gotta cut these weirdos
All
off,
right.
bro.
Slow down,
No,
Root.
you
Slow
all right.
down, Root.
Learn how to
You
fall
teaching
back,
right
dude.
now, Root. No,
Bro,
you teaching
chill
right
out.
now, Root. We just trying to see what you showing, bro. That's all.
Bro, I'm just trying to
Take
land
your
my
time
plane
and
for the
show it.
11th time. I'm gonna do it again, OTK. You go first. I'll go
Listen,
after
you got the floor. You don't have to land your
I
plane.
don't got
You
the
got
floor
the
if you
floor.
keep
You
running
got.
your mouth, my brother.
Damn, we trying to find out what this is, man. Scroll
I'm
over to the
trying to
left
tell you
some.
if you won't keep cutting me off, my brother.
Yeah, this
And I keep
Indiana.
saying, go ahead.
Go
I'll
ahead.
go after you.
No, bro, we trying to see your fucking screen. Your whole screen is not showing. That we trying to tell you, bro. Calm down. You always think somebody coming against
The
you, bro.
capitals ain't showing. The capitals ain't showing.
Man, listen, all I see is the Indiana, and I see Marietta, but then when they get to the right side,
Now, let me
over
teach
there,
you something. Now, let me teach you something.
yeah,
You see how you
I
keep
can't
running
see
your
what's
mouth,
over
my
to the
brother?
right.
Bro, can you
Yeah,
please
go ahead.
chill out? So, thank you, sir, because I don't need your help. I promise. You said show you a city in America, in Ohio in the 1700s. I'm going to show you a city in every state in the Midwest called the Big Ten that predates the Europeans. And I'm going to show you that this is the first empire of the Midwest. It's called the Marietta Empire. Marietta,
bro, you're lying.
it ran every. I don't
You're
got to
lying,
cut
bro.
this dude off, y'all. Look, okay, how about this, y'all? I told you these niggas is weirdos for feds. Go ahead, OTK. I'll go
You're
after
lying.
you.
No, you're lying.
That's all he had to say. He had to cut me off, and I'm about to show you something. And he ain't gonna be able to rebut it.
Is Ohio and
Bro, look at him.
Indiana
Look at
at
this
this
agent
time?
shit, y'all. Look at this agent shit.
No,
Look at
I'm
this
asking
agent
you.
shit. He
Is
just said he was gonna
Ohio?
let me land my
Hold up,
plane,
bro.
and he keep cutting me
Bro,
off.
calm down.
No, you hold on.
Calm down. Root
No,
words,
you hold on,
this is
weirdo. And I'm gonna
Indiana.
say it again, you weird ass bastard. You go first, and I go after
on.
you, you weird fuck.
No,
Come
am I
on,
tripping,
Ruber.
y'all? But
What you
is
doing, bro?
this Indiana?
All y'all, my nigga.
Is this
Y'all
Indiana
gotta
right
do
now?
this.
What he's showing us?
Well, no, it
No,
says
weird
it
ass
does say that the Indiana statehood is in 1816, and it says Marietta, but it has Ohio in parentheses. I don't know if it means Ohio or what it means as far as Marietta.
It means the
but
fucking river.
It is
They
saying
want to
that
let me
it predates in
Dociana, this
1788.
weird ass nigga gonna take
All
over
right.
my
So
shit.
1788, Dosey, that would be
Dociana,
your
there was
fucking
no
French.
states around in 1788.
That
Dosey.
came through.
Dosey.
If
He
they
is trying
say
to cut me
Indiana
off
and
and keep doing this. This is why I'm
1788,
trying to say, are
Dosey,
you
that would be
Indians
your
agent?
French coming down from Canada through the Midwest. Big facts.
Now I'm gonna ask
And
you
this
one
is
simple
not
question. Like, y'all
Ohio.
see how
This
easy
is
it is for me to keep
Indiana.
this shit up. Now I'm gonna ask this
And they
fake
saying
ass from South
Indiana.
Carolina.
So what state?
Do you
When
have
did
any proof
Indiana
that your
become a
fake
state,
ass
Dosey?
slaves came down?
Hey,
Now,
chill out,
Dosey,
chill
because
out,
you
It's
Ruth.
keep telling me to
saying
let
When
me
that
did
land my
Indiana
plane, I'm
become
gonna
a state,
1816.
this
Dosey?
nigga out.
It's saying 1816, but let me look. Let me
All
look.
right,
I don't
then.
want to cut
So
this
now,
ass nigga
how
out.
can Indiana,
Dociana,
how
why
can
do
he be
you
showing us
keep getting
this
to
shit
cut
in
me off? This is
Indiana
the
in
15th time
1788
this
before
bitch
Indiana
nigga
was
cut me off.
Indiana?
Wait,
Dociana, why do we
1
gotta do this
second.
shit, bro?
1 second, Rue. Let 1 second. Let me just answer the question, and then we'll go back
Hey,
to you.
baby.
And let Rue words finish, OTK, so he can fully
You
show
weird
what
ass
he's showing
nigga.
in the city.
You
All
weird
right,
ass
bet.
nigga.
OTK, as far as the Indiana,
Hey, Ruth, I love you.
it says that it officially became a state
Now,
in
I don't love you right now, my
1816,
nigga.
but
You
it's
always
a
act like an
city in
agent when it's real information
1788.
come out. Fuck
So
you, my
let
nigga.
Rue finish showing what it's the 1788, and maybe we'll
Oh,
see. Maybe
retarded
we'll
ass
see
niggas, man.
Indiana. Maybe we'll see Ohio. We'll know. Okay, go ahead, Root.
Nah, these niggas be on some slave shit. I told you everybody believe in slavery, but if you get the real story out here, we're gonna show the empire over here, the 7 nations over here before the United States of America. Cause you know them imaginary lines you call Ohio and Indiana, they have a birth date. So before 1789, you cannot put no imaginary states there. And see, that's what these weirdos don't want you to do. They keep going to Ohio and all this shit. But right here, it says that the empire of the Midwest. Here, I'm gonna even give you the empire. It's called the Northwest, the North Ordinance. Don't got to talk about this shit. Everybody know about this shit in 1778 when we motherfucking conceded our lands over. This was an empire. This was an empire of the Northwest. And look at the images of it. They got images of it. And we don't have TP lands. We come from cities around here. This is what you call the Northwest Territory. Really what I call the McGree, but okay, we can go there. The Northwest Territory, look, before the fucking states was around, OTK, because you're right, I'm about to teach you something like I did in the debate. Before the states was around, you weirdos need to get these states out of here. These imaginary lines. When you erase the imaginary lines, then you go to the goddamn list of capitals before the imaginary lines. Before the Europeans get over here. And that's how you follow history. And one of the motherfucking great empires over here was the Marietta, Ohio Empire. And guess what? All the other cities was over here. The Indiana cities was already here. All these cities was here before the Europeans. All these cities in Illinois was here before the Europeans. All of them was here. We can keep on going. It's also like this shit is not that hard, bro. Like, oh, not Iowa, but hold on, Kansas, no, not Kansas. 6 states, not Kentucky, Louisiana. Give me 5 more seconds. Let me just show y'all. It's easy to do this shit. Okay. Michigan. Michigan was ran by Marietta, Ohio. And like I told you, Chillicothe, that's the real name of Columbus. Then it came to Columbus, Ohio. These dudes is weird, bro, for arguing something they don't know. And I digress.
Well, Root, can I ask you this? Where do they get Hopewell? Like the Hopewell culture?
The Great Empire. All of our Hopewell shit was located right inside and outside of cities. That's the only thing I get in an argument with the Indians about that. I say, we come from cities. I don't care where you put them mounds at. All the mounds in Ohio, the mound culture in Ohio is located in Chillicothe, Ohio, Portsmouth, Ohio, Circleville, Ohio, Columbus, Ohio, Toledo, Ohio, Xenia, Ohio. All these mounds are located in cities. And I digress.
And how exactly do cities debunk slavery?
It says we the Romans and the Greeks, and that's what they hiding.
Slavery's employment.
There you
go. Okay, if we're the Romans, hold on.
Where there was employment.
Hold on.
Yeah, don't let him slide with that. Don't let him slide with that.
He said all of them in the cities. That's not true.
No, but I can understand why they call that the guardian states. I get it now.
Now, this is why I call us the Romans, y'all.
The Serpent Mound.
Look at the same site I was just on, showing my American history. All you got to do is go to these cities that was around before the Europeans. That's all you got to do. Go to your genealogy and go to these cities. And when you mark on these cities, you're going to start seeing shit that you'll start, oh, we built all this shit right here. We was always on the rivers. And this is just a small city. And y'all see this great big building right there, these weird ass, our weird ass capitals. Every city is like this. Every city in America is built like this until you move further away from the rivers. Then the wood shit start coming in. Don't make me embarrass y'all about this Roman shit over here. Not the rest. You can't say the Europeans built it and it wasn't around here.
What makes us a Roman, though?
You're right. It might not be Roman. We just was some employed people, or we was people of employment. There you go. I can throw all the names out.
No, it's called masonry.
I gave my evidence so don't nobody think I'm going against Indians. I follow my genealogy. I follow the rivers. I say Indian territories. I say all these Indians, they come from cities. Just like anytime you look up, anytime time you look up Saint, damn, spelled it wrong. Saint Augustine. That's all you gotta do is look up Saint Augustine. It's gonna plainly tell you that the motherfucking Indians, that was an Indian. It ain't gonna say summit. It ain't gonna say it was a summit, but it's gonna say the Indians dwelled there before the Europeans got there. Early exploration, blah, 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 blah. The social construct included hierarchical chiefs and organized ceremonies. This shit was connected to the Indians. But keep on going. It's going to say it. According to blah, 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 blah. Hold on. Every city in America, history right there. Before the Spanish arrived in this area, the area was, St. Augustine was inhabited by some Indians, my nigga. I'm not against you Indians. I'm going against the story we tell, nigga. So don't say I'm not an Indian. I just have different history, and I digress.
Man, your ass an Arabian Night. I ain't trying to hear that shit.
Like, okay, Rue, going back, I get it. Okay, but listen, with the Roman Empire, we were just talking about that with the Quakers, because this religion. So we know that the Roman Empire brings Catholicism. Are you saying that that is an American religion?
Let me show you. Yes, Catholicism, which is universal. That's all it means, is universal. Let me make sure I do it right. Etymology online and just look up Catholic. And it's going to take us back to the energy harvesters. That's what the word cath means. And that's the root word of it. But when we just look up Catholic,
all written Christianity is never done America any good.
It's a doctrine of the ancient church. The ancient church, now, we don't know where ancient is. We could argue over that. But that's of the ancient church. Now watch this, y'all. It's of the ancient church before the East and West schism. Before the Moors fell over there, or the Tartans, whatever was over there and fell, before that fell, that was the Catholic Church. I don't know what Catholic Church y'all talking about, because Catholic only means universally accepted. And the word come from the calf. And then when you can look that up a little bit, man, this word takes a weird ass. Just make sure I do this right. When you look up Cain, hold on. Man, this shit is weird how I just freestyle this shit. Sometimes you got to sit outside. Oh, man, this shit ain't going to let me. Oh, there it is. When you look up the word, let me try this right. Oh, I heard Cain. Because this is what all the rivers is off of. I just can't explain it right. All rivers are sitting off the Cain. But when you go to the bottom of the word Cain, it's going to go to that root word calf. And everybody think warrior means a war. No, it means a ward. But anyway, people don't understand that. But I'm just going to take you to that word calf. And when you're doing that word calf and you think of the old church, you think of a Cather, which is a person that ran the old church, but they're going to put all this weird shit in it. But no problem. It means a person that was pure in your body. That's what it means, a person that was dealing with stuff. But I'm going to back it up with that. When you're dealing with a cathoid, I think that's how you spell it. Cathoid. Oh, that's all I got to do is go to Catholic. My fault. All the other names are going to come up here. Every word goes to this shit. I haven't did this shit. Hold on.
What is this?
Fucking buffoonery. It ain't buffoonery, bro. Catholicism. It's a concentration and accumulation of mental energy. See, that's what we was doing. We was getting mental energy around here. And hold on, there's a couple other ones. It's a cathectic. It's a physical knowledge jargon charged with mental energy, emotional loaded, a back formation. So when you're looking at all these churches that they give these Europeans credit for, and all I got to do is show y'all that the Europeans did not make this stuff. I'm going to land my plane real quick. 1 second, y'all. I'm just going to take y'all to about right there. No, right there. When I take y'all to the Northwest Territory, I'm going to land my plane.
Hurry up.
Because I know y'all ain't going to rebut you. See this building right here, y'all, next to the water that they call a Catholic church? See, this is where we harnessed our energy at, bro. This is why we always kept positive. Because all these Indians over here, they're going to give it to the slave master. And it plainly showed you right here that the Catholic Church is our old shit. It only means the universal harmony. And I bet you nary one of them rebut anything I'm saying. And I digress.
Oh, shit. Hey, root words. Root words. I got 2 questions for you, dog. 2 questions for you. What religion was American Indians practicing, bro? You can answer that real quick. Go ahead. Answer that real
We
quick.
was
I just need something
practicing.
short and
We was
simple.
practicing. Bro, I already answered it. We was practicing Catholicism, which means universal, nigga. Now, can you rebut it?
That's Catholicism. Learn how to say the
What?
word, dog. It's Catholicism. Learn how to say the word, bro. And you're lying. You're lying. You're lying, bro.
I don't gotta cut you off, bro.
American
Just tell
Okay,
me
we're
you're
gonna
done.
do a commercial break, y'all. Just a
Yeah,
commercial
yeah.
break real
Hey,
quick.
Doshi,
Yeah,
quit
tell
letting
him his
these
mic's
niggas
fucked up. Yeah,
lie with
the
this
game
pseudo
guy's telling him
shit.
to go leave and come back with his weird ass mic.
What you say,
I'm
OTK?
coming back. I come back.
Yeah,
I come
okay.
back.
Got
Yeah,
you.
my mic might be
All
fucked up.
right.
I'm fucking
We
with you,
dropping
OTK. It's
this.
just your mic, bro. You know how we get
Yeah,
over
it's just
information. It's
mic.
still all love, Dosey, and everybody,
And
man.
then
It's just
I'm
information.
definitely gonna put it back up because we're gonna talk about this, especially that East-West schism. Let's go ahead and talk about it. So, the copper-colored races, America's first people. So this is what Milestone. Are you still on the panel, Milestone?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, so this
I'm
is just
still here.
coming. It looks like it's coming from 2024, but I can see here that you were saying if people are starting to reference the copper color people, it's automatically going to teach about Black American Indians.
Yes. Just go ahead and read through it. Just go ahead and read through it.
Okay. Written
You
research.
really gonna like it.
Written research and dated images and illustrations present concrete evidence of Aboriginal Americans' existence, historically referenced as the copper-colored people. However, the narrative we've always been taught is Black American Indians were the sole byproduct of Africans procreating with the natives. You'll understand why I put that in quotes later. Though a logical consensus, I'm afraid that it doesn't tell the complete story of our history. Aboriginal Americans existed in North America, South America, and the Caribbean nations before Africans' arrival. Their bronze skins was distinctly darker than that of the paler, reddish colored Native Americans, who are often depicted in film, television, and pop culture. That's right, Aboriginals and natives weren't necessarily one and the same. The term native simply means that you were born in a particular place, but it's the Aboriginals who occupied the land from the beginning. The real questions that we should be asking are who were the Aboriginal Americans? What did they look like? How many Aboriginal American tribes existed in total? And where did each tribe call home? What percentage of Aboriginal Americans and their offspring survived the genocides that they faced in the hand of European settlers, along with other American tribes who fought against them in brutal territory wars? As for the ones who survived and were likely sold into slavery, did they all stay in the Americas or were some shipped off, forced to migrate elsewhere in the world? Unfortunately, we may never find the answers to all, but historical literature gives us an idea of how they appeared. Is this video gonna go into it?
You can do the video if you want to, but you can just finish reading or go back to it.
Okay, yeah.
Just give up.
Acknowledged as natives of America in the Webster's Dictionary of 1828, the Aboriginal Americans discovered by settling Europeans were originally described as copper-colored. At that time, copper was much darker than how it looks today. Other recollections of Aboriginal Americans are told by the European settlers were that they had small, dark eyes and long black hair. They further describe them as having broad nose and thick lips. Chief Walt Red Hawk Brown, the elected chief of Southampton County, Virginia's Karawonhaka Nottoway Indian tribe, was interviewed on WHRO's public media show, Another View. One comment that he made was, First Americans was a rich brown people. They were mahogany in color. Now tell me, do the red Native Americans we see depicted today have a mahogany skin? Were their complexions copper colored like Aboriginal Americans described by European settlers? Brown's comments were in reference to journals from English born Virginia colonist William Byrd. In 1728, Byrd shared his perceptions of Virginia's Currahaka Indian tribe in the William Byrd Papers after a visit to their reserve. The young man danced to the beat of the gouge drum, stretched tight with skin. The women wore blue and red match coats with their hair braided with blue and white beads, he stated. Now his comment about female tribal members is what really stood out, though disgusting. He stated these dark angels will make exceptional wives for the English planters. Their dark skin would bleach out in 2 generations. Could this explain why the main face of today's recognized native tribes is, i.e., those that meet the blood quantum requirements, typically have paler skin than the Aboriginal Americans? Did these reddish-hued natives descend from Aboriginal Americans who were forced to procreate with the European settlers, birthing a Native American generation with more Eurocentric features? Is this why they were eventually pushed to forefront or and more socially accepted, while dark-complected Aboriginal Americans and their descendants were classified as Negroes, held captive as slaves except for free blacks, and further put through the ringer post-slavery? Could this also explain society's confusion as to who all counts as the true Native Americans and whether Black Americans have indigenous roots? Allow me to clarify what caused this confusion in the first place and why we may never get all the answers that we're looking for. From American Indian to colored, Byrd had affiliations with the Colonial Council and the Commonwealth of Virginia, who were largely responsible for the native-born Virginians' experience of treaty violations, economic suffrage, and colonial encroachment, as told by the Cherokee Indian Nation. So basically, he walked so eugenicist Walter Ashby Plecker could run. And Plecker was the head of Virginia's Bureau of Vital Statistics. Sounds a lot like the Census Bureau, doesn't it? The Virginia-based bureau was established in 1912 and brought on Plecker in that same year, where he served as the state registrar from 1912 to 1946. Well, let me tell you a good old...
I don't want to interrupt you, Dolce, but I just want to tell you this,
Hey, what
right?
are we reading?
You notice,
got us reading, man.
You notice how the Native American tribe that they keep on talking about got an Indian, Asian name to it, and that's crazy though, right?
Yeah, but they're talking about the Nottoway Indians, and I thought that was interesting that it's talking about them when they just burnt down that whole plantation. So just about what kind of records or different things that were in there when they recently burnt down that plantation. And people cheered about it. So that's what you had to question. But yeah, we're just reading about, so this is going into the Racial Integrity Act, right? Milestone thought.
Yeah.
And basically
so
how whatever.
It's basically telling you how we have conversations the whole time. That's why I be saying to a lot of people, we be using them Virginia laws in conversations in a new age way. Like they got into conversations during the time that we're talking about it now because of the Virginia laws. They put the Virginia laws in new type of description of people instead of then having it in the old description of what we was really considered as.
Yeah, like that reclassification into the different categories from color to Negro to Black.
Right.
Now,
would you keep on reading?
If we saying that my slave lineage
If you keep saying that my slave lineage, now I ain't saying you, Dosey, but if we keep saying that my lineage comes from
Nigga,
slavery,
it's not
then the
talking
plainly
about.
says
It's
right
not
here
talking
that
about.
land my plane, brother.
See,
Land my plane, brother.
that's y'all problem. Y'all don't understand. Y'all don't understand
What's
what y'all
wrong with
reading
you, bro?
something, and y'all don't understand what
How
somebody
is this my
reading.
problem? I was talking to
It's
you
not
guys,
calling us
bro.
no slaves.
You're about to get this shit back,
It's
bro.
not calling us no
You're about to get
slaves.
it
It's
right
not
back, bro.
calling
Don't
us
get so
no
mad.
slaves.
I'm asking something. Man, most of you Indians, it seems like y'all on some ageist shit, my nigga. I'm not even talking to you, bro. I'm asking Dosiana a question.
Yeah, hold
Okay,
on.
but you still trying.
Let's hear the
Man,
question. What's up, bro?
bro, I don't care. I want to ask Dosi a question. You talking about you want to debate me and don't got no decorum? I just want to ask Dosi, she believe in slavery. We got to choose one side if we saying the blacks is the Indians or they ain't. Which one is it? I digress.
Well, you have to just see the system of slavery and really know what they were saying were laws. There was laws for slavery from Europe to America. A lot of the American laws were established first in Europe. So a lot of people try to separate, oh, slavery means this, slavery means that. Oh, indentured servitude is different from slavery. It's all the same structure. It's all the same structure.
Slavery is employment.
It's employment. It's an employment structure and
Dosi,
how
which
they
one
do
is
their
it? Is the black
structure and a
people
debt
Indians?
economy.
My fault.
Black people, some black people are Indians. Some black
It
people are
can't be like that.
Europeans. Yes, it is. It's depending on your bloodline.
Dosi.
Not all black people are the same.
Dosi.
Some black people are Europeans.
Dosi,
Some
all
black people
are the
Indians.
same, Dosi.
No, they not. No, they not. You
Are you
are
serious,
whatever your
Dosi?
bloodline is. I'm so serious. I'm
Dosi,
very
all of our
serious.
bloodline
Black
is
people
from
can
here,
be
bro.
from
We
everywhere.
all up
Black
here. None
people
of
can
us are
be
the
from
same.
everywhere.
I'm bugging, bro.
We not the same. The fuck? Nigga, my people not the same as your people in Ohio.
You're not black.
I know it's good information, so he got to disrupt it. He got to disrupt it because it's good information.
But that's why I think black was ushered in the first place. But I mean, that's why we had to break down in who these people are, what King Charles are doing, and are they the same people? But I don't know if they're the same people because it seems like there's a big emphasis of them being the same category of that 1828. Oh, Americans are the copper colored people, and oh, don't forget the Europeans that came here. They're American too. That seems to be the whole play. And for that to just go away and say it's not foreign or it's not someone that's separate, it just doesn't make sense. Why would people take the definition of what was clearly American to be copper colored races and then say now understood to be the Europeans as well?
Dosi, I'm just going to say Dosi. Where's King Charles from?
England.
Okay, is there any place in England that's named Charles? No, it's not.
I don't think so.
Nothing. No. There's no recollection, no proof that anything in that land was ever a King Charles or Charles nothing, because they named their shit after the greatness over there. Why was Charleston, before it was called Charleston, it was called the town of Charles? Just like Jamestown. I'll bring that shit back over here, but I'll digress.
Can I say this real quick?
I could fight.
Dosi, two things I've learned from this conversation. Christianity is a written religion that came before another form of Christianity. Second thing I learned is everybody who came here was a written Christian in some form or way. So it doesn't matter what color you are. It only mattered what religion you were back then.
Hey, bro,
because they were converting. They're converting these people over here.
Indians, why we always got to start talking about some Europeans, whether they black or white or some African slaves? Talk about your people, bro. We was living in cities called Charleston. We was living in cities called Jamestown. We was living in Tripoli, which you call
Toronto. One disagrees with you.
Yes, you do, bro.
No one is disagreeing with you.
All right,
Can I finish my
why you want to
statement?
debate me?
Thank you. I'm not debating you on anything. Wasn't even talking to you. I was making a general statement on what I've learned in this conversation.
I'm thinking this is milestone, but this is Derek, man. Y'all can't be playing both sides of the field like Moors, bro.
What are you talking, man? Okay, first of all, like I said, the one thing you've taught me, Dosey, is the fact that there was as far as what you read, there was a Christianity before a written version of it. And there were people here or everywhere in the world abiding by that. Now, what I see a disturbance is the form of Christianity that's written is what took over today. And that's the only difference. Everything Protestant, Mormon, Catholic, all these things came here as far as what we've been told.
But see, when y'all take everything back to a religion,
the people here are living well without this written form. That's the facts. But that's what's not being talked about.
All right, let me ask you a simple question. In the 1850s, my brother, what language was we speaking over here? I'm gonna say Latin. I'm saying we was all monolithically speaking Latin in law and anything that mattered. Now I'm gonna ask you, what language was we speaking?
And you're saying in the 1500s?
No, I said in the 1800s. I ain't trying to go back that far. I said
in the
1850s.
1800s that we're
1800s, we were speaking Latin. Everything over here was in Latin. I could be wrong. I'm just wondering what y'all guess is, because when you talk about language, language connects to culture. Language connects to lineage.
They was writing in English.
Okay, English. I say Latin. Okay, is there anybody else?
Now yeah, we're saying that it's already American English by this time, and American English has always been a little different from English, Old English, like not even a little different, very different from Old English. I think it has been English, but I don't necessarily not believe the Latin thing. I don't know if I'll put it at the 1800s. I think it's a little further back, but since Latin would be another trade language, I don't doubt people learned Latin before it was considered a dead language, and you would learn it if you were a higher learned person, just like they teach other languages in school.
So what is the Catholic language? What is the hierarchy of the Catholic language, Dulcie?
That'd be Latin.
Okay, before the Catholics got it, what was the great Roman, just which everything is under? What was their language? Hold on, I'm gonna go before that. You don't even got to answer that. You don't even got to answer that. Everything that's in this earth. No,
American.
A plant. A plant. Like when you say a plant, they break down plants to its rawest form, or rock. They break down rocks to its. What is all that nomenclature? What's that stuff written in? That's weird. We contained that shit in the 1800s. Everywhere in America where the Indians was at, or whatever we was called. In law, we was talking Latin over here. That's the best I could say. I digress.
But, and I guess it still doesn't explain the religion. So let's go. You seem to want to talk about this East-West schism, which I'm interested in. I mean, if you bring this back to Tartaria, I've been asking people about Tartaria. So let's go, Root. I want you to.
Hey,
but let's go with what they're saying.
With everybody, and this dude named Zoe Pound Hustle was over here. I don't care to call it Indian major. I just want us to be major around here. We just the way we talk, and not you, me too. We just talk like we was minors around here. That's all. And I digress.
Well, I get it, but because we good to 2025 and we're in the state that we're in, we are obviously not the major in the United States at this time, right? We are not the people that you go to for laws. We're not the people you go to for land. We're not any of the ruling class of people, maybe some black people sprinkled here and there. But you would say that the Aboriginal, the American Indian, the Romans that owned America, they're not in charge anymore, right?
Facts. That's all I was saying. It just looked like our history was greater than what they're telling us.
Sure about
Everything you
that?
just said is accurate.
Hey, Dosey, can I say something to OTK?
That's the only argument I get in with my Indian brothers and sisters. I don't say we
okay, hold on.
is.
The title of the United States of America breaks down to the United States and America being two different entities at the same time as one. So the United States is a property manager of the owners of of America. How do you not understand that? You own everything. They never took it from you. They still haven't taken it from you. You are descendants of these ancestors who own this place. Period. Now, the only reason that they have any kind of power economically is because they told you something different. And you believed it. You believe it to this day.
So you're saying that if everybody just went up and said, "This is who we are, give us back our shit," they would say, "Oh, no problem. You own the army, you get all the military weapons, you get control of the police, it's all yours. I've just made it so you would never remember who you are because I didn't want this moment that I would have to give you everything back because you remember who you are." You're saying it's going to be like that easy to be like what the United States would be like, give it all back?
If it was never really taken from you in the first place, why wouldn't it be that hard for you to get it the way it's supposed to be?
So then where's the gold? Where's the gold back?
Dosey, you know what's funny? If you bring it up, if you look on your birth certificate, you'll see an issue date, and it's not the same date that you were born. Why does your birth certificate have an issue date if it's not the same day that you were born?
Man, you just
What's your point in it? What's your point? Just
Okay, my
say
point
what
would
it is.
be you were born an American and you were issued United States citizenship. So if the American is the owner, why are you living like a United States citizen?
Well, I'm saying, why can't someone prove that this way will work, Derek, by renouncing the U.S. citizenship, taking on the American citizenship, and then going to get their piece of the gold back? Say, hey, my name is this. I've been here through this. You owe me this gold. And the government give them the gold so y'all can show us the way.
There's only one way. And that's why I be trying to take people only to the 1850s. And it seemed like it's even on our Mason walls. Any Mason building you go to, it's written in Latin. Bro, these niggas talking about getting back some land and don't even know the language. I progress, man.
Anyway,
what the fuck is
now,
man? People, I'm gonna let my play, but people really talk about they don't know where the hell they was located in 1850. They don't know the name of their fucking language they was talking about. I'm about to get something back. Man, this shit crazy.
Okay, cool. The language. So what was the economy like in 1850?
People don't
What was the national? What is the national economy in 1850? So there was no monetary money.
Black Wall Street
in 1850.
It's the same thing going on today, except for what.
Tell me about
I ain't
Okay,
saying
so
I'm just giving you my
explain to me.
opinion. Bro, can you
Okay,
let
well,
me get
give
my
me your
opinion? Maybe
opinion
somebody else
on
want to
the
get their opinion.
national economy in 1850, since it's written in Latin.
It was Black Wall Street. See, that's when I say Black
Okay,
Wall Street, I
keep
didn't make that up.
explaining.
Let me land
Keep
my
explaining.
plane. Oh, I'm explaining real quick. I'm gonna land my plane real quick. When I took a look at today's Wall Street, that's what you call the principle of money. It's the principle. There's nothing higher. It's the principle. I don't care if you got gold, silver, all this shit. It's weighed up on the stock market because of all the commodities. Before it was there, Wall Street, who owned the principle of money? And I digress. See how easy it is there?
So now, who owns the principle of money and what is money in 1850, sir?
According to what I see, it was wheat, the wheat pennies. It was gold, gold coins, silver coins, just like it is today on Wall Street. It was commodities. See, I'm not saying I'm right. I'm going to at least try to take it forward. Let me land my plane, bro. No, brother. Now, hold on. You asked me 2 questions. It's time for me to ask you the same 2 questions. Can you answer them same 2 questions you just asked?
Yes. What do you want to know?
What was the money in the 1800s?
I agree with you. It was minted gold and silver.
Yes, sir.
That's historically proven. That's the only thing that proves this money in 1850. Why? Because the dollar bill was delegated by state. The gold and silver minted coin is the only thing that can be traded state to state.
No, I ain't saying you're wrong, you're right.
Okay.
But I'm saying commodities back then could be traded state to
I
state.
understand.
If you had
gold and silver is tied to the economy and in industry.
I'm gonna land my plane real quick.
Directly.
I'm gonna land my plane real quick. When you take gold and silver, I think they call it a commodity because you could turn it into something. That's not the only commodities in the world. Them is the only commodities that run the world today. That was something that was picked by like, okay, give in all your gold and all this stuff, and we're gonna make this the top dog commodity. Now, what I see in the 1800s is if you had a commodity, you could trade that state to state with your bonds or your certificates. And I digress.
Okay. Now, can I explain something? Commodities are based on gold and silver as a standard.
No, it's not, man.
Listen, just listen. If you have corn and you have a crop, it is based on the weight of the crop and the actual quality of the crop.
That's why I said barter and trade.
There's a gold and silver and copper standard. If this crop is grade A, it's gold standard. If it's grade B, silver standard. Grade C, copper standard. That is all of the industries in the United States of America in 1850. That's what you don't understand. That's the American way. The United States usurped that industry as a whole and call it a Federal Reserve
was that
today.
our industry or their industry?
I just said that is the American way. That is the American standard.
Hey, sir, don't get mad at me.
The United States.
Sir,
the United States.
Back then in the 1800s and 1700s, was that owned by us or them, sir? Did we make that or did they make that?
The gold standard is the American standard. That is the American Indian.
Can you just say us or them, bro?
It is the American Indian. It's us.
Okay, then. So where was the American Indians' cities where they had these banks at, sir?
All over the country.
Can you please give me one city?
The gold. Any city, Los Angeles, New York, New Orleans, Chicago.
Oh, so now
God damn it.
Indians had commodities
In
and banks and
18,
shit.
excuse me, sir, in 1850 to 1910, American Indian cities, what they call Negro cities, were 6,000 or more.
Okay,
In
bro.
this
So now we
country.
can say that
So they're
us
all
Indians in the 1800s, we was rolling around here with Indian Wall Street, Black Wall Street, and we had cities and shit, and we had banks and shit. Is that what you're saying?
the economy is based on the
You
same
see how
things
easy
now.
that shit
Yes.
is to change the whole story of Indians. Y'all don't want to do that though. Y'all don't want to do that shit.
What are you talking about? I said yes.
I just
What
want
are
to
you
make sure we
talking
talking about
about?
the same Indians. They had all the commodities over here in the
There's
1800s.
only one. There's only one. They still hold them today.
We was on horseback, Iceman, living in teepees, huh? That's what you saying?
The
That's just the only
concept
argument
of the American.
my Indian people is just look, man. There's simple history
No,
out here to say that we was balling around this motherfucker like Castle and King balling. I ain't saying I'm right. There's just a lot of evidence to roll that way.
You are correct. You're absolutely right. You even underestimate your own ideology. You just don't know how vast and how rich it really was. Because someone today can give you a portion of it and call themselves rich today. And they only hold a portion.
And once again, y'all always say, I ain't saying I'm right. There's just a lot of evidence backing up the shit I'm saying. And I don't care what y'all say, bro. I'm supporting the Indian community because I understand I'm indigenous to America and we got a lot of great history over here.
Let me help you, sir.
So you're gonna help me.
You understand?
Thank you,
You understand what you understand? You understand what a consumer is? That's a person who buys things. Black people here in this country are the #1 consumers in the world at $1.7 trillion a year annually. Now, I can show you in 1910, these people were the #1 producers in the world of what they consume. That's what made them great. So by 1960, all the things that they produced were switched from their hands to someone else that does not look like them.
That happened in the NAFTA agreement.
Now today, everyone believes that these people are the ones that created all of these things that they people produce around the world, when actually they're all things taken from the real American Indian between 1870 and 1970.
Hey, Iceman, about the company, I only found this out 3 months ago. I never knew about this history, and I looked it up. I couldn't find the one in New York, but I found the one in Tokyo is real proof, and the one in Europe, Amsterdam. The dude Patterson had the 3rd biggest shipping company in the world back in 1910. And it was registered all around the world. This was the biggest fucking goddamn it boating. And guess who stole one of his boats and named the company? Marcus Garvey. This was the 3rd biggest boat, what you call it, commerce boating company in the world that was taking shit around the world, and it had motherfucking offices around the world. A nigga owned this shit. And then they sent in the CIA Marcus Garvey, and he took one of the boats and named it the Star Line. No, that was a motherfucking organization, like one of the last standing American organizations of boats. That shit was wild. But I digress. My fault. See, when I start hearing shit like that, and then I'm talking about everything in the world, everything in the world comes from industry. Huh?
What?
My
Name
fault,
one industry in 1910 that black people didn't run?
I mean, I say that there was a lot of white folks over here, so I'm just gonna say it's all aboriginal to America. It's all indigenous to a particular location.
All industries?
Yeah, or
Well,
most of them.
You don't.
But I can't
You
say
don't see
that
no
the rest of the world
from
didn't
the
have the
smallest
industries.
to
I
the
don't like to
largest.
be. I don't like to be biased and say the rest of the world wasn't doing their thing neither. I just think that everything was bigger in America, but we can't take away from. I don't even fuck with Africa, like South Africa, like Ethiopia. Like when you look at that slave castle, like that's a castle. So places around the world was doing their thing too. I'm just happy to know that I was included in that. I just don't like to be shitting on everybody, but I digress.
Well, as an American, you can do that because as an American, you the one that came up with all this shit in the first place.
I mean, I'm not gonna say that's true for or not. I know the modern era.
What's not true?
We came up with everything, but I just can't
name something we didn't come up with,
bro. In the
it's
modern
easier
era,
to do that.
hey man, I'm real good at boxing when it comes to the scholarship shit. Hey man, there's a lot of history that it's hard for us to get past. So just when you say we made everything, man, they boxed that out of history, man. That's hard to box back in history, bro. That's very hard. But I digress.
Name something that we did not create.
The airplane.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
That's a lie.
Right, bro. Okay, just
Because
give me a name.
No right airplane.
We did create the airplane.
You see how easy this is?
No, I don't know his name,
Bro,
but I know
give
the
me a
story.
name.
Hold on.
I can do it right now. What you talking
Because
about?
I know it's a black man who had an airplane. Somehow he mysteriously died, and then the Wright brothers came up with the airplane.
He was the same person that made the helicopter. What is you talking about? What are we talking about here?
Right.
Everything.
Because y'all ain't gonna give me a name to train. Because y'all ain't gonna give me a name to train. Okay, how about this the boat? How about this the castle? Bro, y'all saying too much, man. Just say the modern stuff that we could prove. Y'all saying stuff that y'all can't even get past some simple shit, man.
All this stuff was done in the 1800s, man.
Okay, and Drew, I just did want to ask you one question. Sorry, I don't know who has the echo, but Root, when you brought up that source before, the Catholic, and went into the Cath, it said about the East-West schism. So the schism is the early 1000th century, and it's talking about the East. So it's putting that Roman Empire in the West, in Europe and North Africa, etc., and then it's putting the Eastern Orthodox further east. So when you say like there's an East-West that includes America, are you talking about Tartaria?
If that's the right word we put there, I just know when I connect that Catholic, which says that was the old law, universal. So I cut out these maps and I follow language. And when you look at the Russian language, when you look at the German language, and when you look at all the other languages of the West, they all come from old. And there's no such thing as old. People don't go around in history slandering stuff, call it old. They'll call it proto or antiquity. They'll use a name to sexy it up, pause. But when you say old, that's an acronym for original Latin dialect. And I digress. So that's putting everybody as a one under Catholicism, and not the religion or the theology, under a system that seemed like it had harmony around there. But I digress.
So those would be the first Jews.
I would debate you on that, and I will kill you on that. I would debate you on that.
I can agree with you that there was the first Jews.
I would really debate you on that.
Because
I said okay, bro. I said, bro, you know what Jew mean?
The first Jews practiced Christianity before it was written.
So you telling me the first Jews could practice
of Christianity?
Yeah. Bro, come on, man. Slow down, man.
Christianity was formed before it was written.
So you telling me Christians was around here before the law?
She just
Listen to what I
told.
just
She
said.
just read that.
You tell me Christians was around before the law? Oops, I mean
Josie
Judaism.
just read that.
Hey man, I will run.
We wasn't practicing no religion here.
I'm
We
playing with you,
wasn't
bro.
practicing no religion here.
You don't even know what Jews mean. You don't even know what the word Judah means. Judo, judiciary, the Jews. You don't even know what it means. And you talking about you gonna argue with me? Debate me? I plainly said I'm not talking about no Catholicism and theology. I ain't talking about that. I said I was talking about a universal way.
Bring that up about Christianity that you had up earlier, the beginning.
Bro, let's get to a mark, because we might could do this on Dosiana's channel one day. You said you want to debate about the Jews?
I didn't say nothing about debating about anything.
I said you talking about it was Christianity here. No, what you was talking about, it was Christianity here.
Bro, I've never said nothing about Christianity. I'm changing my words up, bro. Name what I said. What I say?
You said it was Christianity here.
I ain't said no. I ain't brought Christian up one time. What I say?
No, I'm saying that there was a history. There's a history of Christianity before it was written, and it was by the first Jews. Now, who are those people?
And Christianity
because Christianity as a religion is a written form of the same text or the same ideology.
But we're not talking about Christianity.
Catholicism
we are not talking about Christianity. Why are you forcing us to talk about that, Derek? We're talking about a universal principle.
You just said
we're talking about something that was universally in universal harmony. That had a universal.
It's not called Catholicism.
I didn't say it was. Why are you bringing up Catholicism and Christianity? We wasn't saying that. What I say it was called. See, you being disingenuous there. We talking about opinion about Catholicism.
And I'm saying it wasn't none of that here.
I think we did have universal ways if we was trading with the people. And we had the trade lanes over here. That's universal ways. Now, can you rebut that?
Yeah, but our ways wasn't the same ways. Just like when you talk about the mounds was only set up for different harvests.
We the ones who went to Europe and made all them castles that sit on top of what, sir?
No shit.
Okay, then. So that's a universal. Let me teach for a second. The universal ways was the mound builders of America. Straight mound builders. Went over to England and France and built all them castles up because they sit on what? Mounds. That's Wikipedia easy. See, that's a universal principle, and I digress.
All castles is not built on mounds, and mounds was made to direct the people to the different harvests. It was time before time was made time. That's what the mounds is for.
I didn't say you
it's
wrong.
Not, it don't have nothing to do with nothing that you think about. It don't have nothing to do with what you think about.
I'm gonna ask you a simple question to show that this is nuts what you just said. How can the mound direct you to a fucking harvest?
Because they connected with the stars. The stars, and it's set up so that it's the different time frames. Like right now, this is the solar, this is the winter solstice, right? By time how the mounds is all directed and put together, when you get to the spring solstice, which really actually is the beginning of the new year, the start of the harvest, it shows you which direction that the sun was set and how it would come up.
What was it?
Now, can you debate? Now, can you rebut that? Can you rebut that, sir?
Yes, sir. That sounds. I'm not going to even go there. That's your opinion. See, we allowed to have that. I just want to ask you a simple question.
How is that?
What did they have on top of that mound to show the directions of all this shit, what you're talking about, like the astrology. There you go. Yeah. What did they have on top of this mound to do astrology?
Wasn't nothing on top of the mounds. Wasn't nothing on top of the mounds. The ones that had the mounds that had things on top of it, there was like the greeting areas. The same thing we do like a family reunion. Like that's when you go up in there and you bring everything that you harvest for the fall harvest, what you would call Thanksgiving. That's what them mounds was for. The ones that did have something on top of it.
Now I ain't saying you wrong because everybody gives their opinion.
Not to bump me if I'm wrong.
But I'm gonna show you
if I'm wrong.
Bro, I don't gotta get mad at you, bro. I'm gonna show you what they was in America and in Europe. And I got a couple other motherfucking continents they was in too. I'm just not ready to go there yet. I don't gotta talk about it, bro.
I know where all the mountains at. I know where all the mountains at.
Okay, bro, I don't gotta cut you off. All I'm saying, I'm gonna go to this first thing right here, so I could connect us to this universal harmony. So I can connect America to Europe through the Indian tradition. I don't gotta talk for hours. I'm just gonna go directly to is it the structure or history? Structure. Let me make sure. Structure. A Moat Bailey Castle was made up of two structures. Can anybody read the first structure that came directly from the mound builders? There's only 3 groups of them. There's only 3 groups of mound builders, and they're directly from America on the east side of the Mississippi. They come from the east side of the Mississippi. So whenever we go over to Europe and the castles that was made on top of mounds, who built them? And so
mounds up here in Minnesota. It's mounds out here in Minnesota. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna ask you one simple question. Can you connect the Indians to Europe like I just did?
Dude, I already know they went that way. You can find mounds. You can find mounds in Iceland and Greenland. What are we talking about,
bro? So who built the mounds in Iceland and Greenland?
Also in Scotland.
Ask you one more time. Who built the mounds in Iceland and Greenland?
It was the Americans.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you one simple question. Can you connect anything to Europe through Indian game?
Oh my goodness, dude. This is so easy. Yes, I can, man.
I'm waiting, bro. You don't gotta argue.
Yes, I can.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
Just like I said earlier, on the side of the buildings, the corn stalks on the side of the building, while you try to throw that Roman stuff up in there, that's what them mark them as corn stalks on the side of the building. They're not Roman, whatever kind of garbage you tried to throw in earlier. That's not what that is. Them is corn stalks. You can see that the corn stalks is being peeled back. You understand what I'm saying? And it also have our face on the side of the buildings too.
All right, y'all. Hey, y'all, look. A Bailey Moat Castle was made up of 2 structures. A moat, a type of mound. Only people that made types of mounds, you know, where I'm from, the Ohio, we made a special type of mound. You know, them southern motherfucking mound builders, they made them mounds, right? And there's another group of mounds. You know, there's 3 different types of us around here in America that just was the mound builders, you know. Somehow, some way they said, these moats over here is a type of mound. Like, okay, cool. Often artificial, topped with a wooden or stone structure, known as a keep. And at least one Bailey, a fortified entrance. This shit is like in every city in America. But anyway, this is what I like about it. The constructive elements themselves are ancient. So now I'm connecting the Indians to something great. Don't get mad at me. I stand on this shit. And then when I look at this wonderful, lavish shit that's in Europe, like, oh, that's what a mound is. Like, oh, Then I'll be like, well, hold on. You just can't say that root words. You just can't say that these great mounds that got all kinds of castles and big structures on them. You can't connect that to America. You got to say
But
where the
what
rocks
was
went
the
there, root
mounds
words.
for though?
I'm gonna line I got
What
30
was they
seconds,
for
bro.
though?
Like, look, y'all, this is all these mound castles. These ain't regular castles. These are castles built with multiple mounds. And then y'all can understand what Cahokia was. It was something to understand. Our Tyler can't understand this shit. But anyway, this is the proof where all our rocks went. Because all this shit is right next to a river.
Okay, you say that, but what was the
It ain't hard,
point
man.
of them going by river?
Yeah, I'm like, let me just show the people real quick because I don't want to talk to them real quick. I don't have to talk to them for hours in river rocks in USA rivers.
You never see me up here
Now, when I'm
talking
looking
for
at
no
all these
hours
weird
about nothing.
ass rocks, no problem. I bet you don't rebut shit and I'll jump on everything you say. When you see these river rocks in America right here, that's in every river of ours, all you got to do is ask Google one question. Do rocks come from rock quarries? Yes, rocks do come from rock quarries. So somebody took some rocks from some rock quarries and just laid them on every American river. And that's the story of Egypt when no stone was unturned. But I digress. Thank you for being patient, brother. Thank you. Thank you, my brother.
Well, your presentation is garbage as hell. That ain't had nothing to do with that, man. You know what I'm saying? Them is chips from what they was making. But getting back to these mounds, what was these mounds really made for? What was the purpose of the mounds? Truly, what was the purpose of them?
I promise not to cut you off. You gave me grace. Let me go through my little spiel. I guess said that every mound in America, and I went with you, the majority of them, not all, the majority of our mounds, not all. Okay, half, I can split this half and half. Half of the mounds had some type of structures on them, and it looked like it's the same ones that's in Europe. Now, what they was used for, I don't know, but I digress.
So you don't know what they use for, but you advocating for the mounds and the people being great mound builders.
This shit ain't easy dealing with root words, man. I'm real southpaw, brother. I think we unite and agree on some things, but I'm telling you, man, I take it to a whole different level. And I ain't saying I'm right. I'm just sort of like Dociana. I'm at least back my shit up with something, bro.
I'm saying the mounds were built for different harvests. They wasn't. They're not no burial grounds. Ain't no bones been found in no mounds. And you can go inside of a mound. You really can go inside of them. They're like doors. Some of them covered up, some of them not. But you can actually go inside of them, and you can see that in the inside of them is corn husk that covers the walls in there. So basically, it was like a storage place. Because of
I can't
the
agree with you that
harvest.
I don't know what it is. I'm not that smart. The elements. Oh, my fault. My fault. I can agree with you. I don't know what it is about corn, starch, and when you mix corn with this, like something weird is about corn. And they saying that shit is like man-made, like optimal, but I just got to disagree with you on that. We was just putting big ass stocks of corn up like we idolize corn. But yes, it was some type of principle. But I'd agree, like cement principle, or you know what I'm saying, oil principle, or some shit like that.
Like I said, it was a storage place. you know what I'm saying, for the different fruits and vegetables that was being harvested.
Sache, I'll be seeing you, bro. I'll just be at work, man, and sometimes I'll just really be in the bushes, man. I'll be seeing you, bro.
That makes sense that
You
this
connect all this
storage, that would make sense as well for the economy. Like, what type of economy did they really have as far as that kind of storage being in the mound? How was it distributed amongst the people?
Pretty much. But this guy, Mr. Arabian Night, want to say that it was just because of a castle, when all the castles wasn't built on top of no mounds. Them was the ones that was built on top of the mounds was during war times. You understand what I'm saying, Mr. Arabian Night? Now I'm gonna stop messing with you, Root. But nah, man, you got a little bit of something, but you just don't
man.
bring your
When we look at
approach
these mounds,
the right way,
go ahead, bro.
man.
Go ahead. All right, when I look at America, this is what I'm looking at, because they said that the mounds is ancient. So I'm gonna say, okay, 1500 ancient. So when I think of American cities, I'll just say St. Louis. I'll just throw St. Louis out there, just because it got two sides of St. Louis. And all of our cities, every last one of our cities in America, all 1,000 of the motherfuckers are right off the river. All of our cities, like I always say, is a geometrical shape of something. It just don't lay on the ground. It's heaped up with all type of shit. So this is a construction of a blueprint of our cities, and you could tell there's rivers running through these cities. Rivers. Well, in America, what do you see? A whole bunch of rivers running through the cities. It seemed like that was a part of a mechanical version of electricity. And I don't think people was living in castles like that. I think them was, my opinion of it, it was let me make sure I say this right, a structure, architect, what did I say? Infrastructure. Every city had this, bro. It had some type of big ass mound. Any city you go to in America, there's some big ass mound. And it had holes in it, like you said, that went under the ground. And in the early 1800s, we knew how to turn a river left or right. All you got to do is look up the Chicago River reversal. Chicago River.
Right now
reversal.
you can look at how
real quick. I'm gonna land my plane real quick. So I'm trying to connect a lot of things. We knew principles of how to reverse rivers. And I don't care who made this stuff. It's all aboriginal to America, indigenous to Chicago when it comes to, if we're looking at, people knew how to take a whole river. That's like 50 miles, and say at 5 o'clock it's going to be going the other way. And see, that was a principle of that architecture that I think that was up back then. Am I right? I'm not sure, but that's just my opinion. And I could keep backing this shit up, but I digress. My fault, bro.
Hey, OTK still up here?
No, I think he dropped earlier, but he might come back.
I was about to tell him, man, I finally got my voice. I ain't nervous to talk no more. So you know what I'm saying? I'm about to start stomping on people like root words.
That's what we need, because we got a lot of this is misinformation. This ain't real. I'm still confused where we get here from, but it's gonna be a long journey to figure it out. Root, I did have one more question about Latin, because you go against being slavery, but there's a Latin word for slave. That's where we get our slave from, the word Slav. So if we're Romans and the Romans have slaves, how could you deny slavery?
You be careful. You be careful opening up that Pandora's box. I'm just going to say I agree with you, just to try to back off for the Roman word for slave.
Slavery's employment.
I agree. I
agree, according to the Latin.
The transatlantic version of slavery is the slavery we're looking into, but we have seen prisoners of war, and we do see well, I guess we're still fighting about if we see Indian wars going on, different people, different nations and confederacies fighting other nations and confederacies, and why.
If slavery's employment, everybody would be a prisoner of war.
Dose, this
Of
is
the
beautiful. I gotta go
Confederacy
somewhere for 30
Republic.
minutes. I'm leaving. I'm up here, but I know I'm not going. I got to go somewhere for 30 minutes. I'll be back. Man, it's a powerful bill. And I want to say my fault, OTK. Hey, man, if something happened to any one of you mother lovers and women, my feelings would be hurt. Only getting personal shit with y'all when we get on this information. It's all love, man. I'll be back, Dosey, but I ain't going nowhere.
Don't that make sense, Dosey? If slavery's employment, everybody today is a prisoner of war. Because the war is the economy. That's what they're using as a weapon. And the people are the motherfucking hostages. Because we don't need this system today. It sounds like the system of yesterday worked just fine for everybody.
I wouldn't say that we're a prisoner of war if we're choosing this. Like, we have our own agency, it's free will. We're all adopted into it now, and we're comfortable with this system. That's why there's no one really fighting against it. But no one's proven, Derek, that they
Are,
can just
are
go
you
and be like, I
choosing?
realize that I own this, and that's all it takes either.
Are you choosing or do you just believe? Because
No, you're choosing.
a choice is a knowledgeable
You're
understanding
choosing to
of
live
both
here. Once you
sides.
live here, Derek, you're choosing to
No,
stay here. You're from
no,
here, but you're choosing to
no.
stay here despite here being the United States of
Okay.
America. And there's no denying that here is the United States of America as you live. Now, you don't have to acknowledge that here is the United States of America at all. In your day to day, you can live life never acknowledging the United States of America. But it doesn't mean that you're not living in nor participating in, as far as when it comes to law abiding, different things like that, into United States of America. So that's where we are at this
No,
point. And yes,
no.
that is the laws. We have to follow the laws.
No. Those are the codes of conduct of a United States citizen. The rights, privileges, and benefits of an American is totally different. You've never ever learned that.
You would have to prove that. You would have to prove that. And no one can. Everybody's a United States citizen that says that. Like, if they're not a United States citizen, they're foreign. They're literally not from
Okay,
the United
so
States.
Josie, if you look, okay, so in history, as they taught you, and to understand what really happened, there were people here living a civilized life long before somebody else wrote down something
Yeah, you
else.
keep going down this path of what it was before, but I'm talking about in 2025. We're all United States
In
citizens, point
in
blank period. I can
2025,
show you the
no,
law that shows that
you
once you live
you are
here and reside here, you are a United States citizen.
under what? Under
Under
the
the
14th
Constitution.
Amendment, correctly? No,
Yes.
a
That's the
14th
Constitution, yes.
Amendment citizen.
Of the
All
Constitution.
of us today, no, no, you're a 14th Amendment citizen, period. And how do you become a 14th Amendment citizen? You have to be born federally and issued to the state. Right or wrong?
I don't. I mean, you are issued, I guess, to the state if you call a birth certificate that. So yeah, mostly everybody's going to be issued to the state. But I don't know if that's true what you said.
Is a 14th Amendment citizen a federal law or state law?
You're okay. You're okay.
Can anybody answer the question on the panel? Is the 14th Amendment citizen a federal law or state law?
You're tired. Yeah.
Somebody gotta have mic.
It's me, but go ahead, Derek. Hold on, I'll be back.
No problem.
But Derek, that 14th Amendment is not for us, it's for foreigners. That's
Go
what
ahead.
Okay. I
yeah, that's
understand that. I'm asking this specific question. Is the 14th Amendment citizen a federal issued citizenship or is it a state issued citizenship?
it's a federal, it's federal.
Federal.
Right.
That's how
Right.
that's why
Right.
them
Right.
that's why
But it's issued by the state.
Native Americans be saying that's why the Native Americans be pushing that federally recognized shit for it.
Exactly. Why? Because we were the first 14th Amendment citizens. We were the first ones that were federalized because we are the federal people of this nation. We are the executors. The executive branch is us. Period. That's why we're born federally and then issued. That's what an issue is on your birth certificate. Issued state citizenship. That's what the Social Security number is. You're issued. They issued that number through your birthright. Your birthright is federal. The Social Security number is state. That's the bottom line. Now, we don't know the account numbers to our federal issue birth certificate.
Well, our birthright is inalienable. It's not something that can be granted or given. Something that we was born with. Why it's a birthright.
That's why it's a birthright. Exactly. That's why you are born federal and you're issued state citizenship. But that's only because of the 14th Amendment. And the 14th Amendment was never, ever cool with us. That's why the South had to be overthrown and rewritten because it was never an agreement.
Well, no, I can't say that. They had to agree at some point.
Well, I think he's speaking to what even brings, because I remember when I was speaking about the 14th Amendment, as to it should be deemed invalid simply because of the parameters of what he was just speaking about. You had 11 southern states that were left out of the vote as it pertains to the passing of the 14th Amendment. Not to mention, most of the states rejected it.
At what time?
Go ahead, Epic. I know this is your subject.
No. You said now put the time frame together because after the 14th Amendment was what they say ratified is when Reconstruction happened. not before. Now, the whole thing about the 14th Amendment is that shit's on the bubble as a whole. Because how did that actually pass if none of the southern states was down with it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even the vote that was. That's why I would. That's why when I pointed that out, that's what I was trying to point out that day when I was talking about this, about the unconstitutionality of the 14th Amendment. It wasn't legitimately passed according to its lawful, constitutional, conventional parameters. It was violated on that front on many levels. Even though you find it, ratified today, it wasn't done so lawfully. That was the point I was making. And let's say it does.
And that's the point I'm making.
Let's just hypothetically say it was passed this, then it still is not. It's not needed for our salvation as it pertains to who we are. You know what I mean? Gotta understand.
You're absolutely correct. The
And we
14th
just,
Amendment has never helped the American people. Never. It has
I just
only
think,
harmed them.
I just think with the information that we do have, you know what I'm saying, that is provided, that is out there, I think it would do us well to see how all of this, how it all functions. Because how it functions is what ultimately affects us. You see what I'm saying? Especially when we're talking about doing certain things and making certain moves for our benefit. So we're moving within those parameters. We need to know the rules to that. And I think with the right information, we could move, rightly. But I think without it, we tend to make mistakes. And we find ourselves in difficult positions, mainly in positions that we know we can't defend ourselves in because we haven't, we're not well studied. But that's all it means. We just need to strengthen ourselves there. That's all. But like you said, brother, I don't think the 14th Amendment is needed. You know what I mean? I don't even think as it pertains to the original people of America, speaking politically, I don't think it's needed. I really don't. And I don't even think it even refers to us.
If, okay, because I'm just trying to figure out the birthright before
Remember,
before the 30s,
birthright is
wasn't it
inherent.
automatically passed down? No, I'm
That's
saying
what
like that birthright that before the 30s, before the Social Security system, before the
okay.
Federal Reserve, the birthright was automatically passed down.
It still is. In principle, that's what it is. It's inherent. That does not change. It does not pass away. Regardless of what takes place politically, understanding, just like when you speaking in principle, you talking about the root. That does not change. It does not pass away. Can be bought, sold, traded, none of that. So it's inherited automatically. You are who you are by virtue of your birth, your lineal descent bloodline type deal. And any benefit, title, or anything that goes along with that, you inherit automatically just by the virtue of your birth, of who you are.
Okay.
And that's the principle that needs to be fully comprehended and understanding as distinguished from the politics.
Right.
Which is what we're speaking about now. We're speaking about the
a
root.
birthright
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
inheritance. No, you're actually. I'm starting to understand the birthright inheritance is of the American because you have something here through your lineage and your past, and it's automatically passed down to you. Now the question is, when did that stop to a point that we don't see automatically?
Well, it doesn't really, but when you get into the politics, then you can play this game like it does. So unfortunately, that's where the masses of the people are. So we find ourselves having to principally defend ourselves from that standpoint, which is what we constantly lose at. But I think that as it pertains to all that stuff, we need to enforce that which is inherited via the principle, and learn the means of standing on that. It's really
Right.
simple.
No, you're right.
It's
You're
it's really
correct.
Derek, my bad, y'all. I had to go away. But Derek, your mic, something is happening with it as far as I can hear a lot of static in the background. I tried to adjust it, but try on your side. I don't know. Okay, hold on. Maybe it's Epic Studies. Hold on. Let me try to adjust yours. Talk now, Derek.
No, you muted me. Can you hear me? Is it
Yeah,
still
you're
going
good
on?
now.
Mic check, mic check. We
Yeah,
all
yours
good?
is good. It's just like a little feedback on yours.
Yeah, something's cracking, but I don't know
Okay.
what it's cracking.
I just mute when bro talks so that way.
No, I'm understanding what you're saying because you're saying that it's an automatic thing and it would never change. And whatever changed it made somehow it's political. And that makes sense because in the time frame that I'm seeing a change, it's political because everything that's instructed from everything past the Civil War is all political and it's all after the 14th Amendment. Because after the 14th Amendment is when everything really changed.
Well, yeah, it's yeah, the doors were open to everybody to,
I'm
come.
saying politically to where the doors could be open.
Yeah, yeah. But it's just making the distinction between the politics and what's real. You see what I'm saying? Because what's necessarily acceptable politically may not be true, you know what I'm saying, in reality from its principle.
But
You know,
I'm
like
saying like
when we
all the
said
major things that happen to us is through politics. The Federal Reserve was brought to us through politics. The Social Security number was brought to us through politics.
So
And
Derek,
everything in between that is
how
all
do you
through politics.
suppose someone can get the 14th Amendment not applied to them?
say that again.
Well, Derek is saying it's all because of the 14th Amendment. I'm saying, how can you live here and the 14th Amendment not apply to you?
The same way, I guess you could say the same way our people have been here even before the construction of the United States and before the before the 14th Amendment. We were here, been here. It's just with us, they don't tell our story. And like I stand by that. They've never told our story because the foundation of their claim via the doctrine of discovery reveals that it was as if there were no inhabitants.
I mean, and plus, don't they say the South itself
I
was
thought the first
flourishing.
hand I thought the first
The South was
document
flourishing before the 14th Amendment.
Say that again, bro, about the 14th Amendment.
Man,
No, I
y'all got
said
some feed. Y'all got some feedback.
they even say before the 14th Amendment. The history on the South is they were flourishing tremendously before that.
I'm gonna leave out and come
So
back.
how can they be flourishing and living great before the 14th Amendment, but then after the 14th Amendment, it gradually goes to shit.
I say
Because
it's
the
all quite.
14th Amendment was put on you by the foreigners here, and now you are subject to the 14th Amendment if you want to live here.
But if
I
your
say it's
lineage
all.
goes back
I say it's
beyond the
all quite.
14th Amendment,
I say it's all quite simple. If you start to look at U.S. citizenship as a legal capacity that grants you membership into the entity known as the United States. And it offers protections and it grants rights and duties according to the laws that it's regulated by. I don't know if it's automatic. I think it applies to whoever applies to it.
It applies to everyone born here, though.
Birthright, citizenship then. So how is Trump even challenging that? If it applies to everyone born here, how can Trump challenge that?
He can challenge it by saying your immediate family weren't born here. But if your immediate family were born here and the family after that, he can't challenge it.
No, I mean it's still challengeable because, for one, only way that so-called birthright citizenship would apply again would be if a child was born here to parents who were already U.S. citizens. If your parents were not U.S. citizens, just because you were born here on the soil U.S. citizenship does not automatically apply. If your parents are illegal immigrants here, that's not how that works. It has never worked that way.
That's what I mean when I say it's about if your immediate family aren't from here. If all your family are from here, you're a birthright citizen. It's applied to you. So everything the 14th Amendment is set up for the foreigners, it's set up for the indigenous. It's set up for the indigenous to finally be citizens of the United States. That's what happened with the 14th Amendment.
Why does the indigenous need to be a United States citizen?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We don't need to be.
You tell me they needed us. In my thing, the foreigners needed us. So you tell me in this aspect of foreigners not needing us and not being here, how they end up taking over everything.
But what I'm saying is we're the people of the land, so we don't need. That's what it is meant by.
They had already fought the Civil War and lost.
But I'm saying, at what point do we stop being the people of the land, the original people of the land? That doesn't stop. It doesn't end. It doesn't pass.
Oh yeah, that doesn't stop. I was just saying the citizenship is right along with that. Like you are a U.S. citizen and a foundational American, or you aren't a foundational American, but you're a U.S. citizen. But it's still the U.S.
How
citizen.
how did the South 11 states not agree with 14th Amendment citizenship after they lost the war? How are they still even in rule?
It applies to the South too. So show where they didn't agree.
No, I'm saying the South is the one saying that we're not fucking with that.
The ones that didn't agree in the South, they were just
South
ones that didn't
still
want to be a part of the system.
What I'm saying is the South government said they're not fucking with that.
There is no South government after 1865, Derek.
There is no. Okay, so who are the people in Congress after 1864? Are they all white people?
No.
Okay, so how can all black people that are in the South that had a different opinion of the North a year ago say that now we agree with this?
Because they were under the United States a year later. So it didn't matter if they agreed. The only thing they could do is change their representation under the United States.
No.
They were now currently under the United States. Juneteenth is a celebration of Texas now currently being under the United States.
Texas was under the United States in 1864?
In 1865,
Yeah.
June 19.
June 19th, 1865. The Texas became a part of the United States.
Yes, officially.
Okay. So now all 12 states in the United States in the South became a part of the United States
Exactly.
under black people's rule though at the time of each state.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. So now these same people that are in office don't agree after 1865 about the 14th Amendment.
The only thing they could do is vote against it, but if majority vote rules, then it would be ratified
What
and
year?
an official amendment.
What year was the 14th Amendment ratified?
1868, I want to
68.
say. Yep.
Okay, so now that's 3 years that these people are telling you
That's
we
right,
ain't
Dawson.
fucking with you. So how are these people saying that they lost if they're still telling you 3 years later we not fucking with you?
Well, they were
They
they, they
lost,
were they
nigga.
were left out of the vote. 10 of those states.
Now,
10 of those states
was
were left out
within
of the
that
vote.
3 years, was there any violence against any of these Congress people in any of these
Yes, it
12
was.
states?
It's always been violence. Yes, yes.
Okay, so now it had to be a violent act amongst these Congress people to get white people in office to ratify the 14th Amendment in the first place.
I don't think this had anything to do with that, bro.
That's why it took, okay, think about it. If it was passed in
This
1864
nigga here, boy.
and they lost the war, why would it take 3 years to ratify it in these same states if these people agree to be United States of America?
You know that's the same talking point the Pan Africans use. Think about it. Don't nobody want to think about no damn lie. We just going what we got. We ain't got time to be filibustering into something to
It's not a
support you.
filibuster.
Because I mean, like, if we look at 1865 afterwards and everything, they had already started to move westward. So even if there was pushback, I wouldn't say that there was war type of pushback because it was solidified the United States at that point. Now they were expanding the territory. It wasn't solidified in the West, but it was solidified in the South.
They were never supposed to cross the Mississippi.
Right.
in the South,
Well,
when the
some
14th
of them
Amendment
kind
Going
was
of
west.
ratified,
They weren't supposed to cross the
when
Mississippi going west.
okay, so we're not going to X out the fact that it had to be some type of violence to get these people out of these Congress seats in these 11 states.
Tennessee. Let's see. All right. So
So we just going to look past that.
the last county in Tennessee to get established was 1879.
I'm just trying to understand why are we looking past the fact that it had to be violence against the Congress people of these southern states for this to go the way they wanted it to go.
I think it was violence, period, because you got
No,
Indians that didn't want to be a
everything
part of the
after
system.
1864 is violence.
No,
Everything.
before 1864 as well.
I
But what I'm
understand that.
saying is, this is Indians or indigenous people that didn't want to come a part of the system, and then you had indigenous people that was bred in with foreigners, Europeans or whoever such,
Okay, hold that thought. Wait, pause
Um,
right there. Pause right there. Because you said you have indigenous people that don't want to be part of this system. So let's roll our way back into where we started with this conversation. So with
Yes, ma'am.
indigenous
Let's go.
people that don't want to be part of the system they don't want to be a part of is indigenous. It's an indigenous system. It's an American system. Let me be specific.
Yes, but it's
So
a
what made
unification.
this American system schism? Like what happened? Like this whole catalyst when it comes to the East and the West, even though they put the East and the West schism to be the Roman Empire, the Europeans, all this other stuff, versus the farther East Asians and stuff like that. They specifically tell territories, all this other stuff, and say what happened. What is the schism that created between the indigenous that made some indigenous go towards the Yankees and some indigenous to be against Yankees?
Because they were sleeping with them Yankees and having babies with them weird people. And then moving them people
Okay, so
on.
people in bed with foreigners versus the people not in bed with foreigners.
Right. You know, what you doing with them peckerwoods in the house, and some of them boys were sneaking them peckerwoods in after dark and going ham.
So are the Quakers the indigenous or the Quakers are the Peckerwoods?
Ooh. The Quakers are damn. They a hybrid. They mostly they
So
started
you said
out.
they come across as mulatto. The first Quakers are mulatto people, mixed American and Europeans.
Man,
Yeah, I would say that.
have y'all made a
I would say
determination?
yes.
Have y'all made a determination as to where Quakers actually come from?
Hell no.
No, because people
All
came
right,
and
well, I
threw the
mean,
whole conversation
that's
left.
gonna be pretty. I mean, that'd be a pretty important factor because if Quakers originated here, then you know there's a lot to be said about that. Now, if they originated somewhere else and brought their ass over here, then we can point a finger like that. But hell, if they started here, it can easily be said that the niggas here started that shit.
The only
Nah,
thing we have
I'm
figured
not
out,
gonna
Smoke,
say the niggas here
is
didn't start
We've
it,
everybody
but I
who
would
isolated
came here
3 places though.
was a form of Christianity written down. That's the only thing we've accomplished today. That's the only thing I realized. Everybody, no matter who they are, was a form of Christianity as a written religion.
Okay, so how human behavior works is you pull up to somebody's house, they welcome you in, but it gets problematic when you start trying to change their rules. Huh? Is that how human nature works?
Pretty much.
unless you got
So
a submissive person.
I don't know, man.
I blame it on the lumber.
I
I
don't
blame it
think
on the
you're gonna,
lumber tribe.
yeah, I don't think you're gonna be submissive to the point where you no longer calling the shots in your own abode. I don't think submissive work like that. Now it might work like that
Talk to him,
if you get
Smoke.
hogtied, and locked in the basement, then the rules can change. But niggas is saying, no, that ain't what happened. So we gonna cross that theory out. We're gonna say niggas was running this shit when the foreigners pulled up. How is the system not nigga friendly right now? Come on, man, help me out.
I blame it on the lumber.
System is not nigga friendly right now.
I blame it on the
It's
lumber tribe.
not nigga friendly because, well, I ain't gonna say it. Well, cows. We wasn't the niggas at that time. We was the American Indian.
Come on, bro. Don't start making shit up now.
Well, I was gonna say I think it's the people in place that makes it seem like that. Because what if the shoe's on the other foot and we using the laws the same way they do to disadvantage them? So if the shoe's on the other foot, it will still work the same way. So I think it
You
has more
echoing
to
off
do with.
somebody. Somebody got to mute up. You got to echo off somebody.
Yeah, I do. I hear myself.
Hold on.
Repeat myself.
Do a mic check.
Mic check. Mic check. Yeah, I'm still hearing that.
I can't tell who unmuted.
Mic check. Yeah, it's still doing it.
Somebody got to mute up. Who unmuted?
Yeah, I can hear something.
Yeah, you getting feedback. It's an echo off somebody audio. I can't tell who it is because it ain't no mics up.
Dosey, you there? Think she stepped away.
Said Milestone with the echo. Mute up, Milestone.
I'm not on no mute.
Yeah, mute up and see with the echo coming from you.
Mic check. Yeah,
Nah,
stop.
you clear. Yeah, you clear now.
But yeah, I think it has more to do with the people that's in place.
Good now.
That indeed, that's causing that smoke. What you talking about? That it not being so-called Negro friendly.
You back echoing.
Yeah, I hear that echo again.
What you mean
Good
the
now,
people?
right?
What you mean the people? All the people?
Huh?
You said the people.
Yeah.
You said the people that's. Say that again. You said the people. Because of the people, that's why I don't seem friendly.
The people that are in place using the law to disadvantage us to make it so it seems like you said, it's not so Negro friendly. But I just think it has everything to do with the people that are in place that create those disadvantages for us. You see what I'm saying? Because like I said, if the shoe was on the other foot and it was us doing it to them, it would work in the same way. You see what I'm saying? So I think it has more to do with, the people using the platform to do that.
Okay, so according to some late breaking hypothesis, niggas was the one enforcing and creating all the policies at one time. So that would have meant that the shoe in some instances was on the other foot. So it's still no explanation as to how the policy seemed to be undermining niggas to a certain degree. Now we know that the policies don't say that they undermining niggas. It don't say that. It says it's fair. It says it's very platonic. It's for all. It's equal in its standing. But is that what we see actually transpiring?
No, we don't. And like I said, it goes back to the people that are in place that that could prevent certain things for certain people and then hide behind those principles that you speak of that have been written, you know what I'm saying, in its spirit, but they hide behind the letter of it, you know what I mean, and in their treatment or enforcement of it is not in spirit, it's to create an advantage. But without that admission coming from from their lips, it's kind of hard to prove that in a court of law, you know what I mean? So that's why I say they hide. But it's through the treatment is where they create the the disadvantage.
So that means we're bound by their lack of admission to said status quo.
No, we're not bound by it, but it affects us because, I mean, like it or not, they're in those positions. You see what I'm saying? And so, like I
Now,
said,
how
without
did they get in those positions in the first place? Isn't that important?
that is very important. And I'm glad you asked it because that's what needs to be examined. Because how do you find people who get into these positions that create these disadvantages for a certain group of people and are able to do so
I think, and
successfully?
I think history already reflects how they got into those positions. I always say it was at the apex of the Red Summer era when
Okay, go ahead.
massive amounts of nigger territories was attacked with limited protection from the United States and hardly any remedy to follow up because of said attacks and no proof of claim where it was stated that it was some nigger fault for the attacks. No relevant court cases to substantiate or claim. No guilty parties ever found. Just, yeah, this on the record. A lot of these places got attacked. They labeled them massacres. They labeled them riots.
But at this time, if we are to be honest, at this time, that group that they saying they did that to they're already calling that group African American or descendants of African way before the 1800s. Why is that?
Because maybe they may have been so for those people in particular that were involved. That may very well have been true for them.
So the Red Summer is against Africans, and then they rewrite and say everybody African after that.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's important that we do the work and tell a nice story, so we don't end up having to, crawl through the mud of other people's works and ideas to bury us in, which is where we find ourselves today.
And Dosey, I did want to jump back, fellas, bang bang. I did want to jump back to the Quakers being in Barbados also. And again, if the Quakers are in Barbados, we also have an influctuation of indentured servants being taken to Barbados at the same time. But I know the story goes that the Quakers were the ones also in charge of the European indentured servants they were bringing in. But then they had a sudden change of heart, right? Because they're Quakers. They go off what they feel like should be right to all humans, right?
If you say so, but I don't know.
Is
It don't
Quaker
seem
religion?
like it seems like somebody speaking with a forked tongue.
But Smoke, is Quaker a religion?
Yeah, it's a Protestant offshoot.
Supposedly. Just like the Ku Klux Klan supposed to be a religious organization. Yes, they say they religious.
Right.
But is that how they operate?
Right.
So I don't know. If we bound by what history is we bound by what history says, or are we bound by what actually transpired? Because what actually transpired is not really
what's written
clear. Right. It's not really clear.
Yeah,
the religious aspect of it is what I see conquering these people.
What?
The religion is written, and that's the only thing brought here.
No, I really, I beg to differ. What I'm also trying to say is that Barbados is more likely to be England than anywhere else on Earth. It pretty much resembles England. So could Barbados really been could have been England itself? Because England is only an island, right?
Wasn't
Yeah,
Barbados a
but
Christian
I
village?
don't know if we're gonna be how you gonna substantiate that kind of reach. I
Well,
But
I
mean,
was
would have to
Barbados a
reach and
part of the
say that
Christian village?
Barbados is called Little England.
First of all,
So, and there's proof that the Barbadians also are the black people, or you can call them whatever you want to call them, but they are copper colored, described as also being part of the Arawaks, which are copper colored, described as well too. Just a sect of them that lived in Barbados.
right.
And
okay,
they were
so if you
also
gonna make,
trading with the
I'm just saying,
Massachusetts.
everything gotta be mathematically formulated and worked into the equation. If you gonna say Barbados is the Quakers or the English, so what is Puerto Rico? They the French, they the Portuguese, they the Dutch. Like, if we're gonna start swapping out these identities because of some misinformation, then that would make the rest of these European nations actually American territories.
Well, it would set fire to their story if we're actually able to locate the real people behind the characters. Like the people wouldn't have been like called England or anything like that. What I'm saying is the way they describe England back in the day, you can see England is don't have that power in today's time. But throughout the story, I can see that what they're calling England back in the day does resemble what the Barbadians were doing also. And they also had a religion just like Christianity prior to Christianity. And you had some people going against it. Now, again, if you go against whatever religion is in place, that's almost like becoming an abolitionist. So, again, these Quakers were also abolitionists because they didn't want to do the slavery thing. So
But they
that's
were
what's
actually slave owners too. I got into that in the beginning when before everything started, when we were like watching the videos and everything like that. They make it seem as if they were the abolitionists, but they were the ones that are the prominent slaveholders in the beginning of the 16 to 1700s.
and what state were they holding these slaves at?
It says Virginia, one of the
They
main places in North Carolina, the Carolinas.
So it's a
So
black Quaker that you're saying it's owning slaves in Virginia at that time?
it would have to be.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we look at slave as either employment or somebody who falls up under somebody else's authority for whatever given reason, and I'm pretty sure that reason has to be in conformity with what slavery is being called at the time. So I think this word slavery keeps morphing. And every time you try to get it pinpointed down, it jumps to a whole different category. Because obviously it just don't mean chattel property or somebody's property.
As we were taught in school.
Because property doesn't have any rights by any means whatsoever. It doesn't have a right to earn. It is at the owner's disposal.
No, you're absolutely
And
right.
it's most definitely not afforded human rights as property.
All right, let's just go along with their story. Dosi, if you have time, can you pull up how many indentured servants were sent to Barbados? I mean, I'm just giving a number or a time that they say that European indentured servants were sent to Barbados at the same time that they're actually running Barbados and killing the Indians. So that's all I'm saying. It's a lot going on. And remind you, these are the first spots that these indentured servants are supposed to be at. like Barbados, before they get to the main island. Even the African is supposed to come through the islands before they go straight to Virginia. Now, by the time William Penn supposedly comes out, he's going straight to his port of entry, which would have been Philadelphia.
So, as we saying Quakers are supposedly slave holders?
Now, I think that what they're doing is calling a group of people that are said to be holding slaves, but they want their slaves to live a better life. So they move around. So I'm thinking that the black slave holders are holding white slaves, but they don't like the I guess the arena that they're living in. So they want to give their slaves a better life. This is where New York comes in after Barbados. So the first Quakers come through Barbados first, and that's how they get to Massachusetts via Barbados. So that's when all the rest of them started going to Massachusetts because of the ones that left Barbados under the Fox Cat.
So let me ask y'all this: are the 13 colonies Christian by written religion?
Supposedly, because
Okay.
they are coming from
Okay.
England, which is
So now the one thing you can conclude in the 1600s that Christianity was the foreign entity, no matter what color the people were, right?
I agree with that.
Okay, so the people here fought against the written version of Christianity.
this is where it starts at. So these white people had to go to church, and guess who was their preacher? These black folks out there in Barbados. That's who I'm saying the black European is. These damn islanders.
I'm saying Christianity is the end in all forms: Catholic, Protestant. These are all Quakers. Because the people here are fighting against that rule in all forms. Because ain't the Spanish, that's Catholic, right? A form of Christianity. Everything in Massachusetts is Protestant and Mormon and all these other Christian forms of religion that's written. The people here is like, man, we ain't fucking with that. So the battle is written form of Christianity versus what these people were doing before that. Because these people had to conform to Christianity. Even today, this is called a Christian country. And they give you all the forms of Christianity you want here.
What you got here, Dosey? What's this?
Okay, this is the surmise number for Absolute Least question. The exact numbers are elusive for records, but tens of thousands European indentured servants, primarily Irish and English, went to Barbados. 10,000 of Irish voluntary transport, 40,000 of voluntary transport from Ireland, Irish, and included many English. It doesn't even talk about the Scottish, but we know the Scottish are going to be there as well.
But all of these people are under Christian doctrine, right? No matter black or white. Is Barbados under Christian, any form of Christian religion at that time?
Christianity will be made on these islands is what the story is pretty much adding up to if we really look into these stories. Like, these religions actually started here in America, because when these people came here as indentures, they're going to say they came with the religion and they were fleeing prosecution. But again, if we look at the whole Spanish story, also those people are leaving, fleeing prosecution of religious reasons as well too, and that's why they come here. So all their stories is people are fleeing somewhere to get here. So, but then you
Okay.
find out that there's a lot of indentured servants actually coming here instead. Now, Dosey, could you pull up, let's say, black mariners, black Barbadian mariners?
Hey man, all y'all hypothesis is generating more questions than I can even attempt to ask. But carry on. I'm gonna
That's
see
a
if I
fact.
can. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can finagle what the hell y'all trying to say, because I'm kind of confused. Like with these indentured servants coming from Ireland and England or whatever, supposed to be coming from somewhere. Now, how can they come from somewhere and end up somewhere where it's supposedly your hypothesis is where they from? See, that shit don't make no damn sense. If you're saying Barbados is this European coast, then how are they receiving Europeans?
No, there's no such thing as European back in the day. This is European word is like a made up word in the 1800s just to describe the languages that people were speaking before they got brought here. And again, European means you're a thief. The word European literally means, peon means thief. Euro is another word, but European means you're a thief. That's all that it means. And remember, this just describes the language of a people. It shouldn't describe the people themselves individually.
So this is not about people. This is about religion.
It's
Man,
about captivity.
ultimately
About both.
concludes with ultimately is always gonna conclude with people, because only people practice religion.
That's what I'm saying. There's a people coming here who practice a form of religion that these people did not agree with.
Then how did
So,
it take hold? How did it take hold? Because 40,000, 50,000, 100,000, a couple of million is not enough to persuade a whole continental landmass.
so these Barbadians are Barbary pirates. Same, it's along the same lines. These are just bearded men on ships that were actually going from these would have been your black Europeans, though. These were your settlers. These are also mixing in with the Moorish. Uh, damn, forgot the word for the Moorish pirates. But among the Black Seas, all the black pirates were called Caesars, like Caesar, like the czar of the seas. That's where that word actually comes from, Caesar. So we were already over here as pirates. The Buccaneers was also mentioned in this whole Quaker come up. What I'm saying is the lineage of the black pirates from Martha's Vineyard all the way down to Barbados is within the same circle. These people were snatching up these people from Afro Eurasia and bringing them back over here.
Excellent point.
That means somebody wanted them, right? I mean, they some type of commodity on the
Absolutely.
market.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's a good starting point. Who can we identify the people who was requesting this particular commodity?
Well, again, the plantations, they wanted to expand their plantation. They needed more workers, and workers, I mean, like people that would just work and not say nothing about it. So you needed people that were starting out as kids. So yes, they were snatching up people, especially under the age of 21, to work the plantations, because as the people overseas seas needed more food, well, you bring some workers over here to till the field, and that became outrageous, basically. So if you want something from us, okay, you got to send some workers over here to help pick it out the field. So that was how that actually started, bartering. You give us some bodies, we'll send y'all some food. this is that whole famine thing going on over in Afro-Eurasia still today.
Well, just saying, I ain't with you completely, but I'm just gonna go along with the narrative for now. So let's say that it is Barbados or Barbadians or whatever, or they're coming from Barbados, the Quakers talking about. So they are, and you said they're snatching up children. They're doing as far as slavery as needed. When they turn to be abolitionists, which I hadn't gotten to Harper's Ferry here, I don't know if I'm going to get it to it this time. But what do you think their motivations? Why did they go from the slave owners to abolitionists? And not only abolitionists, but abolitionists saying the people are from Africa later on.
Okay, so these people were really trading with the West. So we'll say the West Indies was trading with the Massachusetts Bay Colony. You may find some information on it. Also, a Massachusetts Bay Colony trading with the West Indies. But that had been going on. That trade between those two nations had been going on way before this whole European talk came along, bringing in indentured servants. But what's going on is now they're exporting like indentured servants, and they're also exchanging the sugar from down in the plantations in Barbados as well too, with stuff like that they need from the North Indians. So the trade was already ongoing. Now they got human body involved, which would have been the indentured servants. So that's how New York also kept a lot of indentured servants, because they were also closer to Europe as well too, the fake Europe. So again, if you look up whaling, what does whale mean when you're out whaling? Well, the word whale means slave. So again, if you're going to Wales, which is over there in England, a lot of those people became indentured servants, but they were out saying that they were whaling in history. But whaling means catching indentured servants. So that's how you got the country of Wales. That's sort of like the same name as Slavic or slave, but the word whale means slave, W-A-L-E, not W-H-A-L-E.
So are you saying when it says the indigenous people are whalers, they're really slave traders?
Yes.
That's a reach for me, but okay. I brought on the screen Caribbean trade began very early. Of course, they're talking about in times that the Europeans came, but you said it was something that is very ancient or something that was happening before. That's fine. Men in Barbados are so intent upon planting sugar that they rather buy food at dear rates than produce it by labor. So infinite is the profit of sugar works. Advice of Governor John Winthrop of 1647. And does it have any? Yeah, get into Phyllis Whitney. And let's see this. Okay, this is a Boston merchant. I can't tell. It's saying.
Those were black people, the Boston merchants. Those are, if you can also probably type in black Boston merchants. I think Sam was one of the richest black Boston merchants during that time as well too. So yeah. That has a lot to do with Martha's Vineyard as well too, with the Black Mariners.
Okay, so we're still starting off with Barbados and saying the Barbadian people are the Quakers. So, and you said they're kidnapping people from the mainland, correct? Or
Yes, so it's not the Quakers themselves kidnapping people. These are the people already on these said places. So let's say like the Quakers did start on in Barbados. They became abolitionists, which is became a Quaker movement in history, but that's not really. It's a Quaker movement in history, but these were Aboriginals who became against the Aboriginals enslaving these foreigners they were bringing over. So this was just a few of them on this particular island, which you can actually probably look up. It's called Little England. So and it's just like England. It's supposed to give you the same vibe as England. So again, this is where the spawn of the Quakers started at, then moved to Massachusetts. And again, I'm telling you that the Barbadians were already trading with the Massachusetts tribe, but they call it the Massachusetts Bay Company, trading with West Indies in history. So that's how these Barbadian people actually got from Barbados to Massachusetts. Otherwise, they could have been anywhere in the world, but they chose to go to Massachusetts from Barbados.
Question: does that include Alexander Hamilton? He was from Barbados, I think, but he became like the second most powerful person in the U.S. government.
Absolutely. Do you mean somebody like a Candace Owens?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Isn't she Caribbean?
They say the George Washington's mother, maybe her father, has ties to Barbados. But
Yes.
Yeah, Alexander Hamilton was I think he was I don't think he was vice president, but
I'm still not understanding the Richard Allen, cause okay, so it's people. Okay,
Are
at
all the founding
first,
fathers considered Yankees?
yes,
Okay.
but we're talking about Barbados right now. When you're saying that these people are coming from Barbados and trying to establish a new form of government well, they're already dealing with Massachusetts, and because of the trade, they're going on and establishing them in the new world, or in the new section area or whatever. It's kind of hard just even trying to fathom. Sorry. So you have your Barbadian people, they're coming in Massachusetts, they're doing trade and business, and then you have them establish the African Society, the Royal African Society. Why?
Okay, so the New Yorkers, wasn't they against the South and how the South was running things? Wasn't it two different constitutions by the time 1865 came about? Meaning that there were so-called 11 states on the bottom, 11 states up top. So New Yorkers were not doing the things that the
Well, Richard
Southerners.
Allen is not anywhere between 1865. We're talking about 1700s. Why does he exist?
Okay, so again, the same thing was going on in the South. Of course, they had some indentured servants down there as well too. But in Barbados, they were treating the indentured servants a little bit different, like a more harsher reality was going on for those down in the South. So they had to move them back up to a colder climate. Massachusetts was one of the climates they took them back to. So that would be your Quakers. Because they had those guys out in the sun like for 24 hours. Well, not all in the sun 24 hours, but again, that's where you get red legs from. These people were turning red and they had no cure for them back then. They were getting bit up by mosquitoes. So to move them up north was one of the Barbados thing they did first. Otherwise, you wouldn't have got them in the main islands. I mean, the main land of America yet. If
So
it
the
wasn't for
Quakers were trying to move the indentured to North America.
to a colder climate. Because they were getting burnt out there in the sun with no, even we go tan if we're in the sun for like 5 years straight. Okay, so again, it affects somebody who's not being medicated with something throughout their lifetime to
Hey,
just
you're
take
being
sun.
very specific now. Come on, absolutely. You're saying it like you can find this somewhere. Is this something you're making up because you're saying it makes logical sense to you? Or is there a reason in some kind of things that you can prove that this is an objective they had of moving indentured servants from the islands to North America for coolness?
Oh well, no, not just for that either. Not just for the coolness per se either, but also because it was a spreading thing that was going on as well too. To If you're going against what's going on down here as far as the Christian religion, all of these other things, you have to go to the mainland America where it's more freer to have your land and do what you want to do on it. But again, you're at a place where in Barbados, land is not that sufficient. You don't have that much land to play with. So that's all I'm saying. Not like it's just about the cold climate and things of that nature, but abolitionists became abolitionists for more than just one reason, not just to stop slavery. But again, these Quakers did become abolitionists also before they left Barbados.
Yeah, but it was a play. They were putting on a lot of the insurrections. They were the ones that were trying to do the slave revolt. So that there's a reason why they were doing it, but I don't quite see us being able to really get into that by saying it's Barbados. So that's why I'm like, okay, let's really break this down to Barbados. We need some proof that these are Barbadian people that's doing this and coming against North America. But
Okay.
before we get there, because you're saying it definitively like, oh, slavery is these white people. Can anyone prove that? Can anyone show a white slave that's not mulatto? Let's start there.
All
White
right. If
slave,
you
indentured servant that's not mulatto.
Okay, if you pull up Barbadian white slaves, pictures will actually pop up.
No, it being brought into North America. That's what we're talking about. We know they're in Barbados. That's not the question. You're saying they're being brought to North America. Prove it. Show us a
From
white
Barbados,
slave that's not mulatto. Yes.
being brought to Barbados, being
Being
brought
brought
from
to
Barbados
North
to
America.
Massachusetts.
Mm-hmm.
No, let me. I'm gonna type something in on my phone. All right, keep the conversation going. I'm gonna jump back in on that. That's a good question.
But yeah. So everyone's saying about Lex right now going in. Were you able to take a look at that smoke? I know you be scoping. You have your eyes to the streets.
Who doing what?
Lex is apparently beating up on some Pan Africans.
Where at?
Oh, it gotta be True Zone. You know
Oh
the
yeah.
Pan African
Let me
hangout
go.
spot right now.
Let me go check that out and see if he's still active.
So, Dosey,
What's up?
how many different Christian religions came here between 15 and 1700 or established here? Is there any way we could figure that out?
They would be coming, or okay, I guess it starts in the 1500s. Let's see. You said between 15 to 1600s.
15, well, we can go 15 to 1800. How many Christian religions
So
came
it says
here
the
and was
main
established?
sects that came here are going to be Roman Catholics and various Protestant, Roman Catholics, Anglicans, the Calvinists slash Reformed include the Puritans, the Presbyterians, and the Congregationalists, the Lutherans, the Anabaptists. They are going to be the Mennonites, the Quakers, the Moravians, and the
More of
Baptists.
it?
Moravians, yeah, and the Baptists.
So all of them would be actually under the Christian religion, just
Yeah,
different
all of them are Christian.
ideologies of the Christian religion.
Uh, what'd you say? Just what?
This the Christian religion written, but it's different writings of the Christian religion, basically.
No, they have different whole practices. We kind of spoke on
Okay,
that earlier.
right. Right. But basically, the Christian religion as a whole, just different versions. They all came here or formed here. Okay, so it's not about a people, it's about this form of life. This form of life that we call a Christian religion is not the organic form here. So you would conclude that all of them are Quakers.
No.
Okay. Why wouldn't all of the different forms of the same religion be considered Quakers if one form can be
Because
considered a Quaker?
Quakers are considered its own form through different ways and practices from another form. So it
Right.
just be like,
But
just
now,
because there's an umbrella thing doesn't mean that all people are the same when you're delineating, because you would still have your umbrella like the Americans, then you can delineate further as far as to be like now the North Americans, then you can delineate further and say the Texans. So it's the same type of thing. You don't just say, oh, the Quakers, they're all Quakers. Quakers would be like Texas. We'd have to go bigger and say, oh,
no.
they're all religious group. That's like North America. Then it'd be like, yeah, they're all that
But
religious group. But they're
all of
different
these religious
sects. They're not
groups
the
went
same.
against the same enemy.
No.
So who fought with the Indian instead of against them? Which one of these
All
Christian
of them.
religions?
All of
They
them
all
came.
fought with the American Indian.
Apparently, for them to be able to pull this off, they would have to have American Indians on their side, right? They had to have the
Okay,
Yankees,
how
those
did
American Indians
okay.
that are siding with them.
So now if you cannot prove that the American Indian had any writings or any belief in the writings of Christian religion, how did they conform these people into these people?
Again, looking into business, these people wanted to do trade with them. They wanted to do business with them. So they are the people that are going along with the foreigners.
So the foreigners have the business, not the people that's actually here on this land.
How business works to do trade with each other would mean both parties have a business, not one or the other.
Okay, so why would the people here who have business need to conform to these people who came here to do business? Wouldn't it be the other way around?
Yeah, that's the question.
Okay, so now Christian as a religion written is the only connection
But we would
to
have
the
to
people who
see
came here.
not a black codes. We would have to see not the confusion bead. We would have to see them not being like, oh, we know we're American Indian in the writings or whatever, but we can't turn around and say, oh, history has been whitewashed. They changed our identity and all this other stuff, and then say, oh, well, they had no power though. It doesn't work that way. It can't work both ways.
So, okay, did the people that's a Christian, these Christian organizations, how did they get the Indian to become Christians in a written form? To be put on their books. How does that work?
Most of them have baptismal records, but I am gonna have to go and say to be continued on this. I feel like we haven't gotten far anyways with Quakers. So I'm definitely going to come back and do this again as far as just figuring out who are the Quakers. So it seems like we don't know even who they are, where they're from. So this might be like a 10-part series. I don't know. Of just trying to figure out who are these damn Quakers. But yeah, I wasn't quite expecting it, but yeah, I think this will be interesting of us figuring out like what are they, who are these people? Because at the end of the day, you have to explain how the African narrative is coming out of their organization and why.
Propaganda.
What do you mean
Because
propaganda?
the African church is what led to the, what is it called, the whole shit about people going to Africa, the African colonization company or African colonization group.
The American colonization company is going to be established through what we would call Richard Allen, not
Okay,
like before him.
so that would be propaganda to get people off of their land, right?
To
Because
get
we know that
other
none of these
indigenous,
people are
hold on, Derek. For
African.
indigenous people trying to get other indigenous people off of their land.
Yes.
Why is there a cataclysm between one side of the indigenous people and the other side of the indigenous people that want the indigenous people that have been living there for hundreds or thousands of years now wanting them to be exported from their land?
Because isn't Mr. Allen a Christian?
Yes, he is.
Doesn't he belong to one of those sects you said?
Yep, he is a Quaker.
Okay, so if these people that have these written religions, wouldn't they be called Yankees to the indigenous people, the sellout people?
They would be considered Yankees. Yep.
Okay, and that's a sellout. That's the original form
Who
of
are
a
they
sellout
selling
animal.
out? Who are
There's
they selling? What is a sellout? Who are they selling
a
out to?
sellout. A sellout is a person who is from this land, but will sell out to people from this land.
To who?
Okay, is Jesse Jackson a sellout?
We know he's selling it out to the white people. So to who?
Okay, so back then, who are they selling it out to? The Christians. Those Christian companies and those Christian people who are in those Christian religions.
I thought you said the Christians are the indigenous of America. So they're selling it
No,
out to Americans?
no. The Yankees are Christians.
You said the indigenous locales are Christians.
Yankees are Christians. Yankees are actually indigenous people who are selling out their own people. Because Yankees are people who are educated in the Christian religion. And the Christian religion was not practiced on this land. It was practiced somewhere else and was brought here. So who are the people who learned the Christian religion and brought it back here? These are your Allens, right? These are the people that you call the founding fathers. All the founding fathers are associated with these different Christian religions.
Yes.
Now, Dosey, now it does state here the practice of sending white indentured servants from Barbados to the mainland was an integral part of the labor supply in early America's plantation economy. So now there's a few different sources for it, but it doesn't actually back up like I can give you an actual name of when these actual ships actually left from Barbados to actually transport indentured service to mainland also.
Yeah, I
So
think
there,
it's weird that something that's so substantial with the white cargo, which I know they burn records, all this other stuff, We can't substantiate with one person being a slave.
One white person being a slave?
Yes, everybody they mention is mulatto. It ends up being mulatto. Even John go on, all of them. They all end up being mixed, not just Slav.
Now could that also be a mixture of two different Indian nations?
Sure, but that's not helping us figure out who these white Slavs are that supposedly came here in massive numbers to be servants.
Now there are a few different. I can say I have found a few different websites that actually say, "Hey, if you're looking for your Irish indentured servant relative," but there are some sites to go to, like the Irish Indentured Servitude website, that's supposed to track you back. So they do have names within a database. We don't know if they're real or not either. So it's the same thing. Well, it's not the same thing as African slave trade, because the African slave trade documents don't lead you to anywhere. They have no facts to back any of that up. Now, of course, the Munster roll or the muster rolls are recreated as well too. So I can't even say that's actually real. Now, the muster roll is supposed to be dealing with the indentured servants a lot more than dealing with Africans, or muster or muster or whatever it's called.
Well, the Back to Africa movement was just that. And also what it also did, it convinced people to leave. And when they was leaving, they was signing over their land. And those people that was doing, like Richard Allen and Paul Cuffey and them people, were actually gaining ownership of those lands and selling them to the United States, to Washington, D.C. And then those people, that's where you get all those ghettos and all these pale skins started, because they needed somewhere to put them.
So again, I'm saying that was an Indian on Indian affair. So another Indian had access to some other Indian's land first before he could actually give it away.
Yeah, these people was going over to Europe already, right? I mean, Paul
Right.
Cuffey family and Richard Allen, all them people were known whalers, right? As you said, whalers, right? They was moving people around. They was setting up colonies and companies and shit like that. And they brought these ideologies back from where they came. And this is how they was able to get these people over here. You know what I'm saying? So they started creating the Quakers and all these different ideologies and denominations. You know what I'm saying? Adopting some foreign ideologies and bringing it over here, obviously. So they why they did it, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I would say based on that was just to probably just take over their enemies or people that they didn't like, convince them to leave and set up companies and take their land. Because remember, Washington, the United States, they reneged on that shit because, you know, Sierra Leone and Liberia, those were supposed to be American colonies. They were supposed to get full backing and protection by the military, and they reneged on that shit, and they was stuck.
Yeah, so they weren't supposed to be like going to Africa to go back home. It was supposed to be a play to set up like the 51st state, so to speak, type play.
Yeah, it was to set up more. Yeah, set up a state out there, like state of Israel. But they reneged on that shit, and them people were stuck. They couldn't come back, or they didn't have no means to come back, no way to come back. And then
And
their
you
land
said
was
Paul
gone.
Cuffey, right?
Yeah, Paul Cuffey, Richard Allen, all them people.
Now, Paul
But now,
Cuffey, he didn't just own one ship; he owned a fleet of ships, right?
A fleet of them. Fleet of them. You go to paulcuffey.org. You look up all the ships and all the places he went and who was working with him. Yeah, the Quaker was nothing but an ideology. That was like a movement of some sort. But you know, based on American history, those movements did not originate here in America. These things were adopted and brought over here by these people.
is the written form of Christianity, is that made in Europe?
Well, I wouldn't call it. I mean, people who like to say Christianity, Derek, but I can't roll with that. I roll with it in the sense of a form of a confederacy, or where they was creating these. I call them denominations. I don't call them really it being based on Christianity, because even back then, Christianity wasn't Christianity.
What was Christianity? What? Okay, so you saying that Christianity was it became a written form.
Yeah, it became something here. It wasn't Christianity nowhere else. It became something here. It was the ideology through those councils, Council of Nicaea and the other councils that they had to create a form of you know, doctrine.
The Council of Nicaea, was that in America or was that in Europe?
Well, history says it was in Europe. And really
Okay.
it was not necessarily Europe. This was more like North Africa, Carthage. You know what I'm saying? That's where those things was actually being set up at. You know what I mean? Because Europe wasn't Europe or what we think Europe was at that time.
Now, Europe even had indentured servants. It's called the British slave trade. Before it was an African slave trade, it was called the British slave trade. And that just happened within Britain territory. I think it was called feudalism or something like that.
Isn't an indentured servant a contracted employee?
Not all the time.
Yeah.
Could be a prisoner.
So let me ask this question. I thought when we looked up Paul Cuffey and them, it wasn't that many people that wanted to go. And in fact, his mom, his son and them, they wasn't with him on going back to Africa.
Right.
So I'm confused at how A-Time figures that it was a whole bunch of people that was excited to go back to Africa.
No, I didn't say
The
they was
people that went
excited.
to Africa.
No, I didn't say they was excited. I said he convinced these people to go because it was something in it for him. This was like money shit.
When he
This wasn't no go back to Africa like
that.
that. This was like some money shit.
Yeah,
It's
you
like
missing the
it's like an
story.
investment, like the Black Star Line.
He didn't convince
Marcus
nobody
Garvey
to
did.
go
You know what I mean?
to Africa. They went to colonize Africa and set it up. But a lot of people didn't go with him back to Africa.
Right. Yeah.
Is Paul Cuffey a Christian? What religion is he?
And then we have
He was Pequot, Wampanoag.
Is he Catholic?
Yeah, Pequot, Wampanoag, Narragansett, one of them.
No, those aren't Christian religions.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said
Is
Christianity
Paul
wasn't over
Cuffey
here.
associated with any Christian religion?
No, he had they was a part of societies, man. These were societies. These was like your Masons and Freemasons and all that shit. You know what I mean?
This is
Isn't Paul Cuffey the person who started the African church, right?
Yeah, this is when they're trying to push that.
Okay, is the African church a Christian religion?
Yes, Christian based, yeah.
Okay, so now we do know that Paul Cuffey
was a Quaker. He was a Quaker.
Okay, because he's a part of the Christian religion at this
Sorry,
time.
I stepped away.
No, the Christian
that's why I
religion
wanted
is
to get
an
to Paul Cuffey.
organization that's against the lifestyle of the American Indian as a whole.
Now, Paul Cuffey was a Massachusetts Indian also, right? Didn't he own his shipyard in Massachusetts where these Quakers, so to speak, went?
Wampanoag. He was a Wampanoag.
He was a Wampanoag. Yes.
But he became a Quaker, right? His religion was Quakerism.
It was, but you guys call it a religion. It wasn't a religion. It was a philosophy. It was an idea. It was an idea. It was an ideology. It's like anything else.
So back then, Christianity didn't have a Bible.
Well, the Quakers said they didn't use a Bible because they were going off spiritual know-it-all. So they stopped using the Bible with the Quakers. And again, white indentured servants went to
He
set up
said
this spot with this Quaker guy as well too, because they had Creoles out there where Paul Cuffey went, Sierra Leone, right?
they said Paul Cuffey's
Yeah,
daddy
Sierra
was
Leone.
Paul
So it was
Cuffey's daddy
Creoles
was
out there.
manumitted by
Okay,
his
hold on.
Quaker owner.
You guys are
What'd you
confusing
say?
me.
What'd you say again?
Didn't you say?
His,
Didn't you say
Paul
Paul
Cuffey's
Cuffey started
father
the
was
church, right?
manumitted by his Quaker owner.
Is
So
Paul
so,
Cuffey a religious
so
man? Is he a
Basically,
reverend?
Paul Cuffey's daddy was freed by his Quaker owner or his Quaker who he worked for.
So is
Yeah,
Paul
that's
Cuffey a
Cap.
Quaker?
That's Cap. Yeah.
So wait a minute, hold on. Does Paul Cuffey start this church or don't?
no, Paul Cuffey don't start the church. He's a ship maker. So he's been trading the whole time on the Atlantic Ocean, like going back and forth to Europe and shit like that, way before this whole Africa debacle. But they did take some white indentured service with them to Sierra Leone, and that again is how you have Creole Sierra Leonean.
Who started the African Methodist Church?
Yeah, that's what
Uh,
you're talking about. You talking about the AME. You called it the
Who
African
started
Christian
that?
Church.
but
Not
it
Paul
wasn't called
Cuffey.
AME at first. They
Not
changed the
Paul Cuffey.
name. They
Okay,
changed
who
the name.
started it?
I don't know.
It wasn't. I think it was John Wesley or some shit. Some Wesley guy
Okay,
came through and started that shit. He came down south, they say, from the New York area or something. No, maybe not New
so
York, but he came down
how
to
did Paul
Georgia.
Cuffey get affiliated with this church?
Richard Allen. Richard Allen, hold on. It says
Richard
no
Allen, maybe.
African Methodist, but he was a key supporter and influence, particularly for its founder, Richard Allen, helping the AME Church gain legitimacy and expand its later missionary efforts to Africa. Through Cuffey himself was a Quaker focused on colonizing free Black Americans to Sierra Leone, not establishing a church. Cuffey's wealthy status and shipping power enabled him to transport Black settlers, linking his efforts with the nascent AME Church goals for Black uplift and self-determination in Africa.
And at this
So,
time, the only African people were the white people. I mean, those were the only people coming from Africa, and that's who they were. That's who they were taking back to their homeland, and they were
uh,
willing to go. So this is what's
we
really
don't
going
have no
on.
records of them being pale skinned people.
Well, some
I'm still
pale
trying to
skinned
figure
people.
out how do you start a church without a Bible?
Right. They was the Indians, clearly. And it just told you in so many words that the Quakers was the Indians.
Okay, but the Quakers are Yankees, and the Yankees have a
Are the
written
Yankees.
Bible.
And the Yankees are the Yankees.
Yankees, yes, sellout niggas. The sellout niggas at that time was going by the written Bible.
Was that a tribe of indigenous Indians here?
No, because the written
So
Bible
where the
didn't come
Yankees
from
come from?
here.
Where the Yankees come from?
Yankees are people that were taken away from here, taught something else, something somewhere else, and brought back here to teach these people here.
That's what I was
No.
saying, Derek.
Where do you see the Yankees getting taken out?
Isn't that what I was saying, D?
Christianity written is the key
No.
because the Bible
You're
is the
assuming.
first. The Bible written is the first key of introduction to transforming an American Indian into a Christian through baptism. The Yangezi is the only one who has the knowledge and the ancestral tie to the land to even get anybody to be baptized into the Christian religion at any form, on any denomination.
Well, you really on this Christianity thing.
You got to think about
I
it.
don't
It's the
think
only thing.
Christianity was too tough on that. I don't think that was the major hit though. That wasn't the major
No,
hit
it.
with it.
I
You
mean,
got
we
to think
practice
about it.
different forms of spirituality
Christianity is
just to
the
be
only
on here.
way back then that these people in the colonies could insure people. The colonies itself are Christian based. The Indians aren't Christian based.
Mm.
So it got to be
I see
somebody
where you're going with
from
it. We're
here.
gonna have to talk about this more another time.
I just think the Yangeezy is the key, homie. You got to look at how that shit. How do you make a Yangeezy?
Right.
Yeah, I'm more in the line of Christianity just being used as a mechanism to backdoor some other shit.
Right.
So, and just to go back to Paul Cuffey during the time they say black people weren't selling, Paul Cuffey owned and built ships that sailed to Europe, including the Big Traveler, which he captained to Liverpool, making him one of the first African American ship owners to operate vessels on international routes. So again, it wasn't just Paul Cuffey, it was other ship owners. Not only were they owning the ships, they had shipyards and shipwrights to actually build these ships. So that
I
takes
mean,
time.
see, Dosey
Go
just
ahead.
showed you all the different ports all up and down the eastboard. So you're absolutely correct. It had to be here a long time.
Hmm.
Up and down the eastern seaboard. Yangeezis and Christianity go hand in hand.
I ain't mad at that. I ain't mad at that at all. So Christianity was the hoof, not money, not
So
opportunity.
Christianity was established by the Yangeezis.
Negative.
Then it don't go hand in hand. You got to work out another solution.
No. Not established. Brought to here. Because it was never here in the written form of what they saying it is.
How is that?
A Yangeezy, because a Yangeezy
I'm
is
talking
a
about
person
Christianity.
from here. No, but I'm saying Christianity, where's it? Okay, in history, where's Christianity known to be formed? On the other side of the pond.
No. It was originally known to be here. When King James
Where's
from
that?
here?
I mean, popular narrative. It was known to be started in Europe on the other side. Just face value type shit.
That's later
Right, but
on.
if you look on the other
I mean,
side,
we're within it. If we
if
go
you look
back
on
to
the other side,
the John Eliot Bible, what year was the John Eliot Bible?
I don't know.
Let me see. Hold on. John Eliot Bible. John Eliot.
didn't they say the Holy Wars and all that shit was fought in Europe?
No.
It was
No?
I mean, yeah, no,
it was fought in North Africa, Central Middle East, North
Okay.
Africa, the Punic Wars.
So who wasn't Christianity a part of those
Okay, the
wars?
Eliot Bible was written in 1663 or 61, or printed in 1663, whatever.
Yeah, and the
In
first King James
1600.
version was 1611.
So there was no Europe over there then. There was no Spain. There was no Jerusalem. There was no Moab. There was no there was no nothing. We ain't even made it over there yet. So how is somewhere talking about a place that ain't even civilized and ain't made it over here. They call this the New World from their understanding, but they're talking about our old world.
Yeah. Well,
Saying, if you ain't
I'm
never
just
been
saying.
over here, how you gonna write a whole book about over here? Or
I'm just saying, as a religious organization, as a whole.
it had to start here. The organization had to start here because at the end of the day, it's a business. And it's a business that went across the world. America, or don't say America, the United States Corporation is a business that has moved all across the world. Tomato, tomato.
Okay, if it's a business, is religion a business?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what's the number one business in the United States of America?
Stocks and bonds.
Religion.
Okay. I ain't gonna say it's the number one, but it's up there.
Name a business.
Because
Name another business bigger than religion in America, in the United States of America specifically.
food, crops, agriculture. Then after agriculture, we got oil, we got minerals. It's a lot of things come before that book. The book is just a kumbaya when we get to your place. We come in
That book,
peace.
that book is the
Yeah.
common link that's over all the commodities on this land.
No, not the book. The American. The American nigga
The American nigga don't
has
need the
formed up
book.
under the
Never
United
did.
States.
The American nigga had resources, industries, and commodities down pat as a knowledge and gained opulence long before this form of religion hit this land.
That's why
So
we
it does
said
not
it.
need.
No. We set it up in this land. We had to test it on the people of this land first to see if it worked before we went somewhere else.
So you saying that the Christian religion is
Mm-hmm.
holding up its own people that it formed here?
Yeah.
No. The Christian religion, as I can see it, is the oppressor of God's people because God's people roamed freely.
Well, clearly you didn't understand the riddle and the wises of Proverbs, brother. Ain't nobody
Okay.
roaming freely in the land of America.
The United States of America
Well,
was
you
free.
wrong. Once I leave Tennessee or Nashville, my neighborhood or my area where I'm known, when I go to your neighborhood, nigga, I'm not known. I'm a foreigner.
The United States of America is Indian territory, the land of the free, home of the brave.
Yep,
The
land of the free,
resources are
home of the brave that
the
have
resources
many
are as
territories.
abundant as milk and honey. Now, the
Yeah.
one thing you cannot tell me that did not happen is these people were here long enough to create industries and manufacturing and agriculture to have their own resources that they actually produced and consumed on their own before the Christian religion was even brought here in any book.
It was never brought here. It was already here.
Do you know the root word of industry is an Indian? You know, when you think of industry, when you think of an Indian and genealogy, you have to put all the industries in America. Like that's just the proper cause the root word is Indus. And when we all be looking at that damn word, it says Indus River. So when you thinking of the Hindustan Indians over there, no, it's just dealing with a river. That's what Indus mean. It's dealing with a river. It's not dealing with the people and the place. It's dealing with a thing called a river. And that's where all the industries come from. But I digress.
Because simply, if you put it, industry is the Indian, which is the manufacturing, which is the man. So the
And
Indian man
and the
produced what
manufacturer
he
of the book.
consumed.
You can't leave him out of manufacturing the book that became a religion,
Okay, so
that became part of a big industry that went globally.
And I think we was messing with the East Indies, if that's the right way to say it. Because when I look at all
Absolutely.
the anchor walks, there's a whole bunch of indigenous anchor walks in America. But I digress, man.
We absolutely went east from California. They went into Asia.
wherever there's industry
East
and
Indians.
manufacturing, the same people are wherever those historical events are. Industry and manufacturing comes from here.
So does
That's
the book.
commercial. That is commercial production.
You can't
Commercial
leave out the book
production.
though.
The book came later. Commercial industry
From here though.
manufacturing production.
It came here. It came from here though.
Commercial, can you understand that the trade was here long before? So business was here long before you can tell me about some kind of written book. So the
Well,
idea of
what I can
writing a
tell
book,
you is the book was written off of stuff that happened here.
okay, and
So
I'm
how could
telling
it come
you
from
that
somewhere else?
the book that was written off of the store, okay, off of things that happened here. All I'm telling you is the people that were here were doing things long before that book was written on a positive note for a
How
long
do you
time.
know? How do you know it was positive?
Okay, let me tell you, because you don't get the word industry, manufacturing, machinery, agriculture from without it being positive.
That's a fucking lie. Don't we got an
Okay.
industry and manufacturers and shit getting built and it's negativity all around this bitch? Ain't young niggas still drilling and ain't shit still getting built right now?
Are we in a $36 million deficit too?
That ain't what I asked you, brother.
No,
Is
nigga,
niggas
because if it's
drilling?
positive
Is
now,
niggas
if it's
drilling
positive,
all over America
no,
and shit still getting built right now? Is niggas dying every day,
man,
B?
you are tripping. We are in a
Do
deficit.
niggas die every day?
Did they all back then?
Yes.
No, they didn't.
Prove it.
In the in the
Show a time when we
1850s,
wasn't born.
The United States, huh? Excuse
Can
me?
you show an
The
ancient
South did
time
not
where we was in
operate on a
peace?
deficit. I,
Can you
can I
show
show an
an
ancient
ancient
time where we was
time
in
where we
peace?
was in peace?
What? Okay, so you're not putting together that these people developed industries Manufacturing.
Are you not understanding the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Okay,
Name
are
a
you saying that?
time in the United States history where we haven't been battling and still been building at the same time?
Okay, the time that you're saying that we're battling.
Since the beginning.
Okay, so
Now,
we're
can you name a
battling
time
and
when we wasn't?
building. Okay, we're battling and building between
Yes.
1500 and 1800.
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay, what are we building? Name a city that we know today that was built from the ground up between 1500 and 1800. Like I'm saying,
Tennessee,
let's go. New York,
Ohio,
Tennessee,
Carolina,
Ohio,
South
Indiana,
Carolina,
all these places were already
Virginia.
there. All these places were
Yes.
already there
Yep,
in the
been there.
1500s.
Y'all got to
Been
be.
So
Are y'all
there.
when
hearing what y'all saying? Y'all saying that the story that we're given, the corporation of the birth of all these imaginary lines, y'all saying it was there before the imaginary lines.
Yeah.
Y'all hear that?
That's why I'm saying it. All these states have been here before the imaginary lines, or these territories. Let me say it like that. All these territories have been here before the imaginary line.
When
And
I look at the territories that was here, there was 7 territories.
no,
There was 8. My fault. There was the Alta California territory, the St. Louis territory, the St. Augustine territory, the Boston territory, the New Amsterdam territory, the Marietta territory. I mean, these is territories that was drawn out in 1788. Like, you could look at this shit today. That's what
well,
I'm
you
trying to say.
have
When y'all say that we had states, that is a corporation from Europe, man. Y'all got to prove that.
well, I'm not saying this because you don't have no states in Europe right now. So I'm going to say that the states came from here.
you don't have states before you have Christianity.
Yes. No, they weren't called states then. But yes, you had territories
So
before
you have
Christianity.
Christianity and Indian territory.
No, you have Indian territories and you have Christians in Indian territories.
No, weren't Christians in Christian territory? Because that's the
Where's the
colonies,
Christian
right?
territory? Where's the Christian
The
territory?
colony.
Hey,
The
bro, when y'all
colony.
say that these is Indian territories, y'all just said Ohio was an Indian territory, bro. That is a European state.
No, it's not. Okay, whatever.
Bro, y'all saying the imaginary lines is fake?
No, the imaginary lines has come through Christianity as time went
No,
on.
no, the imaginary lines became with the trade and business, establishing corporations.
The corporation is a Christian corporation.
As in the indigenous people decided to come a part of the state of the United States instead of the United Colonies that they was going off of what Root is talking about. But before that, they had their own territories that they went by. And this is where you get your mound, your temples on these mounds when these niggas was living on these uh mound structures and all these so-called pyramid structures around America, which would have been in your 16, 15, 14, 1300s. Niggas would have been living in, as Root likes to say, cities are chiefdoms or nations around these mound
Chiefdom?
areas. Our nation.
Yeah, just we sometimes we argue over names, so I'll just okay, whatever name is gonna fit to something greater than some slave ass niggas or some motherfuckers in the woods. That's all I'll be saying. Hey, can you show my screen real quick, though? See, show you just something where my mind be at, just one where the Indian is.
I think Doshi tapped out.
Oh shit. Maybe she did.
I think she went to go handle her kid or something.
Hell yeah. Gotta take care of the family first. But first off,
Yeah,
y'all, I'm glad
amen
we
to
just
that.
up here talking. Salute to all y'all, man. I don't give a fuck about y'all when it comes to the information. But outside the information, man, I hope all is well, fellas.
It's all good on my end, always. In an American
Mine
way.
too.
All I'm saying is, it seems like this Christian religion as a whole ties into somehow, some way. They got the American Indian to switch to this religion. And once they switch to this religion, these people got control of the land of these people. Or does that make sense?
I gotta agree with you though that religion was a major nail in our board being stuck down. Yes, I gotta say that, especially with taking us up off the land. Yes, it was directly Christianity with they damn trust and all that stuff. But I'd agree.
But the only reason I think that it was accepted, or the only reason why it could be accepted, is because it was something already familiar over here. Because even when we go into these indigenous oral stories, um, you'll hear them speak of the similarities, um, from the Bible, as far as the destruction from the beginning. I mean, from Genesis to Revelations, like it's an American story that was told down, passed down, that was put into a book when they started manufacturing a script that they've been working on since clearly the 1500s, 1500s.
But if that's the case, that would make the American Indian the richest motherfucker in the world. Every
We
last
are.
one of them.
We are. That's why everybody wants to come to the land of milk and honey. See, rich and wealthy is a mind state. Only when you got tricked to believe that it was material, you got tricked out your wealth. This is why these so-called Moors and Masons use these Indian non-tax privileges, because rich is in the mind, seeing what you know. Wealth is
The
in what
difference
you can
between hold on.
hold
The difference
and pass
between rich and
down.
wealthy, you are a descendant of wealth. Wealth is something that came long before you got here. Wealth would make you a trust fund baby. Rich is something that you obtain in your own lifetime.
I
Bro,
can't
but I
agree
get
Wealth
what
with
he's
comes
saying
from
though,
people
bro.
before you.
I can't agree with
But you
that.
gotta mentally go ahead, y'all two got that.
Look
I
it
got
up. Okay, Bruce Banner. I mean, not Bruce Banner, but Bruce Wayne.
Hey bro, wealth come from the land, brother.
Wealth
If you
comes
got some
from
type of
people
commodity,
that
you
did
wealthy.
shit
You can't lose
right.
wealth, brother. It's like a
No,
commodity.
no. wealth, and rich. Rich, you
No,
can
rich
become
starts
in
from
your
the brain.
lifetime.
It's how you think. You could be a poor-minded person or a rich-minded. And I understand
I'm
what you're saying
talking.
about money,
I'm
but
talking
it starts with your way you think.
monetarily. I understand that.
The
And
word wealth
monetarily,
from Old English, will, meaning well-being, welfare, or good fortune, evolving in Middle English to wealth, mid 12th century as
My bad,
happiness,
Brute. You're so.
prosperity, form
It's
like
all good, beautiful.
health from well. Oh, you good, those? You gone? Oh,
No, she said she back.
okay. Initially, it meant a broader state of thriving, but by the 16th century, it increasingly focused on abundant material possession, though it retains its core sense of plenty or abundance in general, or a wealth of talent. Origin, Old English. This is going back into now. We go into the Edomine. This is what the Edomine says. Wealth, a state or condition of happiness. Again, a mind state. A mind state. Nothing tangible, nothing you can touch. It's a mind state. Again, why the Moors use Indian non-tax and Indian laws to motherfucking go on this land, what they call it, discharging their debt or whatever the fuck they want to call it. But anyway, um,
is
contrast with
Elon Musk rich or wealthy?
both.
Are the Waltons rich or wealthy?
Both.
Now let me make sure I say this. What I say, I love how we said both. I think Jay-Z and Beyonce are in the middle of both of them, and their children stand the test of times to see if they're wealthy and rich. Because the mind, when he say rich, man, I still got to say that's a way of life. And I don't think Jay-Z and
Isn't
Beyonce done went through the way of life. But I could be
if
wrong.
if okay? No, Root. Let's check this out. Beyonce and Jay-Z are rich people. Now, can they pass that rich on to their children?
See,
And when they
I'm
pass
saying
that
that
rich
they're
on to their
wealthy.
children,
I'm
aren't
saying
their
that they're
children
wealthy and
considered
rich,
wealthy?
but they're going through some poor shit.
They
See,
can only
I'm
pass
using
their
the.
wealth.
Go
When
ahead,
you
my bad.
pass riches on to the next
My bad.
generation, do you call the next generation rich, or are they living off the wealth? Because the
They're
Walton
living off
They're
the
family
living
wealth.
off
are
the wealth.
trust fund babies.
But see, you just said
They
it.
are
You
living off
just
the
said it.
wealth.
Yes, they're living
Right.
off the wealth.
Okay, so now, why isn't the American today, as a group of people, living off their ancestral wealth?
They are.
No, they're not.
That's a lie. Your people might not.
Now we ain't getting the
Okay,
healthy. We ain't getting
so
what
now,
we deserve,
okay,
but we
let's
still
look at.
living off of it.
No, I understand. We're living on the land. We are free people. We have all of that. But what about the ancestral wealth of our bloodlines?
It's in the land, and if
Because
your people still on
if
the
you're
land,
going to connect it,
then they're
what about
living
okay?
off their ancestors' wealth.
So what about the manufacturing? What
Bro, I
about
think
the
you should word it different
industry?
though, bro. You should say, why ain't we getting our equity? Now, I understand what you're saying. We're not getting our equity that we deserve, but we are living off the wealth of this land.
Okay, are you living off the wealth of this land as a producer or a consumer?
Or producer.
I just feel
Depends
we're
on
not
what
getting
you
our
want.
equity, and I just learned that shit like
Okay.
maybe a year
So
ago.
now,
Trump
are
had to
you
break it
living
down
off
for me.
the production of this land, or are you living off
Yeah,
the
man, you got it.
consumption
Like
of this land?
you can't just keep detective working us though, my brother. Like
I
we're
told
understanding
you,
what you're
you're
saying, but
living off the wealth of the land. If you're living on your people's land that's been in your family, or your people is living off the land that's been in the family for over 100 years, you are living off of the wealth. Now, if you are ignorant of the law and you become taxed or allow yourself to be taxed because you don't understand the law, then you just got tricked by the law or the
That's why I was trying
government.
to say we ain't getting our equity. That's why I was trying to say, yeah, we living off the wealth, but we ain't getting the equity we deserve.
And some people
Where's the
are.
equity held?
If your people, I put it like this: if your people are still forming, your people still got cattle or whatever on their land, are doing that, then they're still living out the wealth. A lot of us are. I ain't gonna say a lot. I'm just gonna say, well, when I went and looked at my people, the farm and stuff that we had, nobody's no longer doing that. It's just people living off the land. So that's their choice of what you want to do on your ancestors' wealth, the land. And some people choose not to do nothing, and then they die, and their kids sing what their parents did, and they do the same thing, or they take that land, sell it for a little piece of change, and go on about their happy ass life. Doesn't mean a white man came and took your land.
They did take it though with a stroke of a pen. I don't think that the story is that they just shot us in our face and beat us up. But as a stroke of a pen, they cheated us out of equity. They just proved it this year. Even Trump said it. Everybody been cheated out of equity in America. And
Well,
none of
they
us would
made
complain if we got our equity. We wouldn't give a fuck what happened, just as long as we got some equity to take care of our families and smile and health bills. I think we'd be happy, but I digress.
The only
well.
people
See now here.
that equity owed to is the American Indian.
Okay, so
I say
now
I
that
think that we
now,
are.
now
Oh, my
that
fault. Go
goes.
ahead, brother.
I was gonna say that goes back into a legal concern. So now you have to prove that your people is from this land. And a lot of people don't want to do their genealogy because the majority of their people don't come from this land. They black European. And we don't want to accept that. A lot of people just want to go off the belief, oh yeah, I found my people here in the 1900s, 1800s. Oh yeah, we been here. No, that's not true. Then the white people can say that the pale skin can say the same thing. Because I was just in the archives, and this is my first time actually seeing it from somebody else. But I seen the pale skin go back to 1789, and the nigga, the pale skin had where his granddaddy, he pulled up where his granddaddy had motherfucking basically fought with the Creek Indians and got ceded land. And this is a pale, and you know, I say the pale man ain't got here to Ellis Island. But just seeing some shit with him, I don't know. I don't know.
You guys know everybody pretty much fell off Dosey channel, right?
Nah.
Yeah, it's like maybe like
Why?
8 people left. About 8 people left.
They'll pull back up.
They'll pull back up.
We were
Yeah,
just
she
having a
said she was
conversation. I
going
don't
to
even
another
think we.
channel.
Nah, it's 32 people still on here.
What the fuck is wrong with Aton? This nigga bugging, man.
Man, I just looked. It's 32
I'm
people
looking
left.
right now. Maybe hold on. Let me turn my shit off and go back. Yeah, maybe I'm hot.
Yeah, it's 33 people watching.
Man, what the hell, Aton?
Man, I'm
Yeah, I
looking
ain't
at the
saying y'all
thing.
hating, man, but shit, Dosey shit doing all right, man. And I want you Come and
okay.
join us, bro. Her
I
channel
was
doing all
looking at
right,
the
man.
thing. It said, "Oh yeah, I was looking
Okay.
at the wrong one. My
No
bad.
problem. Come join the drama, man.
My bad. I was looking at the wrong one."
Yeah, don't be trying to put no false claims out here. We jigging.
Carry on.
No, not
No,
you,
you good,
Aton.
Aton?
When I first came on, they said some weird shit. I'm like, man, we ain't over there. We over here. And I was in the store. Fuck, we over here.
It still comes to a premise of somehow we're overlooking the grand business aspects of the United States of America before it was the United States of America. Because the way it all comes to a play where you have to believe that all this was created by somebody else.
Right.
But how is it all created by somebody else? And we're the only ones that know about all of it. Because if you play the game with the population of the United States of America and you eliminated each person by race, and I don't mean black and white, I mean like Italian, Russian, English, Dutch, all these different races, you eliminated everybody except these particular ones, the United States would fall. Black people are the only people you could leave in this country and it would just stay the way it is.
Man, yeah, they need to kick gravel and travel.
Open phone.
You can't give English people the United States of America and it would still stay the same. It will crumble. It just ain't enough of them. If you give it to the Italians, it ain't enough of them. If you give it to Russians, it ain't enough of them. If you give it to Germans, it's not enough. Niggas is the only one.
Yeah, we 12%, 13%, they say.
That's what they say. But in actuality, shit, where in the United States it ain't niggas?
Right.
Phone open. Seriously.
Probably in Maine.
It's niggas there.
Quit listening, motherfucker. Not you.
I went to Iowa, and I thought it wouldn't be no niggas there, and it was niggas in Iowa.
Hey,
it's niggas in Idaho. It's niggas in Kansas. It's niggas everywhere. So how are we the only people in this land that could run this land if nobody else was here?
Right. I still think that was a business venture, though, Derek. I don't think really. Maybe Christianity was the hook of some sort, but I still think that movement was business minded. And I think it was to steal people's land too, as well. At the same time,
Christianity is a business. I know this firsthand because I work for the Salvation Army. Nigga, they claim it's a church, but that's a business. That's an international business, and it was started in 1865 as a church that transported people from Europe to America.
So when
It
are
was
you
the salvage
saying they
army.
started taking, like, for instance, if George Washington, all these people are converts that end up coming back to America, I don't know if that's what you're saying, Derek. I was just using him as an example. When would you say that they had started taking Americans to Europe, or the children, or the hostages?
1400. I would think somewhere around there because the whole story of Columbus comes around 1492, which is the 1500s. So the plantations, the colonies don't start until when? The 1600s.
How did they gain hold to even kidnap people?
Because you got to think, okay, Scotland, Britain, Ireland, that all comes from here. Only reason I say Scotland is because they flag is an X, same as the Confederacy. Britain's flag is an X with a cross on it, same as the Confederacy. Christianity is the logo of the cross. Irish people, what the fuck? If you take off the ish, you got Irie people. Irie people are the people of Jamaica. So all these places over there somehow, some way come from over here. So if the people from over there come from over here, they've been going back and forth for a long time. And the only difference is Christianity written versus Christianity unwritten is the only thing that you see different.
Root, could you pull up Barbadian Americans while Dosie's back also? I just want to show where I was getting that the Barbadians, the white indentured servants, were coming to mainland America via Barbados. First. So whoever has a screen, if you guys could pull up Barbadian Americans, this is still on the trail of the Quakers. Also, even though I know there's a lot
I
of
apologize.
facts.
I'm cooking this soup, bro. If you can give me 5 minutes, I will look up anything you want. Just give me 5-10 minutes, brother.
Okay, I'll read a quick passage from the Barbadian Americans. It says the first Barbadian immigrants in the United States were white barbarian settlers. Some of these white settlers from Barbados were former indentured servants who were replaced by African black slaves brought to the island in vast numbers for flourishing sugar plantation work in 1650. So in 1650 is when they say they started bringing in black in Barbados. That's a lie. So again, they were transporting these white indentured servants out of Barbados into the mainland because they were going straight to the islands at first from Africa.
Well, that would have had to been Berbers.
Absolutely. Again, the North African slave trade was all the way to the west coast of Africa with Morocco.
Right.
But they're not calling Morocco West Africa for some reason. They're trying to say it's North Africa.
Yeah. Northwest. Still west though.
So I'm just trying to give a little validity to saying these Quakers actually were probably the white Quakers. If they were white boys, they were actually indentured servants being massed around, going to New York, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, the up north states, the ones that became the fighters against the South, right? So that's why I say this Quaker movement had a lot to do with abolitionists. And anytime they say they're going somewhere to do something and they got slaves with them, or these are the indentured servants at that time, we know that they're not bringing Africans over here. So who do you put in the place of these Africans? The actual African, which is the actual African, which is the white man.
Right. The Quakers were abolitionists.
So if they're abolitionists, wouldn't they be doing the same thing that they say Harriet Tubman did for the black people, trying to get them to freedom, right?
Exactly.
So that's why I'm saying these Quakers actually got their start in Barbados. Again, they're saying that these were the first immigrants into the United States, were white barbarian or Barbadian settlers.
But it says they took on slaves because they couldn't amount to the same business. So it makes sense them changing to abolitionists to be like, hey, you guys are still bigger than us as business, so we need to take out slavery to be able to compete.
Right.
That
And the
could be
So
islands
right
were
also.
slavery's
easier to get
important.
access to. The islands were easier to get access to because they was on the outskirts, So it was easy to get to those places versus getting to the mainland of North America and South America. You couldn't get there that easy.
So now, are these Barbadian indentured servants? Are
Yes,
these eventually going to become free people?
of course, they're going to get mixed in. Also, there's going to be some mixed Creole mulatto people happening at the same time, so they will get mixed in as well too. Only the mixed in ones had a little stake at being more on the I got Aboriginal status, but the actual pure ones were still indentured servants. That pure one had to have a baby in order to have some stake at anything, and that baby had to be by an Aboriginal.
So the people that are indentured servants, are you saying that this is not a contract worker? This is a chattel slave?
Yes. During this time, now in the 1800s is when they made it a contract worker. Now, and then they freed them. So they became contract workers, really, from my understanding, only in the 1800s. And then they became freed after 1865. Because if you see with the 13th, or I think it's the 14th Amendment, it says for indentured servants and slaves, or it says for slaves and indentured servants. They're both talking about the actual white man, because if we go back to Slav during that time, it still meant of a Slavic nation. And if you go back to indentured servant, that's a European slave, or that's a European person that's a slave in Europe, an indentured
So
servant.
that's why you're saying, okay, that's why the 14th Amendment also writes at the end that Indians are exempt.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with us. They're talking about the foreigners in those amendments because they freed them. So now they need to add an amendment to whatever United States contract they got going on. And again,
So how
in the
did we get misclassified? Absolutely.
Well,
they
who's
teamed
free?
up.
Whose money is in the freedmen's bank? Is it black people's money or is it white people's money?
Black people.
Okay, so if black people's money is in the freedmen's bank, how did white people get freed?
Again, there was a South and a North. The North wasn't
Because
doing what the
white
South
people
was
wasn't
doing.
never slaves like that. White people never had no
No ties
heirs
to anything to have
to
money.
the land.
See,
So the
my
reason
thing
why the
is,
Freeman Bank was set up was for mainly for the people that was heirs to this land that was going to run this program. Because it ain't nothing but niggas in them
now you
Freemen.
tired of being over there, KOK? You came here. How about you go read the book? Here, I'm just gonna take you down root words until you come back. But let's go as far as it, because that's why I'm saying that this is a play. That's why they have this sob story with the Quakers in history, while all the charters are saying the the royal family is helping the Quakers come over. That indentured servitude is also a play. Indentured servants do their little whatever they're supposed to do, and then they are given land and tobacco farms and all kinds of stuff. But let me go back to where we were. Now, if they're related to indigenous people, I don't know, but I feel like a mulatto makes more sense to me than a straight up Indian. I don't understand it being indigenous, even though it could have been a different indigenous government against a different one. I mean, that is possible. I don't know. I don't know. Also, looking at what happened to Barbados, the people, it's just like, where are the people that are showing that they weren't hit by colonization?
Are mulattoes Christians?
Depends on the mulatto, Derek.
I mean, what I mean in the books, right? In order for you to be half Indian, half something else, the something else had to be a form of Christianity.
Catholic. Most of them Catholic.
No, you don't have to be a form of Christianity. What do you mean? You mean like European form of Christianity? You had to be European in something to be mulatto, mestizo? So that's not necessarily.
No, I'm saying to be American Indian and anything else. The anything else is connected to Christianity.
Maybe for the most part. Okay, where we left off, it was about to go into William Penn, and we'll talk. I guess we'll go back to who he is, but let's go ahead and see what it says.
And on March 4th, 1681, King Charles II granted Penn 46,000 square miles. William Penn changed the name of the West Jersey colony to Sylvania, meaning forest land, and on the insistence of King Charles II, added the prefix Penn. Being a modest Quaker, William balked at the name initially, but accepted it as a tribute to his father. In governing his land, William wanted to create a bastion of liberty and tolerance. He called it his holy experiment, to allow religious freedom to blossom in this wilderness. Penn was mindful that the land he had been gifted was already home to the Native Americans. He arrived in America on October 27, 1682, and prioritized relations with the Native Americans. He learned their language and engaged them on a personal level, as well as stipulating that no land could be taken away from them. He extended the Pennsylvania colony by purchasing land from the Lenape, despite King Charles II's suggestion to use brute force. Charles II was succeeded by his brother James on February 6, 1685. Although James was Catholic, he was sympathetic to the Quaker cause, helped in no small part by his closeness with the Penn family. While he had no intention of converting to Quakerism, King James II realized society had nothing to fear from the Quakers. In 1686, he started pardoning anyone in prison for religious beliefs. On April 4, 1687, the king issued a declaration of indulgence, allowing people to worship in whatever way they saw fit. Unfortunately, the predominantly Protestant nobility did not take kindly to this sort of religious freedom. The British Parliament encouraged Dutch Protestant William of Orange, who was James's nephew, to claim the throne. Realizing his unpopularity, King James II fled to France. William Penn, who returned to England just before these events, found himself an enemy of the state and was arrested on December 10, 1688. Penn used his usual honesty and pragmatism while being interrogated, and King William III released Penn and dropped all charges against him. Much to the horror of the Protestants, the new king passed the Act of Toleration that still gave a degree of religious freedoms to British subjects. Penn returned to Pennsylvania in 1699. He continued his excellent relationship with the Native Americans and strived to strengthen the ties between Virginia and New York. In 1701, Penn traveled back to England as there was word that King William III was planning to take control of the colonies. He arrived in December of that year, finding William III had passed away during his voyage. William III's daughter, Anne, was now queen.
Oxford Summer Courses has.
And Penn managed to get another English monarch on side. Penn never made it back to America. His old agent, Philip Ford, had passed away, and it was discovered that Ford had mismanaged Penn's accounts. Penn was sent to debtor's prison in 1708 until his Quaker friends found evidence that Ford had swindled Penn out of a lot of money. With this evidence and money to pay off the reduced debt, Penn was released. After suffering a stroke in 1712, Penn's health deteriorated until his death in 1718 at 74. After his death, Penn's second wife, Hannah, took over the administration of Pennsylvania until she died in 1726. After that, William and Hannah's son, Thomas, ran the colony for 40 years. Thomas
Okay, I just wanted to say how it smoothed over Queen Anne, but we know that that was more.
governed in much the same way as his father did, but there were some notable differences. Thomas was not one to go against social norms and left the Quaker Church for the Church of England. Attitudes towards the Native Americans quickly changed. In the walking purchase of 1737, a group of Lenape had agreed to sell some land along the Delaware River. They measured the size of the land by how far you could walk in one day. The settlers tried to trick the Lenape by sending out their fastest runners to get as far as they could in one day and get more land into the deal. Understandably, the Lenape balked at the new measurements, so the settlers called in the militia from New York to force the Lenape from their land. During the 1870s, the pacifism that the Quakers had nurtured began to dissolve into violence. In 1755, the Lenape slaughtered settlers in the Penns Creek Massacre. As a result, many nonviolent Quakers in the legislature renounced their positions, and war erupted in Pennsylvania. The Quakers never lost their sense of justice for all people. They continued to stand up for Native American rights and were amongst the first to call for abolishing slavery. A significant figure in the anti-slavery movement was John Woolman. Born in 1720, he always had a passion for equality. In his early 20s, he was working as a clerk, but there was one particular transaction of which he knew he could be no part. His boss asked him to arrange the sale of an enslaved person. Woolman stated that slavery was wrong and he would have no role in it. He became a Quaker minister and traveled far and wide preaching Quakerism and the evils of slavery. His tireless crusade against slavery gradually shifted the Quakers' minds to firmly denounce the practice. By 1758, the Quakers launched an official proclamation stating that any Quakers who had slaves need to be labored with. While they would not be kicked out of the faith, they would be excluded from most aspects of church life. In 1770, it was determined that any Quaker owning slaves would set them free. By 1784, this was a full-blown demand, and a refusal to do so would result in the loss of church membership. The Quakers played a considerable role in the Underground Railroad, sheltering and shielding those who had managed to escape slavery during their journey north to freedom. As pacifists, American Revolution
there we go.
For the Quakers. They were shunned and viewed as a security risk for their refusal to take up arms against the British. Around 1778.
What's up, Aton?
Now, just real quick, that Underground Railroad, they made it seem like that was something coming from the south to the north, but really, it wasn't. This was all north to North America. This was the northern part of North America. This wasn't the south.
Right. Yep.
Correct.
Yeah, that's
they
that's
hadn't
why
even had
that's why I
access
said
to the South yet.
Huh?
They don't even have access to the South yet.
Exactly.
Right. That's why I kept mentioning New York. The New York area is where they were doing all this shit at. That New England is the new Barbados, basically. New England became the new Barbados.
Hold on now, technical foul, man. Now I believe, man. You know. Sometimes I get mixed up and say shit too. No, I ain't saying nobody's wrong. I get mixed up too, and I did it a couple times. Just got mixed up. Like I done heard you say that England was Barbados. Now you're saying that Barbados is New England in America?
Yeah, because the Barbadians are the ones who went up to Massachusetts also to strike a deal with Chief Tammany.
Okay, so you saying the English people that we call Barbados came to Americas?
I'm saying that the people that are supposedly coming from Europe are the black Europeans. They're actually, first off, they're going to be these black Barbadians going up to
Now, what's the
Massachusetts.
name of them? What's the real name of them black Barbadians that you said about an hour ago?
Arawak, the Tainos.
No, you forgot what you said. You said them people were the English people, the real English.
Not the real English people. I'm saying they're coming from Barbados with their indentured servants up to the Massachusetts area first. Then they come back and go set up something in South Carolina.
Okay, so the Barbados people are the English, right?
They would be what you would call black European, according to my research. That's my opinion.
All right, bro.
Even if you look up black Britons right now, they're going to say people from the West Indies make up most of what you call black Britain.
Why would you just bring that up, sir? Now, I asked you a simple question. I asked you because you said that the English was the Barbados. You went around that question, fine, bro. Sometimes it is what it is.
Well, they call Barbados Little England.
So let me reframe that question. Are the black British the real Barbados?
Better.
Yeah, the black British or the black Europeans would have been the West Indies.
Okay, then. So you cannot say that New England is the Barbadoses.
That would be New Barbados, as far as like the same thing that they had going on in Barbados first, the indentured servitude working for them.
Hold on, bro. You telling me that the European black Brits
were enslaving the indentured servants first,
and they united with their brothers called the Barbados Black Britons, correct?
No, Root, you're making up stuff. I never said they even went to Europe. They only went to Europe to snatch up these so-called pale people, but they're actually Barbadians.
Now let me rewind this. Once again, you said an hour ago that Barbados are, I'm going to take the word England out of there, the Black Brits. Is that what you're saying?
Well, Barbados itself is called Little England.
Hey, man, I'll just ask you a question. Is Barbados England, bro?
Yeah, according to my research, Barbados would be the actual England that they're talking about in these stories.
Okay, and they got an AKA Black Brits, correct?
Yeah.
Now, why did you put that in America where they call it New England?
That's what I'm doing, Root. I'm telling you.
How can you do that?
These black Barbadians went up to Massachusetts and struck a deal with Chief Tammany.
Now, see, this conversation. All right, bro, but you don't get it. This conversation you brought up, you just was qualifying that New England is England. But an hour ago, you were saying Barbados was England.
It's a way of life. The whole England thing was a way of life, Root. So this whole New England is a way of life, having indentured servants on your plantation. These New York area people were the first to do it on mainland.
Okay, so let me make sure I get this right. The Barbadosians, the true Black Britons, the English people, came to America, correct?
Yeah, but they had already been doing trade with the Americans.
Okay, then, so that disqualify the Americans for being the English people.
No, I'm not saying they're the English people, Root. I'm not saying they're the English people.
That's what you just said this time. Now, the time before, an hour ago, you never. I wish you. It's just hard for me to keep up. There you go with you some time. It ain't nothing bad.
Okay, well, I'm gonna just say it straight. What I'm thinking is actually going on. The place that they're calling England and this port that they're leaving from, Bristol, that's actually in Barbados. Now, what I'm saying also is that they are going back overseas as pirates, doing raids on these European coastlines, so-called European coastlines overseas. Now, again, that place wasn't called Europe during this time of this going on. This is a new word placed on that place that they're calling a continent that's not even a continent.
I don't
And
know.
again,
I believe this man. Sometimes just we all gotta back our hypothesis up with theories because I can't
okay,
say
Dosey.
stuff I name is facts. I can't say that, but I bring a theory, man, and I think a lot of stuff you're bringing is an hypothesis, my brother. But I digress.
Dosey,
But
could you pull up who coined
Scott,
the word
Britain,
European?
Wales, Ireland, that was
This is
all
where
there
they were
before
getting all the
European was
indentions
a word.
from.
But I'm saying that was those places were places before Europe was a word.
Okay, we have ports set up from there because we were also taking food over there from the once we found these places and saw they needed our help. We are the so-called Moors going over there from America and setting up posts. We didn't already live there, otherwise we would have been taught them the game. So they didn't get running water and all these different things until we actually went over there. That's in the 1600s up until the 1800s when you see a significant change
Brother,
in Europe.
brother. You're telling me that
So it's at 6th century.
my fault.
6th century for what? For the word
For
European?
Europe. For Europe. Oh, the term you want to say European? Hold on.
Yeah,
Hey, do y'all know
because
what the word EU mean, bro?
but
Let me
tell us.
break it. Yeah, you said I ain't saying you wrong. But I'm just trying to say sometimes we got to take our hypothesis to theories, which means just back our stuff up outside of a hypothesis. When you said that EU meant slave, EU is a root word that is westernly accepted. There you go, not universally accepted. Westernly accepted as good, like the word a eunuch. The EU mean good like a eulogy. The EU mean good like eugenics. The EU mean good like there's like 148 words that start off with EU, and like 90 of them, the EU mean good. That's the best thing I can say. Like, really break these words down.
But what
Is
does the
Scotland
word
older
peon
than
mean,
Europe?
Root? What does the word peon mean?
How old
Man,
is
I just
Scotland?
can't believe this shit, man. Like, bro, you gotta like connect the suffix. What suffixes on Europe? Because
No,
anytime you put that type of word on there, it's not European. That's like saying the word is American. No, that's taking the word to a specific person. You know, like when you're from America, you're an American. When you're from Europe, you're a European. When you're from goddamn France, you're a Frenchman. You know, when you're from China, you know, bro, that ain't what I'm saying is Europe. What's the suffix of Europe?
Euro.
All right, brother. I'm not saying I'm right. I just look at words different, my brother.
Dosey, could you look up Thomas Young? Thomas Young is the one I was thinking that actually should have popped up when you said who coined the term European.
Is
But Thomas
Scotland older
Young.
than Europe?
Now, what was that?
Is Scotland an older nation than Europe?
Yeah, because Europe didn't come around until later, even though they're saying that all these Greek gods over there actually had the name first with Europa and all of this jargon.
It says he termed Indo-European languages.
All right, let's see here. It says 1814, coined by English polymath Thomas Young, and first used in an article in the Quarterly Review from Indo-European. Coming to India and Europe, specifically in reference to the group of related languages and to the race or races characterized by their use. William Dwight Whitney also came up with this again in
What are you
1875.
talking about, bro? Why did you bring up Thomas Young?
Because Thomas Young actually is the one who came up with this European word. So they're saying that he created
So now right here we're
Indo-European.
looking at it. Where did this man get this European word from?
Now that's a good question. What I'm saying
Okay,
is
I'm gonna
this.
tell you where he got it from. I'm gonna
Go ahead.
hypothesize, and I'm gonna back it up with a theory. See, I'm hypothesizing though. I can't say it's a fact. But in
I'll put you back
1813,
on the screen too, Root, so you can.
I was looking at your screen. That was my theory though, but no problem. It
Oh,
said in
okay,
1813.
yeah,
No problem. It's all good. Just see, I got a hypothesis too, so I can't say you wrong. But see, when she put that stuff up that you brought up, it said in 1813 he studied Indo-European languages, and it directly went to Greek and Latin, bro. Am I saying that's what he studied? No. I mean, if that's where it came from, no. But I'm saying that's how I'm backing my shit up is evidence that you showed me to look up. So now when you
that's
start
absolutely
studying
right.
words, you need to start studying the root and the Greek root words, because according to your man's, that's what he studies. I digress.
No, actually, that is just a play because this guy is actually only being written about by William Dwight Whitney later on, 1875. So this is where this guy's work comes about at from William Dwight Whitney in 1875. Now that
Okay, so you saying all this stuff. Go ahead, my fault. I cut you off.
Now, so again, in 1875 is when they started the scramble for Africa, and they started naming all of these places all over the world on maps. So that's when this word European comes about to name that continent, not before then.
Okay, so
that would
according to
mean
you,
that Scotland is not European.
no, Scotland or England ain't European. But bro, so you're telling me that
So
you're telling me that the
Scotland's
Tower
not
of Babel. Hold
European,
on,
what
Abley.
is it?
How can y'all do this though, bro? I'm just asking a simple question. How can y'all go through 50 subjects in 3 minutes? Like you're telling me that the Tower of Babel
in Europe aren't European.
You're telling me that the Tower of Babel, Abley, was made in the 1800s?
Well, I'm saying the Tower of Babel wouldn't have been made until the Bible was actually written, and we only have
the great everything you said about language. You can't find nothing in the 1700s, 1600s. You find all that shit in the 1800s according to your manuscript.
Well, that's only because of orthography. Orthography took place after 1880. You had
According
orthography
to
taking place.
orthography, which I don't even know what that word means. Don't call myself root words. All the shit you got. The Great Tower of Babel, the Great Germanic Shift change, language change, goddamn it, vowel change, all that stuff happened in the 1800s, huh?
Yeah, just dealing with the script. Just dealing with the script.
Yeah, that shapes everybody's brain in the world. The script shapes brains. Manifests thoughts. Okay, so you saying before the 1800s, if we simply going off your analogy, before the 1800s, there wasn't no great, and I'm throwing crazy shit out there. There wasn't no great Tower of Babel. There wasn't no teachers of different languages. According to your studies, and I'm agreeing with your studies.
Yeah, because even in England, they didn't even speak English until like the late 1800s, early 1900s. So they were not even speaking English in England.
Well, I know all they treaties until the 1700s was wrote in Latin. And according to the history I get, England, Scotland, and Ireland had a Latin name. And it started with an A. Yeah.
Talking about Albion.
Yeah, Alba. When you put ION on there, that turns into English. But when you put the A at the end of it, it qualifies it as a I'm gonna guess and say a genitive noun. It's the object noun in the sentence.
And I still, and again, even with doing the research on script writing and things of that nature, if you're really doing some crazy off the brand research, you'll find out that even on the Iberian Peninsula and some parts of even so-called England, they were speaking Arabic language, like Arabic. because of the Muslims. Remember, the Muslims were speaking Arabic on the Iberian Peninsula,
Sir,
not
I'm
Spanish.
asking you this. You told Dosey to pull up that site. I don't even know because we didn't even talk about it. We went somewhere else except for what you told us to pull up, which ain't nothing wrong with it. According to the site, dude, you was talking about, he ain't say nothing about Arabic.
No, he's talking about Indo-European languages. All the languages, that's what they became. That's what became European under this language barrier that they created. So
Do you know what
again,
the word Indo mean?
So
It means
European
like
didn't come
into
until
within.
after they came to America.
Because
Is that what you're
Sanskrit
saying?
did not start off in
yes,
Europe. So you cannot say that Sanskrit is a European language. So quit putting it to Europe. These are
Sanskrit was
people that
just
went into
created.
them lands and fought. And the Sanskrit people was the first people to fought, known as Noah, known as the Tartarians, language Tactarian.
Root, could you pull up Indo-European language for me? Could you just pull up Indo-European language?
I'll pull
And
it up, man.
let's
So you really know how to read this shit?
Yeah, so just pull up Indo-European language. I'm gonna show you that it's actually a reconstructed. They reconstructed all of these so-called ancient languages by using our alphabet, which is what they're calling the Latin alphabet.
Oh man. Now
So just
hold
pull
on,
up, if
man.
you could, just
Now
pull up
let's just go one
Indo-European
step at a
language.
time now. You're right. I'm about to pull it up. Now, what was this stuff you was talking about, the Arabic language and shit?
Well, on the Iberian Peninsula, it was ran by the Muslims for quite some time, correct?
No, never in life has Muslims ran anything in the world until the late 1900s when they got oil money.
Okay, so in the story of the Moors,
Who ran
what
it?
were
Say it
they?
one more time. Who ran it?
Okay, in the story of the Moors,
I'm just asking you a simple question because I rebutted you and said, no, Muslims never run it. So you said Moors. I'm just asking you, who ran it?
I don't. I'm gonna have to say I can't actually say who actually ran it.
So you telling me that me and you can sit here and we've been on YouTube for 3 or 4 years and you did some evil. I'm not going to even go there. You've been disingenuous and put the Muslims in there, which you know you cannot qualify a Muslim over there running shit. And I'll ask you for the real name and you said it, and you can't just simply say Moors.
Let's go here. So,
Now hold
according to
on, bro. I
history,
bro, I'm about to fall back though because I'm having a conversation with a person that's dishonest just over Moors. It seemed like,
oh
see,
no,
this is
no.
why I call people Masons, bro, because y'all always got to bring this slave and religious shit into it. Just over a simple conversation, bro.
Now, when we're talking about the Moors, because I think differently about the Moors, I'm thinking
I
that the
didn't say that.
Moors.
I just said that it wasn't the Muslims running it. Who was it?
I'm saying that the Sagamores, the Massachusetts chiefs, would have been the only ones called Moors at that time, due to the word Sagamore, which is an Algonquin word itself. So,
Okay,
if it,
I'm not taking it to America yet, and I'm not taking it to Africa. Sir, I just asked a simple question like you asked me. You said, did the Muslims run that shit? I said, hell no. They ain't never ran shit till the 1900s when they got oil money. All I did, and then you brought up the Moors. I said, who ran that place? You can't simply just give me a name, bro.
well, I can't give you one name of who
That's
actually ran the
insane.
place, but we'll just say
This
the
is so
Moors. Let's
bro,
say the Moors.
athlete. No, don't say the Moors. Keep it real with yourself, because I got the screen up, bro.
Let's say the Moors. That's what the story tells
No,
us,
let's
that the
not say.
Moors actually
Bro.
ran the Iberian Peninsula for a
It's hard to
while.
have conversations with you, brothers. Go ahead, bro.
Now you got to go ahead, Rooster.
I mean, what's wrong with this? See, I have a problem with Indians, but I ain't scared to rip my shirt off and say Indian, 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 my brothers, my sisters. What is your problem with the Moors for telling the truth about them in Europe? According to the stories, they said they ran Europe from 500 after death to 1492. And we fucked this conversation up because you couldn't say the word more and you had to throw a religion on their name. It's all good, brother. Damn.
Hey, you funny as hell. So what
Now we
language
was
So
did
having
the
a good
Moors
Moors
speak?
minute.
aren't.
We don't agree.
So Moors aren't Christians, right?
I know Moors
Root.
as seafarers. I ain't saying that he's wrong that they wasn't Muslims. I'm just
No,
like,
I'm
they wasn't
asking.
called the
So
Muslims over there. They was called the Moors.
Moors are not Christians. That's the
Moors
only
are
group of people
seafarers
in
until y'all put
Europe.
religions to them.
No, I'm asking because
I'm telling you
okay,
that
according
it's impossible
there's
for a
no
Moor to be any. Let me land my plane. I ain't saying I'm right. My hypothesis that I could back up with theories saying that the Moors was around before the religions, and I digress.
Now, did the Moors speak an Arabic language?
No. Now, did you hear what I just said? Can you rebut that? You see how easy that was? I told both of y'all. The Moors predate all them religious shit you're talking about. You want to go to Muhammad in the 600, Jesus and all that shit, bro. The Moors was around, bro. So now y'all got to connect the Moors to these religions.
But how are
The
you saying
Moors
that the Moors
predate
were around
Muhammad,
before
brothers and
Jesus?
sisters. Moors was around in 500 after death. Muhammad didn't come around till 700, bro. Now connect that, please.
So why is the story telling us like this is a good argument? So why does the story tell us that these Moors spoke an Arabic language and they ruled the Iberian Peninsula? So you're telling me that these Moors never came from under the guise of Mohammedanism and moved
I'm
throughout the North
asking you,
African region?
Man,
who
hell
was there
no, they
first,
didn't.
sir?
Hell
Who was
no.
first there? Who was there first, sir? The Moors or
Just
the
say no,
Muslims, bro?
root
I'm talking
word.
about on
Just
the
say no,
existence
nigga.
on Earth.
Root
Who
word.
was
Just
there
say
first,
no.
the Moors or the Muslims, sir?
Root word. Just answer the question, man. That's a no.
Okay,
A
I'll
no,
go after you,
Adley.
Aton. I didn't want to argue. I didn't know you was talking.
Yeah, that's a no. No, I just want you to just answer the
No,
question.
you
No.
can't tell me how to answer mine, my brother. You do you, and I'm gonna do me.
You can't answer a question with a question, man.
Why do all you religious guys can't have a
Absolutely.
simple? Okay, how about this, bro?
That's a
I'm
no.
gonna answer it how I want to, but you go first, bro.
You heard me, Adley? That's a no.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a
No,
no.
he ain't answering for me. He's answering for him.
I'm answering for me. Yeah, that's a no.
Okay, what's a
You was
no?
about to start an argument. Yeah.
What's a no?
Yeah,
You can't start an argument when everybody got their turn to talk and
The
get their
question
shit
Adley
off.
asked. The question Adley
Okay,
asked.
so are Moors?
You don't even know the question. That's why I asked you. You don't even know the question, bro.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, my question is: are
Y'all
Moors
just want to
Christian
argue, bro,
or not?
cut people off.
Wait,
In
hold
the
Bro,
on.
history,
I'm
Hold on,
saying that
D.
can't
Hold on,
none of
D.
y'all see how easy this was, because all y'all bow down to some type of sky daddy.
Yeah, hold
Y'all
on, D.
cannot put the religions. I'm talking to Aton, my brother
What
Derek,
was the
and my brother
I'm
Moors
not.
before
I'm not
and
Muhammad?
my
racist
brother
at all. What are you
Abilene.
talking about?
Now I'm
I
asking
think
y'all.
religion is the what puts us up.
I apologize for putting your name in there. See how easy that is? My fault.
Yeah, hold on, D.
before
Okay, I'm
Muhammad?
asking y'all. Which one come first, Moors or religion?
See, I knew you was about to do that, man.
I know. That's why
You
you
about to
cut
move
me
the
off, because
goalposts,
you're
man.
scared to have that conversation. I
Religion
understand
come
you
man.
scared.
Just stick to the question, man.
Okay, now, my brother, Savage, Muhammad came around since after death. When did the Moors come around?
We already answered that question.
1800, 17,
So which one
1800.
came first, Aton? Which one came first, Aton?
The Moors didn't come to 17, 1800s.
It's impossible for Moors to be Muslims. Now, Muslims could be Moors with they following asses. You damn sure can't put. Well, I don't know about Christianity, but I mean, I'm saying the Moors was around before that shit, bro, and the Romans.
Prove it was before the Muslims. Where was the Moors at before the Muslim invention?
And they was everywhere.
Where?
Nah, he right though. They run around. Glad he said it. He got a good point, because they come close around each other. The Moors come in like 500-600 after death through a different route, and the Muslims come like 600 after death from the Middle East. It's just hard to make that connection when they both have different birth dates, and the Moors was around before them.
Yeah, but they wasn't actually called Moors or what you see, Moors, Savage. They had other names. The Romans mentioned them. So I'm saying they was back in the BC.
So if there's no
he talking about 500 after
then
death.
there's no Moors.
They was there. They was known in the BCs.
No, they wasn't.
They were just
What was
known
that
under
name?
another name.
What
They
name?
were known under another name.
What name?
They've been around, man.
You're lying.
All right.
Next.
I mean, you made a good point though, but I'm just saying y'all can't connect the Moors to Then where's my simple Wikipedia site?
Y'all cannot connect the Moors. You right. I want to go over that and see their birth date over here in this stuff. You right. I'm gonna shut up before I don't like to lie or I don't like this to bring a hypothesis.
The Romans called
Yeah,
them
man. The
Moors.
Moors was also mentioned by Tatiacus, whatever Tacitus, as having revolted against the Roman Empire in 24 after death, bro.
Bingo. Bingo. Check mark. Check mark. Check mark.
What was his name of the
So
Moors in 24?
No, I don't know, bro. You just got to rebut that, man. They was called the Marusi. The Marusi,
Right.
the
so
tribe
now,
was Marusi.
okay,
That's a damn lie. They
Moor
wasn't
is
even
spelled
in
M-O-O-R.
24. In 24, there was no English speaking motherfuckers.
That's Marusi. That's the.
Now,
Go ahead.
what is Moors today? Are they Christian people? What religion is a Moor?
This is what a Moor is. A Moor is 24 after death. They 24 years
What?
after Jesus. Let me land my plane. Jesus didn't become a Christian until year 33 or some shit. For the first 24 years of his life, he was a so-called person of law, which they say is a Judaism. This predates that, bro. This predates all y'all's religion unless y'all can rebut it, and I digress.
I'm asking a question.
You can't ask that question. You got to ask which
What
one
is
came first.
What religion is Moors today?
Oh man.
Or is Moor a religion?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. How can
Or
you put
more an identity?
We can't have a simple conversation.
Is Moor a religion, an identity, a nationality? What?
Nah, I say it represents, according to Noble Drew Ali, it represents the mother.
Okay,
And
so
when
the
Moors
mother
fell,
is a nationality, a religion.
Mother is a
Somebody
nationality.
got to be.
Okay,
mother's
you
a
asked me a question. You
nationality of
asked me a
what
simple
nation?
question, bro. You got to, bro,
Right.
can I answer
Mother's
the question?
a nationality
Mother
of what
is a
nation?
nationality. Am I right or wrong?
Of what nation?
Am I right or wrong?
I understand that. I'm
Wrong.
agreeing.
Am
Okay,
I right or wrong?
what nation is she a
Bro, I
nationality
answered
of?
your question.
I
Now I
answered
ask you
you.
a
I
question.
said you're
Because that's
correct.
what you do. You go detective work on people. Now I'm playing the detective.
I
Can
said
I ask you a
you
question?
are
Your
Now, before you
mother
ask
is
correct.
me a
not a
question.
nationality. Your
Now
mother
he said
has
it
a
ain't a
nationality.
nationality. Now I'm
No,
asking you,
I
Derek,
said
am I
you
right or
are
wrong?
correct. I said you are correct.
There you go. Okay, now I'm about to show you.
I'm
I'm saying
asking
you're
you
wrong.
what
There it is. I'm not
nation
saying you
is
wrong,
the
Derek. I just want to get your
nationality?
understanding.
What nation is the nationality associated with? You're telling me Moor is the mother. The mother is a nationality. What nation is the nationality tied to?
Let me read. Just sanguinis. I can't even say the word 90% of the time. Just sanguinis. I said it correctly. Just sanguinis is a legal practice, meaning the right of blood by which nationality, yeah, and citizenship. I digress right there unless y'all want to rebut this.
What nation?
All of them.
Okay, so Moors are the nationality of all nations.
No, I said this is what Noble Drew Ali brought me. Now, all the rest of the Moors will try to punch me in my face for this. That's why I stopped claiming it. 101's Noble Drew Ali is already in there. Wow, I already got that in there. All I got to do is this is what Noble Drew Ali brought me. I don't know about everybody else. He brought me that he was a Cherokee or some type of goddamn Indian. And one foot is on the ground and one foot is in the water. And he's holding a woman and saying, look, wake your mama up, wake these women up. And that's what he got humanity written on her while he was grabbing on her breasts just like he was supposed to do. Like, wake up, boo-boo. But I'm just trying this is what I get out of it. And I'm not saying I'm right.
So, so now from your thoughts, the nationality of this woman that he's holding on this land, 1 foot on land, 1 foot on sea, is that the American nation?
I would say so. He was dealing with the black folks of America, which I call the Aboriginals or the indigenous.
Okay. So now the American nationality is the woman in his arms. So therefore, Noble Drew Ali would have to have an ancestry of American Indian
Okay, I'm not mad at the name.
to be a
I'm not
Moor.
mad at erasing Noble Drew Ali. I'm just trying to say the principles are there. And the principles are there. I don't care about the name and shit. Just the principles that we got to do better by these women, and we should study law a little bit more. That's it, man.
All I'm saying is you're basically saying that the American Indian is the nationality of this land.
No, I'm not saying all that, man. But I'm saying I'm saying that it's a great spiritual connection, a divine connection through the phenomenal lung, because that's what your lungs is, a phenom. So when you say
Is
that you're
the
Indian,
American
except for, can I
the
just land my
nationality?
God, I'm asking you a question next. Fuck that. Go ahead, brother. My fault.
Is the American the nationality of this land?
No.
What is the nationality of this land?
United States of America, and we got 50 more nationalities. Now it's time for me to ask you a question. I answered it. 50 more means the 50 states. Now I'm asking you, is America a nationality?
Yes.
What nationality is it belonging to? Because I heard it's a continent. Look, let me look
Copper
at the word
colored
America.
races that the European found here. As per the 1820 definition.
Now look, I ain't saying you don't got a hypothetical point. When it says America, I typed it in. This motherfucker went right to the United States. But see, that's what I'm trying to say. It's called the United States, and there's 50 of them and a DC. Now, when I go down here, see, I'm not going to just cuss you out and say you're wrong. When I looked up America, it didn't go to the continent like I thought it was, the definition that means a continent. It said, no, this is the United States. That's what it's called. The United States is a country. That's what it's called, the United States.
The United States
is a country in North America that, let me land my plane, that is
where?
a federal republic of 50 states. I just want to land my plane, bro, because I know you can't rebut this. Like I said, we have
you just
50 states, bro. Okay, how about this, bro? You go and I go after you, because we having a good one.
The United States of America. That is the full name, correct?
Man, when you want to tell me to look that up, I disagree. I'm looking right here.
It's the name of this place.
Bro, can you let me answer, brother?
Of America.
Derek, hold on. Derek, hold on. Let Root Words go ahead and go through this, land his plane, and then you reply afterwards.
Now, I have to agree with you. Google goes with you. When I type in America, it didn't go to the shit I said, because I was like, I know when you type in a definition, it's going to go to a continent. It went to the United States. That's what the country is called, United States. The United States is a country in North America that is a federal republic of 50 states. And that's how I'm going to land my plane, because that's how I answered it. It's the United States. It has 51 states in here, nations in here, bro. And I digress.
In the United States of America, simply put.
But I agree with you. I'm an American. I went on a debate with that, and after my debate, I had to agree I'm an American. But you asked, is that a nationality? And I got to disagree with that.
How can it be a nation without a nationality?
Hey, brother, I got to meet you halfway, but I can't go the whole way with you. You see, I even right here. I'm even pumping what you saying is correct. So I'm meeting you halfway, but I digress.
Can you be an American by nationality? And can you be a United States citizen by nationality?
There you go. I think that's where we're arguing now. I think that America is not the nationality and the United States is the nationality.
And
But
I'm
spiritually,
telling
I'm
you,
American too. I gotta respect that.
and I'm telling you, in order for you to be a United States citizen, you have to have some type of legal paperwork. And the United States is attached to America. America ain't attached to the United States.
Okay, I just think that Canada is connected to America too, and Mexico. I could be wrong. I just think I'm just putting it as, and I'm not saying it all the way correct because you said America and the continent is called North America. So I got to meet you at least 25%. That's saying you got some type of right. But when you put nationality in there, bro, man, that's a United States citizen, brother. But I digress.
No, that's only through the 14th Amendment do you become a United States citizen. So what about all the people that was living here free before the 14th Amendment? And then even after the 14th Amendment, you got 100 and something years of these people buying and living and prospering on this land before 1965, when they became full American citizens. So
Well,
who
they
was
was
that?
naturalized. When they became part of the United States, they got naturalized in the 1700s when they formed the United States. So the American Indian that went uh, up under the United States and decided to join in the Union got naturalized.
When did all American Indians become natural citizens?
When they went up under the United States.
Okay, so when was that?
Well, when they got statehood, when each territory got enough members or enough people in their territory to form a statehood, which created a state.
So that all happened at different times, correct? Not at one time.
Yes.
Okay, so if it all happened at one time, when did the Indian agree to these terms ever?
Once again, when they joined the United States.
Okay, simply put, let me help you. If
And I want to say
in the
one thing, Derek.
14th Amendment,
And I
if
don't
the
think that
14th
everybody
Amendment,
joined it
the
the way that you're
Indian is
saying.
exempt
Some of us got
from
tricked,
the
bro.
14th Amendment, when did the Indian agree to becoming a United States citizen?
When
Hey man,
he
we our place,
joined
bro.
the United States.
Okay,
When
this is how
his
I look at
state
it.
became a
Are you
statehood.
listening to me? Are you listening to what I'm saying?
He's
Are you
trying to
listening to
answer
what
In
I'm
the
saying?
14th Amendment, listen, in the 14th Amendment, which happened after the Civil War, in the 14th Amendment, it is written that the Indian is exempt from these things at this time. So that means the Indian is not a part of the 14th Amendment.
Oh my God, man.
No,
So when
no,
did
Man, why are you
wrong,
what?
opening up Pandora's
wrong.
box, man? You're opening up Pandora's box. I'm shutting up, man. Yeah.
Wrong.
So the Indian is not exempt from the 14th Amendment?
The
The
Indian.
way I could work, go ahead, Savage.
Now go ahead. Go ahead, Root. I'm gonna go after you.
The way I would work that, and I would teach my Indian brothers if I was the great Tonto or the great chieftain, and I was teaching them, would say the amendment crossed us out and put some anchor babies in there and gave them our name and named us Black. Because that's what the 14th Amendment is about. Some motherfucking switcheroo ass names, and they only got 2 names in there, the Indians and the blacks. So we was the Indians before the 14th Amendment. After that 14th Amendment, they let a lot of foreigners come in and they changed our name. And I digress.
So you're saying that the
And what
Indians had nothing to do with these writings of him becoming a 14th Amendment citizen?
Yes, I'm saying the Indians that didn't want to be restricted to a reservation or sign up to join uh, a mixed tribe that let people that are not bloodline tied a part of the tribe was the Indian not taxed. The Indian that blessed the European land or the people that helped them fight land was the Fourth Amendment citizen. 14th Amendment citizen. My bad.
I know in the 14th Amendment and after the Civil War, a whole bunch of Europeans came over here and took on that name. A whole bunch of Mongols came over here and took on that name according to law. So I'm saying before that law, they took that name from somebody. Islam. I digress. Yeah.
Right. And Negroes, guess what they are? They're all Christians.
I think we got tricked. I ain't saying I'm right, but I think they took the Indian name from us. I think that's how I go.
Are you saying there wasn't no Negro Muslims at that time?
I'm saying according to the 14th Amendment,
not talking
my
to him.
expression. Oh.
No, I'm telling you that think about it. Everybody that's tied to the 14th Amendment at that time became a Christian.
No, that's not
No?
true.
No?
No. Every time you say think about it,
Show me where in after the Civil War, another religion that's written and popular to the people that's going on.
There was plenty of people practicing different forms of religion.
Popular to the people that's going on after 1865.
Yeah, it wasn't just a Christian dominant area.
Really? Because what is the Klan?
What's what?
Isn't that a Christian dominated religion? Isn't
What?
that a government entity that's formed through Christianity to go against the people of this land? And the only way that these people could go against these people is their 14th Amendment citizens.
No.
No?
No.
Okay, so all the immigrants that come here, the Italians, the Germans, the Polish, at this time, after 1865, all the way to 1920, what religion are these people?
Different religions.
Like what?
Like Muslim. Like Buddhist.
Who are the Muslims? Who are the Buddhists?
Niggas.
Okay, so where are these people at? Where are they coming from and where are they going?
All over.
Are they anywhere in the South?
Yep.
Okay, so what
small pockets?
Name? Huh?
They in small pockets all over the United States.
But the main religion throughout the United States is Christianity. That's the big business. You saying the small businesses, the little mom and pop shops, is the other religion.
I mean,
I'd have to throw my 2
Muslims.
cents in. I'd say Christianity, but I mean,
So now
somebody just wrote in
everybody
the
who's
chat though.
Christian
But
at
somebody
this
just wrote in the
time
chat though.
is getting
Somebody in the
taxed.
chat just wrote Presbyterian, Protestant, Catholic, Baptist. You know, so there's a whole bunch of
Them is all
religions.
Christian, but that's all
No,
Christian faith. That's all the same company, just different subsidiary companies of the same corporation. So the big business here after the Civil War is Christianity.
no.
And the federal people who became
The big,
14th Amendment citizens,
the
that's
big
all they got
business.
was Christianity.
No. Christianity is not the big business. Agriculture is the big business. Cotton, opium,
Agriculture is the land, and the land
drugs.
is what
That's the
Christian
business.
people want.
No. The land, the resources that grow on the land is the big business. The book
Sir,
is nothing
all
but
of
a.
everybody who came here after the Civil War is all the same corporation of different sects of the
No.
same company. It's called
No.
Christianity.
No.
No? Name
No.
a big time Muslim company back then
Shit, go back
on this
and look
land.
and see. Name a big time Christian.
They were all Christian.
Prove it.
The Catholic faith is Christian based.
Prove
The
the big
Protestant
time
faith,
Christian business.
Before y'all get in deeper, how long y'all plan on going? Y'all gonna go for a while? Because I'm gonna make a new stream if so.
yeah.
So all this is up. Okay.
I'ma beat them up
Yeah,
all
you
night.
rocking with. Yeah, I'm rocking with you at least till 2. I'm up till 2.
Because I'm just trying to understand. How do we not see that? Isn't the government a Christian based government here on this land?
I gotta answer that, but I gotta say this to Wild Savage, man. Salute. It's good having a build with you, bro. Real good. And I ain't blaming you
I
for
like
nothing.
talking
It's
to both
real
of
good,
y'all,
bro.
man, because both of y'all, I ain't gonna lie,
Straight up.
I'm not the smartest man in the world. I just have a different thought pattern of how this was told to me and how my life is going and how I was raised. I was raised by a Christian grandmother, but my
But that,
Christian grandmother raised me on something that I can't find in the Bible. I can only find through life. And that's
okay,
good or bad.
let
That's a
me ask you
moral
this.
standard.
Let
It's
me
not
ask
a
you this.
written.
Let me ask you this. So you was raised up Christian. At the same time you was raised up Christian in North America or whatever state you in, are you saying that it wasn't no Muslim kids getting raised up at the same time?
No, when I was raised, it was in the 70s. There was all kind of people here. I'm saying in the 1850s and the 1860s, you can't say that
Why can't I?
because you can't show it.
Why can't I?
Okay, what religion outside of Christianity was mainstream
Was it
after
Muslim?
the Civil War in the
When did the
South?
Muslim? When was the Muslim religion created?
I don't know.
You don't know.
No.
Okay. Was it created
Are you?
before? Was it created before the 1800s or 1865?
I would assume so. That's what they say.
All right. So, according to the narrative, um, these Moors, they came in 1492. Uh, was they Muslim or Christian?
Christian.
Oh my lord! You not okay? Whatever. They was Muslim,
What?
man.
You cannot tie
any other religion to this country after 1865. There are
That's a
Protestants
lie.
here, there are Catholics here, there are Baptists here, there's all kind of Christian sects. But
And there's
tell me
Muslim
the
sects.
mainstream Muslim sects in the South after 1865 to 1965. Because think about it, Malcolm and all of that
Oh,
didn't
I
come
told you,
until the
quit
20s.
saying that. Whenever you say think about it, I think you're lying. I know you're lying.
What do you
So don't
mean?
say
The
that.
Muslim faith,
Don't tell me to think
Elijah
about your
Muhammad,
lie. You're lying.
Elijah Muhammad did not come about until 1910.
No.
No? When did Elijah Muhammad, the fruits of
They were,
Islam, the nation of
he's not the
Islam,
first
when was
Muslim.
that started?
He's not the first Muslim.
Isn't that the first Muslim faith that became a commercial product?
Hold on.
In the United States of
What's the
America.
dude? The dude that's in Harvard. He was a Muslim. Muslim religion in America. All right.
Mike check. What's up?
I hear you.
Dulcinea, when you gonna start that new channel?
Oh, y'all can keep going for now. I'm about to start it up. I'll put all the info in the back, and I'll give y'all in the chat the new stream.
All right.
All right, so we got one. I got one. I just Googled real fast. Yarrow Mama was a Muslim in America in the 1800s. Early Muslim immigrants in the 1800s.
Yeah. There was Islam being practiced here in America in the 1800s.
Alexander Russell Webb. That boy's a nigga. He was American. Yeah, but there was Muslim practices and Muslim people in the 1800s, brother.
Yeah, Islam. Yeah, Islam being practiced. Yeah.
Yeah, Islam was practiced.
Yeah. Well, I mean, during that time, they would call it Islam today, but it was just kind of more of just a way of life, right? Islam means submission. So, I mean, that's without a doubt. That's without a doubt.
Hello.
A lot of these people, they wouldn't practice it in the public though, because that's where the persecution was coming in. That's where the persecution was coming in. They was practicing it in private, not in public. They was practicing Christianity in the public.
Okay. I got you. All right.
I mean, it's just like looking at any type of foreigner today. When you see them in the streets, they're gonna be wearing jeans and t-shirt or wearing a suit or something like that. They're not really gonna be wearing a traditional garb. But you know, when they have their events, they wear their traditional garb.
Now these people nowadays, these Afghanis and people like that, shit, they practice they shit everywhere. They wearing they wraps around their head and they wearing their outfits, men and women, whatever they doing. But before they got caught doing that in public, yeah, they was gonna get executed.
All right, y'all. I'm about to put in the back, and you guys, I'm about to give y'all the new stream so we can start it up. It's been interesting. I don't think we came up with who the Quakers are, but we will do a part 2 of this and go into more deep history of the Quakers and figure out, are they Barbadian? Are they from Massachusetts? Are they from Europe? Are they just our mixed cousins? What's going on? We need to know.
Right.
I guess we had to figure out that part before we can go into their history.
We're gonna have to get some names of them and just trade them.
Well, we tried to get William Pitt name on the board, and then that ended up going crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. These old guys can't stick to the subject. Yeah, well, the one thing Rue
But
said
this
that
new
made sense. He said,
subject
"How can
is
y'all
gonna be
have 50,
good.
try to cover up 50-something subjects in 2 minutes?" That was kind of funny. He said that shit.
Y'all was going crazy. But this new subject, if history is fake, what's real? When can we tell it's real? How do we decipher if it's real? What's going on? How do we know if history is just fake? Should we just throw it away? History fake. What are we even talking about? That's what we're gonna be talking about over here. So let me
You
go
gotta
ahead.
chew on the meat and spit out the bone.
Ain't enough. It ain't enough meat for me yet. I don't know. I'm still figuring it out. I feel like this was very vegan for meat today. And I want answers.
Yeah, them boys gave us straight string lettuce.
But y'all
I
okay?
mean,
Everyone got
to me,
wings.
the only thing that I can say is Quakers seem to be all these different people that come here with this form of religions and form of written way of living.
Well, I'm pretty sure everybody has some oatmeal for breakfast.
Because all these different people, bro, time, think about it. All these people got a different way of life from the way of life that was here.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel that.
What was wrong with the way of life that was here?
Well, I think the way of life that's here is still here. It's just a lot of gumbo and shit now. It's a lot of gumbo.
Right. And the
Slimy ass
gumbo
oatmeal.
is, we're trying to narrow it down to one group when it's all the groups with a religion that they're using to constrain you.
Right.
When you didn't have a constraint. Because the one thing about the old history that you trip on, they always tell you this motherfucker come from nothing, and within his lifetime, this motherfucker is balling out of control. Okay, so that means this was an open market all the way around.
Mm-hmm.
What was wrong with that way of life? Somebody took it, captured it, repackaged it, and sold it back out.
Right. So let's say if history's been tainted, I won't say it's not real, it's fake, but if it's been tainted and remixed a little bit, I mean, the foundation of everything, I would say, is business and getting money.
But that's the American way.
Tangibles.
That's the only thing that we know naturally.
Right.
Without no rules, regulations, none of that. Because we've all done it. Nigga, we all done hooked up and hustle. Nigga, there ain't no rules and regulations to that. It's a moral value, but it ain't no rules and regulations. It ain't like you signing contracts and no.
It is
This
rules
all
and
on word of
regulations
mouth
to
and who
hustling.
you are.
It's rules and regulations to hustling.
That's on a moral level. That's not on a written contract level.
Yeah, it is. It's contract. You never serve to the police.
That's a moral contract.
That's a verbal contract.
It's still a moral issue.
Well, contracts are built off morals. Give me a black amount of social damage. Black amount. Uh-huh. What's up, Dosey? You ready? You ready to make that switch?
Yeah, go ahead and hit the link on the private chat.
In the private chat?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah. The new link in the private. Okay, I see it, Dosey.
All right, y'all. We're gonna make our way over. Thank y'all for coming through. Make sure y'all come to the other one, and we're gonna keep this going.
This is the
Peace and
jelly
love,
after late night jelly after me.
yeah. Right, late night, keeping me up all night. And I'm gonna stay. I might have to give you a key. Let me go ahead and put it in the chat again. Hold on.
Said it. Say it again.
I said I might have to give you the key.
Oh,
I'll
do
see
I gotta
when
have?
I start
Do
to
I
get
gotta?
tired.
Do I gotta
I'll
have
see who all
a?
around.
I gotta be on my computer to do that, or can I do it on my phone?
You can let people up from your phone, which is the main thing. I mean, people might want to share stuff, but
Cool. I got because my on my other one I'm up on my computer. I got the.
yeah. All right, everybody's coming over. I just posted the link again in the chat. Y'all hit the link, come on over, and we'll start this up.
Boom, boom. Let me get out of this one.